Chapter 2363. Fang Chen was truly shocked. The steward was just an incarnation of a remnant consciousness and had many restrictions. However, his weapon-controlling Tao was actually so powerful. One had to know that the weapons on the square were basically all forged by him in the past 3 years. Although they were all heaven-opening grade weapons, it was almost impossible to control so many weapons at once. If so many weapons were to attack a single person at the same time, even a top expert on the saint rankings would most likely perish. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen truly understood the power of the weapon-controlling Tao. Too powerful. Fang Chen's heart trembled as he muttered to himself. If he could cultivate this, his strength would definitely skyrocket. Unfortunately, he couldn't cultivate the weapon-controlling Tao for the time being. Your potential is not bad. Cultivate well and one day you will cultivate the weapon-controlling Tao. The steward said faintly, "All right, you can leave now." Since the master of the palace had died here, as his attendant, the steward naturally had to accompany him. Standing on the ground, he cupped his fists and bowed deeply to the palace. Then, Fang Chen turned and left. In 3 years, Fang Chen's cultivation had broken through from the early stage to the middle stage of the earth-opening realm. Weapon forging was like cultivation. In the process of weapon forging, Fang Chen constantly explored the connection between weapon forging and martial arts. After accumulating enough strength, he broke through to the middle stage of the earth-opening realm. With his current strength, he could almost fight against the top 10 experts on the saint rankings. Moreover, he also had the supreme grade heaven ascending grade star concealing sword. Once he fully activated it, even the 5 tigers of Kanglan could do nothing. Unknowingly, Fang Chen was already standing at the top of the saint rankings. However, the many heaven gods in Kanglan Castle were completely unaware. In the past 3 years, He Xiao and the others had been looking for Fang Chen's whereabouts. On this day, a thought suddenly appeared in He Xiao's mind. It's been 3 years. I wonder if that kid has come out yet? He Xiao muttered to herself. I think that kid is most likely hiding in the palace and doesn't dare to come out. Otherwise, once he appears, we will definitely receive news. That damned fellow, do you think you can sit back and relax just because you're hiding in the palace? If I meet him, I'll definitely tear him to pieces. When they mentioned Fang Chen, their hearts were filled with anger. However, just as He Xiao was about to speak, her communication jade pendant suddenly rang. A moment later, a sinister smile appeared on He Xiao's face. His eyes flashed with cold, killing intent. You finally dare to appear? Just now, someone had sent him a voice transmission, saying that they had seen Fang Chen in a certain area. Fang Chen has already left the palace. Let's hurry over. He Xiao looked around at everyone and said in a deep voice. He's out? That's great. The group of people quickly rushed towards where Fang Chen was. Fang Chen's appearance directly caused a stir in the entire Kanglan Castle. Many of the top powers on the Holy Board gathered at his location. When the 5 tigers of Kanglan heard the news, they also headed over immediately. Kanglan Mountain. It was the most majestic mountain in Kanglan Castle. It was said that Reverend Kanglan had once rested and cultivated on this mountain. Reverend Kanglan had left behind some of his aura on this mountain. As time passed, this aura gradually formed a natural protection around Kanglan Mountain. Experts below the Absolute Saint realm were unable to set foot on Kanglan Mountain. This made Kanglan Mountain one of the most famous mountains in Kanglan Castle for a time. At the peak of Kanglan Mountain, Fang Chen stood quietly and looked around. He was a little shocked. Are these the footprints left behind by Reverend Kanglan? Fang Chen's gaze fell on a piece of green stone at the peak of the mountain. The green stone lay quietly and there was a pair of obvious footprints on it. At first glance, there was nothing special about the footprint. However, only a true expert would be able to tell that the footprints contained Reverend Kanglan's powerful aura. Although countless years had passed, there were still remnants of it. So strong. Fang Chen walked in front of the green rock and stretched out his hand. He gently touched a pair of footprints. Immediately, his mind trembled. Various images appeared in his mind. At the peak of a miniature universe, a middle-aged man in green robes stood in the void with his hands behind his back. The power of the laws of heaven and earth surrounded him, as if he was the master of the universe. Behind him stood a stooped old man who exuded an evil aura. Boom! The two men didn't say a word and suddenly started fighting. A walking stick appeared in the old man's hand. Whoosh! Under the old man's control, the walking stick rapidly expanded and emitted a dazzling light. 1, 2, 3. A total of 9 sparkling diamonds appeared on the walking stick. The lich staff. The man in green robes finally spoke. That's right. You can rest in peace after dying under the lich staff. With that, the old man stomped his foot and the entire void trembled. He clenched his hand and the 9 sparkling diamonds instantly erupted with violent power. Then, the 9 forces gathered together. In the next moment, the lich staff emitted a shocking light. Dong! The old man held the lich staff and smashed it with an evil aura toward the middle-aged man in green robes. Whoosh! The middle-aged man in green robes seemed to know the power of the lich staff. He didn't choose to face it head-on. Instead, he moved his body sideways and dodged the attack. Rumble! In the next moment, the old man unleashed the power of the lich staff to the extreme. The battle between the two men caused a huge commotion. If the middle-aged man in green robes hadn't protected the miniature universe while fighting, this miniature universe would have been destroyed long ago. Kanglin, fight me head-on. Finally, after a fierce battle, the hunchbacked old man grew anxious and shouted loudly, "Let's go!" Activating the lich staff consumed a lot of energy. If the battle dragged on, he would lose without a doubt. Humph! Reverend Kanglin snorted coldly. His body flashed and a faint light appeared in his palm. Condense. Following Reverend Kanglin's shout, his palm suddenly expanded and came down. Dong! The entire miniature universe trembled. Reverend Kanglin's attack seemed simple, but it contained a powerful killing intent. Poochie! The stooped old man hastily used the lich staff to block Reverend Kanglin's attack. At this moment, the stooped old man's eyes turned scarlet. Kanglin, you will regret this. After saying that, the old man held the lich staff and began to attack the miniature universe without restraint. If you continue to dodge, I will destroy this miniature universe. The old man knew how important this miniature universe was to Reverend Kanglin. Gotcha! The lich staff slammed down and penetrated the void, almost piercing through the miniature universe. Damn it! Reverend Kanglin finally stopped dodging and took the attack head-on. Boom! Deafening noises rang out incessantly. The violent power of the light enveloped the two men. Fang Chen couldn't see the battle clearly. He could only feel his heart trembling. This battle lasted for about an hour. Suddenly, the miniature universe trembled. Immediately after, a figure escaped into the distance. Voila! The smoke dissipated and the green-robed Reverend Kanglin appeared. His clothes were tattered. Obviously, he had suffered heavy injuries while resisting the lich staff. Voila! At this moment, the lich staff appeared in the void space. It kept falling until it finally disappeared into the miniature universe. I shall seal you here. I hope the world will never be disturbed by the lich staff again, Reverend Kanglin said. Reverend Kanglin said. Then, he waved his hand and sealed the famous lich staff. Dong! Fang Chen felt his heart tremble and opened his eyes. His heart was in turmoil. He had just fallen into an illusion. The battle between Reverend Kanglin and the old man? He knew very well that the battle he saw in his mind was definitely real. The scene was simply too majestic, causing Fang Chen to be extremely shocked. But soon, Fang Chen calmed down. Reverend Kanglin deliberately left this scene here. What is his intention? Fang Chen was surprised. His eyes flickered as he fell into deep thought. After a long while, his pitch-black eyes landed on a pair of footprints. The lich scepter. I think the root of everything should be this scepter, right? Fong Qin murmured. In that battle, the lich staff had severely injured Reverend Kanglin. One could imagine how powerful this weapon was. Chapter 2364. Fong Qin is on Kanglin Mountain. Let's go. You guys, seal off Kanglin Mountain. Don't let him escape. This is a chance. If we can capture him, he will reward us handsomely. Just as Fong Qin was deep in thought, he suddenly heard some voices. Then, there was the sound of air being torn apart. A group of absolute Saint Realm martial artists arrived at the peak of Kanglin Mountain. He is here. When the leader saw Fong Qin, his eyes flashed with joy. He immediately sent a message to He Xiao, telling him that Fong Qin was on Kanglin Mountain. Kid, you've been a coward for 3 years. Now you finally dare to show yourself? The leader looked at Fong Qin and said with disdain. Fong Qin was stunned for a moment, but when he heard He Xiao's name, he had already guessed it. Are you He Xiao's lackeys? Fong Qin asked calmly. You humph. You're about to die, but you still dare to be so stubborn. Do you believe that I will kill you? If it wasn't for Boss He Xiao's order to capture you alive, you would have been dead. The leader was Yashan, ranked 27th on the Saint ranking. The group of absolute Saint Realm martial artists behind him were all elders of the Black Cliff sect. Looking at Yashan, Fong Qin frowned slightly. Was He Xiao so vengeful? Was he trying to provoke him? He looked at Yashan and said, Humph. Even if He Xiao was here, he wouldn't dare to talk to me like this. Who do you think you are? Fong Qin's attitude was arrogant. He didn't care about Yashan and the others at all. Hearing this, Yashan almost laughed out loud. This was the first time he had seen such an ignorant person who dared to talk to him like this. I'm curious. Who gave you the courage to talk to Yashan like this? Yashan sneered. Break the Black World Battle Formation? Kill the World Sky? Can you break the Big Dark World Battle Formation? Fong Qin asked. Yashan was speechless. He said angrily, Humph. What's so amazing about breaking the Great Dark World Battle Formation? You might have used some underhanded method to break it. Why are you pretending in front of me? Behind Yashan, one of the elders took a step forward and aggressively walked in front of Fong Qin. He said, Yashan, why are you wasting words with this kind of person? Let me capture him and wait for He Xiao to arrive. The Black Cliff sect was cooperating with He Xiao to get what they needed. Brat, I don't want to kill anyone. Surrender, the absolute Saint Realm elder from the Black Cliff sect said as he stared at Fong Qin. You repeated what I said. Fong Qin said, I'll give you the same words. Obediently kneel and kowtow to this young master 3 times, then get the hell out of Mount Kanglin. Don't let me see you again in the future. Otherwise, I don't mind twisting your heads off and kicking them around like balls. Coldness flashed through the absolute Saint Realm elder's eyes. Do you know what you're saying? The absolute Saint Realm elder asked. I know. When you kneel and call me young master, then get the hell out of Mount Kanglin, Fong Qin repeated. Finally, the people from the Black Cliff sect were completely stunned. Brat, don't be arrogant. The absolute Saint Realm elder's aura shook as he punched out. The fist tore through the air like a shooting star, heading toward Fong Qin. Wild power swept through the air, and it was extremely oppressive. Voila! At the same time, the absolute Saint Realm elder stepped forward and appeared in front of Fong Qin like a ghost, wanting to deal a fatal blow to Fong Qin. However, just as his fist was about to land on Fong Qin's body, something shocking happened. Fong Qin disappeared. Where did he go? The absolute Saint Realm elder looked around, searching for Fong Qin. Are you looking for me? Fong Qin's voice suddenly entered the absolute Saint Realm elder's ears. The latter was shocked and immediately threw out a punch. However, it was too late. Too late. The dominating power covered the sky. Fong Qin's fist smashed into the absolute Saint Realm elder's head. Crack! The elder's head shattered and blood splattered everywhere. Thunder rumbled in the air and a shocking aura spread out. The entire Mount Kanglin was deathly silent. The mocking smile on Yashan's face instantly froze. An absolute Saint Realm Elder died just like that? When he looked at Fang Chen, his eyes were filled with seriousness. Right now, he had no choice but to re-evaluate Fang Chen. Was this fellow really that fearless? Or was he just putting on an act? A middle-stage opening Earth Realm cultivator killed an absolute Saint Realm cultivator with one punch? How was this possible? Yashan couldn't understand. The elders of the Black Cliff sect behind him were all furious. Damn it! How dare you kill an elder of the Black Cliff sect? You're dead. Kid, hand over your life. Stop. Yashan regained his calm and looked at Fang Chen with a complicated expression. Yashan. The elders of the Black Cliff sect looked at Yashan with fiery eyes. You're not his match. Let me do it, Yashan said. An elder of the Black Cliff sect can't die for nothing. Seeing this, Fang Chen laughed coldly. Are you sure you want to attack? Fang Chen asked. A trace of fear appeared in Yashan's heart. No, he's not very strong. He must have used all his strength in that punch. He can't use such a powerful attack a second time. Yashan struggled in his heart. A moment later, Yashan raised his head and glared at Fang Chen with his pitch-black eyes. He said, Fang Chen, I have to admit that you are very powerful. You have exceeded my expectations. However, you have killed a member of my Black Cliff sect. This matter cannot be forgotten. So? Fang Chen didn't even raise his eyelids. So, you have to die. As soon as Yashan finished speaking, he jumped up. His body seemed to have turned into a cheetah in the sky. With terrifying power, he charged at Fang Chen with shocking speed. The ends of the earth beneath my feet. A clear voice came from Yashan's mouth. Suddenly, Yashan's feet expanded. Just like the barefoot immortal in the legends on Earth, he stomped on Fang Chen. At the peak of Kanglin Mountain, the elders of the Black Cliff sect were very excited. I didn't expect Yashan to have cultivated the secret technique to such a level. He's really powerful. Yeah, this stomp is enough to crush someone in the top 50 on the Saint rankings. Fang Chen is nothing to be afraid of. What's this? If I'm not wrong, Yashan has already cultivated this secret technique to such a high level. If he stomps with both feet, even He Shao wouldn't dare to face it head-on. With Yashan, the Black Cliff sect will rise in the future. Fang Chen will be Yashan's stepping stone this time. For a moment, the elders of the Black Cliff sect were all overjoyed. They were all very happy that Yashan had used the secret technique of the Black Cliff sect right from the start. Fang Chen's face was calm and expressionless. It was as if Yashan's attack couldn't arouse his interest. In the air, Yashan controlled his left foot and stomped down with force. As he swooped down, the sole of his foot continued to expand. In the blink of an eye, his left foot was already as big as a small mountain. You're just putting on a show. With this stomp, you'll definitely die. Yashan sneered and increased the strength of his foot as he stomped down on Fang Chen. Petty tricks. Fang Chen activated his level 5 10,000 swords body. Violent energy surrounded his body and raised his defense to the maximum. At the same time, the 10,000 swords domain was also activated. You can't even break through my defense and you want to kill me? Fang Chen sneered, his face full of mockery. At this moment, a foot the size of a small mountain ruthlessly stepped on his body. Dong! The terrifying power formed a layer of ripples that spread out rapidly, causing the entire Kanglin Mountain to tremble. The elders of the Black Cliff sect also staggered, and it took them a great deal of effort to stabilize themselves. Is he dead? The elders looked at the mountain-like foot and couldn't see anything. They thought that Fang Chen was dead. However, a miserable cry suddenly rang out. Bang! Yashan's foot, which was the size of a small mountain, suddenly soared into the sky. Even Yashan's body was sent flying. Splash! In the process, a smear of fresh blood dyed the air red. That bright red color caused the entire void to tremble. That was Yashan's blood. Chapter 2365. How is this possible? The elders of the Black Cliff sect cried out when they saw this scene. They could not believe that it was Yashan's blood. They shook their heads furiously as they stared at the sky with their dark eyes. 1. The corners of Yashan's mouth twitched as he felt a sharp pain in his foot. When he steadied himself, a bloody hole had appeared on his foot. Blood flowed out from the hole and dripped into the air. The elders of the Black Cliff sect were completely stunned when they saw this scene. Yashan had used such a powerful secret technique, but he was still unable to kill Fang Chen. Instead, he was injured? Is that brat dead? It was unknown who added the question. Instantly, all the elders of the Black Cliff sect looked over. However, what they saw was a figure whose robes fluttered in the wind. There were no wounds on his body. He stood quietly in the wind like a peerless god of war. He's fine. The elders of the Black Cliff sect were shocked. How is this possible? Yashan's attack could not even break through his defense? How strong is his defense? Too strong. He's not human. Yashan has met his match. At this moment, the elders of the Black Cliff sect still believed that Yashan would not be defeated so easily. In the air, Yashan stared at Fang Chen and said, "Your defense is very strong. Unfortunately, your attack is too weak." Fang Chen did not give Yashan any face as he said indifferently. Cliff Mountain was not angry. At this stage, being angry was useless. Their ultimate goal was to ruthlessly trample their opponent under their feet. "The power of my kick did not break through your defense," Yashan said. "Your body is very strong. When I got close, I felt like I was in a swamp and my speed decreased." This was why Yashan did not use his full strength. "However, I won't make the same mistake next time," Yashan said calmly. Dong. He stomped his right foot on the ground, and a violent force instantly engulfed him. In the blink of an eye, his right foot had grown to the same size as his left foot. "You were able to withstand the might of one of my kicks. I wonder if you can withstand the might of both of my kicks?" Yashan said coldly as he looked down at Fang Chen from above. "Let's not talk about 2 feet. Even if there were 10,000 feet, it would be useless," Fang Chen said calmly. Yashan was furious when he heard this. He let out a low shout and stomped his feet. Soon after, his body followed his feet and continued to dive downward. Attacking with both feet was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Looking at his feet, Yashan regained his confidence once again. "No matter how strong your body is, you can't block my iron feet," Yashan said coldly. At this moment, Fang Chen, who was standing at the peak of Mount Kanglan, was also pondering. "If I were to cripple the legs that you were so proud of, what kind of expression would you have?" Sometimes, torturing a person was more than killing them. 1. The 10,000 sword domain shrunk and the binding force became stronger. With the 10,000 sword body's insane defense, Fang Chen could not move at all. Die. In the blink of an eye, Yashan's feet appeared above Fang Chen. With a furious roar, he kicked Fang Chen's head fiercely. Charge. Just as he got close to Fang Chen, he felt like he was in a swamp. However, Yashan did not give up this time. Instead, he forced his way through. Rumble. A pair of iron feet charged into the 10,000 sword domain with a shocking aura. Condense. Fang Chen's finger lightly tapped out, and the turbulent Azura sword chi poured into the myriad sword domain. Suddenly, the power of the 10,000 sword domain increased. Yashan, who was halfway there, was shocked. "Impossible!" Yashan cried out involuntarily. He had originally thought that the binding power from before was already the limit. Who would have thought that the binding force was still increasing? When he saw the strange smile on Fang Chen's face, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Now that things have come to this, I can only charge forward. Thinking of this, Yashan activated all the strength in his body and even started to burn his essence blood. Boom! The power of his feet increased again. Cracking sounds could be heard. The binding force of the 10,000 sword domain was limited and could not stop Yishan's feet. Finally, after some effort, his feet broke through the binding force of the 10,000 sword domain and arrived in front of Fang Chen. Die, Yishan said coldly as his feet stomped on Fang Chen's body. Dong. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. You should be dead now, right? Yishan whispered when his feet landed on Fang Chen's body. However, just as Yishan was about to stomp on Fang Chen's body, he suddenly felt that his left foot could not move forward. What's going on? Yishan hurriedly looked over and saw that Fang Chen had lifted his left foot with one hand and was looking at him with a smile. No, this is impossible. At this moment, Yishan was completely shocked. An earth-splitting realm martial artist could lift his left foot with one hand with just his physical strength. How much strength did that require? Even even Yishan, who is ranked 6th on the Saint rankings, might not have such strength. Crack! Suddenly, a crisp sound could be heard. Then, a miserable cry came from Yishan's mouth. His left foot, which was like a small mountain, quickly shrank like a deflated balloon. When it shrunk to its normal size, Fang Chen twisted his hand and broke his left foot. Blood splattered into the sky as Yishan's body twitched. At this moment, his right foot had already landed on Fang Chen's body. Yishan's only hope was that his right foot could break through Fang Chen's defense and take the opportunity to escape. Dong. Unfortunately, when his right foot landed on Fang Chen's body, it only caused a small ripple. After that, it couldn't move an inch forward. Seeing this scene, Yishan's pupils dilated. Like a deflated balloon, he gave up on struggling. The powerful secret technique that he was so proud of couldn't even break through Fang Chen's defense. What was the point of fighting? Crack! Fang Chen didn't show mercy because of this. He twisted his hand and crippled Yishan's right foot. Bang! Yishan's body flew back. The center of the battle was enveloped by a violent energy. The elders of the Black Cliff sect couldn't see anything clearly. Yishan is too strong. Even Mount Kanglin trembled when he attacked with both feet. Yeah, if Yishan had another 100 years, he might have already reached the profound God realm, let alone the top of the saint rankings. Fang Chen doesn't know what's good for him. Since he dares to challenge Yishan, he will definitely die. However, just as the few elders were discussing, a figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Bang! When they saw the figure clearly, they almost fainted. Yishan? How can it be him? After recovering from their shock, the elders of the Black Cliff sect quickly ran to Yishan's side. Yishan, how are you? Yishan lowered his head. His face was pale and his aura was weak. He didn't say a word. The ghastly scarlet wounds on his feet caused the elder of the Black Cliff sect to be thoroughly shocked. Mount Kanglin was deathly silent. After a long while, the elders sighed and said, "There's actually such a defense in the world. We lost." After temporarily stopping Yishan's bleeding, one of the elders helped Yishan, who had already lost his confidence, up. The other elders stood up and looked at Fang Chen. Their eyes were filled with complicated emotions. The elders all apologized and bowed to Fang Chen. Fellow Taoist Fang, it was our Black Cliff sect's fault. Now that Yishan has been punished, we hope that fellow Taoist Fang can let us go. Right now, they didn't even have the right to negotiate with Fang Chen. How could they negotiate? Even the most powerful cliff mountain was crippled by Fang Chen. They didn't think that a few old guys together could defeat Fang Chen. Thus, at that moment, they lowered their attitude to the lowest possible level. They only hoped that Fang Chen would spare their lives. What? You won't kill me? Fang Chen said indifferently with his hands behind his back. The few of them smiled bitterly. Recalling their arrogant words from before, they felt a burning sensation on their faces, as if they had just been slapped. Fellow Taoist Fang, please be magnanimous and forgive me. Before the Black Cliff sect elder could finish speaking, Fang Chen waved his hand to stop him. I don't want to kill you. Just answer a few questions for me. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2366. Indeed, with Fang Chen's current strength, he couldn't be bothered to kill these ordinary absolute Saint Realm martial artists. In his eyes, the 5 tigers of Kanglan were his opponents. As for Yashan, his legs were crippled, so he was basically useless. He was no threat. One of the elders let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, "Fellow cultivator Fang, ask away. As long as we know, we'll definitely tell you." "Who sent you to kill me?" Fang Chen asked. "It's He Shao, 15th on the Saint ranking. He has a deal with the Black Cliff sect. We will help him search for your whereabouts." The elder of the Black Cliff sect said. "He Shao?" Fang Chen frowned slightly. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He had never had any interactions with He Shao before. It was only because of his outstanding performance in the temporary residence that He Shao became jealous of him. Such a person was too narrow-minded. "Fellow cultivator Fang, there's something I don't know if I should say," the Black Cliff sect elder said in a low voice. "Speak. You're now a famous person in Kanglan Castle. Not only is He Shao looking for you, but even the 5 tigers of Kanglan are looking for you." Fang Chen frowned. A cold glint was emitted from his pitch-black eyes. 3 years ago you broke the Great Dark World Battle Formation and became famous. Many experts on the Saint ranking are looking for you to get the Great Dark World Battle Formation. And what? The Black Cliff sect elder organized his words and continued. "It's said that the 5 tigers of Kanglan have searched the entire Kanglan castle, but they couldn't find the inheritance of the Beast Tamer Guardian King. So, they guessed that you've obtained the inheritance of the Beast Tamer Guardian King." Murderous intent surged in Fang Chen's heart. He could imagine how many people would treat him as a great enemy once this news spread. He clenched his fists and said coldly, "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Fellow cultivator Fang, the 5 tigers of Kanglan are very powerful. You can't be careless," the Black Cliff sect elder reminded. Fang Chen nodded slightly and withdrew his murderous aura. Then, he looked at the Black Cliff sect people and his gaze landed on Yashan. "Scram, I don't want to see you. Thank you for sparing my life, fellow Taoist Fang." The elder of the Black Cliff sect brought Cliff Mountain and quickly left Kanglan Mountain. After walking down Kanglan Mountain, the dispirited Yashan suddenly raised his head and crazily asked, "Why did you compromise with that fellow? Our Black Cliff sect's face has been thrown away by you." "Nonsense," one of the elders berated. "Yashan, do you know what you've done today? You almost caused the foundation of our Black Cliff sect to be completely destroyed here." In order to obtain Reverend Kanglan's legacy and assist Cliff Mountain in their cultivation, Lu Xian had no choice. The Black Cliff sect had sent all of their absolute Saint Realm elders here. If Fang Chen were to get angry today, none of them would be able to withstand his attack. In the end, only death would await them. And all of this was because Cliff Mountain had provoked Fang Chen. But, no matter how powerful he is, could he be more powerful than the sovereign? Yashan was unconvinced. Hearing this, the elder of the Black Cliff sect laughed coldly and said, "Can the sovereign enter Kanglan Castle? As long as we're here, we have no chance of winning. I only begged for mercy to protect the foundation of the Black Cliff sect. After we leave Kanglan Castle, I will report this matter to the sect master." Some of the elders were already somewhat dissatisfied with Cliff Mountain. "But, as long as we wait for He Shao to arrive, Fang Chen will definitely die." "Pa!" The elder of the Black Cliff sect slapped Yashan's face. "Don't you understand?" After speaking, he left Kanglan Mountain in a huff. Damn that Fang Chen. Yashan's heart was filled with anger towards Fang Chen. Looking at his feet, his eyes were filled with killing intent. "He Shao will avenge me." Before the Black Cliff sect people could leave the plains, they met He Shao and the others who had come to capture Fang Chen. "Isn't that Yashan of the Black Cliff sect? Why is he being supported by the elders?" After a while, He Xiao and the others arrived in front of the Black Cliff sect people. Yashan, He Xiao said. What happened to you? Brother He Xiao, you have to avenge me. It's Fang Chen's fault. He crippled my feet and humiliated me, Yashan said loudly when he saw He Xiao. It was as if he had grasped at straws. Yashan, shut up. The elder of the Black Cliff sect scolded. Then, he cupped his fists at He Xiao and said, Fang Chen is too strong. We can't afford to offend him. We'll leave now. After speaking, the elders prepared to leave with Yashan. Pucci. At this moment, an expert on the saint ranking beside He Xiao attacked. His aura shook as he waved his hand. Instantly, a cold blade light entered the body of one of the Holy Realm elders. Bang! The Holy Realm elder fell to the ground. What is the meaning of this? One of the elders who was walking at the front roared angrily. The person who killed the elder of the Black Cliff sect is Fang Chen, He Xiao said with a smile. It wasn't easy for them to get a chance to weaken the Black Cliff sect. More importantly, they could shift the blame to Fang Chen. You! The elder of the Black Cliff sect bared his teeth. Even Yashan was dumbfounded. Brother He Xiao, what are you doing? Don't leave a single one alive, He Xiao ordered. Instantly, screams of agony sounded. Whoosh! Whoosh! The elder of the Black Cliff sect risked being injured and quickly ran away. Hurry up and leave. I'll cover you. The other elders were filled with despair. They were prepared to die, but they couldn't accept it. They had to let one of the elders escape and spread the news. Die. How could the elders of the Black Cliff sect fight against an expert on the saint ranking? This was a massacre. In the blink of an eye, the elders of the Black Cliff sect were all dead. Seeing someone escape, one of the experts on the saint ranking said, I'll go after him. Yashan sat on the ground and shook his head. This was all because of him. He was the sinner of the Black Cliff sect. How could this be? Yashan muttered. He couldn't believe that He Xiao would attack the Black Cliff sect. Brother He Xiao. You! Before Yashan could finish, He Xiao killed him with a finger. Without your legs, how are you any different from trash? This kind of person didn't have the right to be brothers with He Xiao. Let's go. We'll go meet Fang Chen. After killing the Black Cliff sect, He Xiao's dark eyes looked at Kanglan Mountain. At the same time, on the summit of Mount Kanglan, Fang Chen's eyes were also looking at He Xiao. Is he finally here? Fang Chen muttered to himself. He had seen He Xiao slaughter the Black Cliff sect. Although he was unhappy, he didn't do anything. The Black Cliff sect had nothing to do with him. He had even spared their lives before. It could only be said that Yashan had brought this upon himself. Whoosh! 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 Soon, the expert on the saint ranking who had chased after the Black Cliff sect elder returned. He looked somewhat displeased as he said, He got away. Don't be afraid. The outcome has been determined. He can't escape. As long as he was still in Kanglan Castle, there was no need to be afraid of him causing trouble. Under He Xiao's lead, the group walked up Kanglan Mountain. In an extremely hidden place, a cultivator with tattered clothes and covered in blood sat on the ground, panting. Damn that He Xiao! At this moment, the elder of the Black Cliff sect hated He Xiao the most. He didn't hate Fang Chen at all. Stupid Yashan. He's the one who harmed the Black Cliff sect. The elder of the Black Cliff sect said regretfully, No, I can't die. I have to spread this news. The Black Cliff sect isn't so easy to bully. He was the only person from the Black Cliff sect in Kanglan Castle. If he died, then He Xiao and the others would get away scot-free. From now on, we'll hide as much as we can. We won't see anyone. After the incident with He Xiao, the elder of the Black Cliff sect no longer trusted anyone. After a short rest, the elder of the Black Cliff sect disappeared into the mountains. On Kanglan Mountain, the auras of He Xiao and the others intertwined as they climbed up the mountain. We meet again. He Xiao grinned. Yes, we meet again. Fang Chen was also very emotional. 3 years ago, I didn't think that I would kill you with my own hand. Oh? So you're very confident in yourself? He Xiao sneered and said with a face full of mockery. If you want to read a novel, please visit Chapter 2367. From the beginning to the end, He Xiao did not even look at Fang Chen. In his opinion, the latter was just a nouveau riche. When have you ever seen a nouveau riche compete with a true nouveau riche? If it was 3 years ago, I might not be your opponent, but today, 3 years later, I can kill you as easily as squashing an ant, Fang Chen said calmly. His words were calm, but they were full of confidence. As easily as squashing an ant? Hearing this, He Xiao chuckled, and a touch of indifference appeared on his face. In the depths of his eyes there was killing intent. However, he did not make a move, and the expression on his face said it all. Fang Chen was not qualified for him to make a move. He Xiao, let me capture this guy for you. The people who followed He Xiao were all experts at the top of the Saint rankings, and only one of them was ranked 22nd on the Saint rankings. The person who spoke was him. He Xiao nodded and said, "Go easy on him, and spare his life." After all, what he cared about the most was the inheritance of the master of the palace and the method to break the battle formation of the big dark world. Don't worry, I will serve him well. When he said the word serve, a sinister smile appeared on his face. You are no match for me. Fang Chen shook his head gently, then looked at He Xiao and said, You don't dare to make a move, so you let him test me? Humph, if you want me to make a move, defeat him first, He Xiao said coldly. If you can't even defeat him, why talk about me making a move? Hearing He Xiao's words, Fang Chen felt it was ridiculous. I'm afraid that when I defeat him, you won't dare to make a move, Fang Chen said. Boy, you talk too much. Whoosh. The man held a long spear, and the aura around him shook as he stabbed at Fang Chen. On the long spear, there was a powerful halo, and wherever it passed, the space collapsed. On the tip of the spear, there was a little light lingering, and the power was very terrifying. Die! The man shouted, and urged all the power in his body to pour into the long spear, and stabbed at Fang Chen fiercely. I've said it before. You're no match for me. If you force yourself, you'll only speed up the process of your death. Facing someone who wanted to kill him, Fang Chen didn't need to hold back. This person was a cultivator ranked 22nd on the Saint rankings. It would be impossible to defeat him with just physical strength. Therefore, Fang Chen directly took out the hidden star sword. At this moment, the hidden star sword had already disguised itself as an ordinary heaven-splitting grade weapon. As it was held in Fang Chen's hand, a shocking aura whistled out. Azura Sword Dao, Azura Sword Arts, first move. Whoosh! A violent sword light burst out from the hidden star sword. It pierced through the sky and directly pierced the man's body. Poochie! When the gale in the sky gradually calmed down, the man stood there quietly. He felt a pain in his chest. When he looked down, he was shocked to find that there was a bloody hole in his chest. Blood kept flowing out. No, a hoarse voice came from his mouth as his body fell limply to the ground. Seeing this scene, He Xiao's face turned completely solemn. He killed a powerhouse ranked 22nd on the Saint rankings with a single strike? The few people behind He Xiao were completely stunned. Even they would not be able to do such a thing. Could it be that his strength is comparable to the top 10 powerhouses on the Saint rankings? At this moment, everyone's hearts were filled with shock. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Who else wants to die? Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and said indifferently. Hearing this, the few people behind He Xiao kept retreating. They were afraid that they would be targeted by Fang Chen. He Xiao's dark eyes stared at Fang Chen and said coldly, Do you know what you've done? I killed someone, Fang Chen said. Ha! He Xiao let out a cold laugh and said, Next, you'll be sentenced to death. As soon as she finished speaking, He Xiao pushed off the ground with the tip of her foot and leaped forward. She arrived before Fang Chen and began to fight him. As time went by, countless martial artists gathered in front of Kanglan Mountain. Many of the top powerhouses on the Saint rankings, including the 5 Tigers of Kanglan, gathered together to watch the battle on Kanglan Mountain. This guy's strength has increased a lot. Some of the powerhouses on the Saint rankings who had interacted with Fang Chun 3 years ago said to themselves, "I didn't expect him to go from a nobody to the top 20 on the Saint rankings in just a few years. It's unbelievable. Since the establishment of the Saint rankings, no one has been able to enter the top 20 in such a short time." Yeah, even the 5 Tigers of Kanglan back then had to work hard for countless years to get to where they are today. Many of the martial artists sighed and sighed in their hearts. This was the path of martial arts. It wasn't about who cultivated first or who cultivated for the longest time, who could stand at the peak of martial arts. There were many factors that determined a martial artist's future. Cultivation resources, cultivation progress, potential, talent, and all kinds of external factors were indispensable. However, the most important factor was luck. Everyone shook their heads when they saw Fang Chun fighting fiercely with He Xiao, who was ranked 15th on the Saint rankings. Fang Chun had become so powerful that it was impossible to kill him unless the 5 Tigers of Kanglan acted. In their opinion, Fang Chun's luck was too law-defying. The 5 Tigers of Kanglan stood side by side in the void. "Boss, this guy has great potential. He'll be a disaster if we let him live," said the second boss, Song He. "That's right. It's only been 3 years, but he already has the power to fight with He Xiao. If he's given more time, he might reach our level. The 5 Tigers of Kanglan have been waiting for this day for countless years. We won't allow anyone to destroy it," said Song San. "As long as we can get Reverend Kanglan's inheritance, we'll be able to find a solution to heal our origin injuries. Once our origin injuries are healed, we'll be able to step into the profound God realm," said Song Gu. There were many experts in stellar sky. Only by stepping into the profound God realm could one be considered to have the power to protect themselves. The 5 of them had reached the peak of the absolute saint realm, but they couldn't step into the profound God realm. Just as Big Brother said, this guy must have gotten the inheritance of the beast-taming guardian king. Otherwise, his strength wouldn't have improved so quickly, said the 5th boss, Song Jinhan. The 4 brothers all spoke. Only the eldest, Song Qing, remained silent. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the peak of Kanglan Mountain. Why does his sword principle feel so familiar? Song Qing thought to himself. At the peak of Kanglan Mountain, the battle between Fang Chun and He Xiao had reached its climax. Boom! Fang Chun slashed out with his sword, and a terrifying aura shrouded He Xiao. Seeing this, the latter's pupils shrank. He quickly retreated and dodged the shocking sword. Damn you! At this point, He Xiao had already entered a frenzied state. He didn't even dream that Fang Chun's strength had reached such a level. "I'll kill you!" As he spoke, He Xiao's body started to expand. A crescent moon appeared above his head. After the blood-red crescent moon appeared, the entire peak of Kanglan Mountain was filled with the smell of blood. Everyone kept retreating. The experts on the Saint rankings watching the battle from afar all exclaimed, "Blood moon fatal blow?" He Shan, who was 6th on the Saint rankings, exclaimed, "What's that?" An expert on the Saint rankings who didn't know what was going on asked. The blood moon fatal blow is a powerful technique created by an evil path expert in the ancient times. Those who cultivate this technique need to constantly absorb human blood to maintain the power of the blood moon, He Shan said. He Shan said, once the blood moon ultimate strike is unleashed, it will form a blood-red crescent moon that contains a power close to the profound heaven realm. Speaking of this, He Shan's heart trembled. Experts on the Saint rankings couldn't be underestimated. Any cultivator who could make it onto the Saint rankings would have a trump card. He Xiao was an example. He had even used the blood moon fatal blow of an ancient evil path expert. However, the 5 Tigers of Kanglan didn't think so. Especially Tsang Qing, who shook his head slightly. Although the blood moon fatal blow is powerful, He Xiao clearly hasn't mastered it yet. He's dreaming if he wants to kill Fang Chen with this half-baked technique. Fang Chen's strength has already surpassed He Xiao's. It's only a matter of time before He Xiao loses, Song He said. Isn't this guy's physical strength too strong? What a freak, Song San said speechlessly. For the latest novel to read, please visit Chapter 2368. Blood Moon Ultimate Kill, Blood Rain Falling. He Xiao cried out in a low voice. With a stomp of his foot, he stood on the blood-red crescent moon. His blood-red eyes stared intently at Fang Chen as he coldly said, "Let's end this." When He Xiao used the Blood Moon Ultimate Kill, this battle could already be considered over. Of course, Fang Chen thought so too. He Xiao was still very strong, but he was no match for him at all. If it wasn't for the hidden star sword, he would have pierced through He Xiao. However, even if the hidden star sword couldn't be exposed, it was enough to kill He Xiao. In that case, then, in the next moment, Fang Chen closed his eyes and his primordial spirit shook. The 7 golden figures moved continuously and emitted a violent soul Dao power. Innate Soul Reversal Technique, Level 3. The powerful Soul Dao power twisted in the void and finally formed a Soul Dao longsword. The longsword was full of mottled starlight. Go. Fang Chen spat out a word and immediately stabbed the Soul Dao longsword at He Xiao. Gotcha! When the Soul Dao longsword reached He Xiao's feet, it was instantly devoured by the blood-red crescent moon. Dong! There was a riot in the blood-red crescent moon. The Soul Dao longsword was destroying the insides of the blood-red crescent moon. Suppress! Seeing this, He Xiao shouted and forcibly controlled the blood-red crescent moon to suppress the Soul Dao longsword. After a while, the blood-red crescent moon calmed down and the Soul Dao longsword was completely devoured. What else can you do? He Xiao said coldly. Fang Chen smiled faintly. He never thought of using the Soul Dao longsword to defeat He Xiao. The purpose of the Soul Dao longsword was to disrupt the internal operation of the blood-red crescent moon, and now it had completed its mission. Next, it was time for the final blow. I hope you can take my final blow, Fang Chen softly said. Soon after, he stomped his foot, causing dust to fly into the air. With a leap, he actually arrived before the blood-red crescent moon. What is he doing? In the distance, everyone cried out in alarm. Under their gazes, Fang Chen rushed to the sky above the blood-red crescent moon. Then, with an unimaginably tricky angle, he sent He Xiao flying with a punch. You want to kill me with this lousy crescent moon of yours? Fang Chen's disdainful voice resounded in the air. He pushed the Azura sword skill to the limit. The tyrannical Azura sword chi drilled into the blood-red crescent moon, destroying its internal operations with extreme force. Crack! Fang Chen raised the hidden star sword vertically, and ferociously inserted it into the crescent moon. 1. The hidden star sword's artifact spirit had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Controlling its formidable power, it destroyed the blood-red crescent moon. Because the star-hidden sword had already completely entered the blood-red crescent moon, it caused everyone to be unable to clearly see what was happening inside. A moment later, a deafening voice echoed across the sky. Under everyone's gaze, the blood-red crescent moon exploded. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and floated in midair. He didn't have the slightest injury. Poochie! With the blood moon ultimate kill broken, He Xiao suffered a backlash. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Defeated. He Xiao, ranked 15th on the Saint rankings, had lost to Fang Chen. The foot of Kanglan Mountain was in an uproar. Countless cultivators looked at Fang Chen with reverence in their eyes. It was unbelievable that an earthly split-realm cultivator could be so powerful. At the peak of Kanglan Mountain, Fang Chen looked around at the crowd with a deep gaze. Poochie! With a flick of his finger, He Xiao's head fell to the ground. This was a warning to those who coveted him. If they wanted to do something to him, they had to at least be stronger than He Xiao. Fang Chen has already become a force to be reckoned with. Everyone had the same thought in their hearts. Even He Shan, ranked 6th on the Saint rankings, shook his head helplessly. I'm inferior to him. His words shocked many of the surrounding warriors. He Shan was ranked 6th on the Saint rankings. Even he admitted that he was inferior to Fang Chen? Didn't this mean that Fang Chen's strength was enough to enter the top 6 on the Saint rankings? It was unimaginable and unbelievable. The 5 tigers of Kanglan looked at each other, then Song Qing said, "Let's go and meet him." Whoosh whoosh. As the 5 tigers of Kanglan moved, the others also ascended Kanglan Mountain. They wanted to witness a legendary moment and didn't want to miss a peak battle. The appearance of the 5 tigers of Kanglan meant that they were ready to make a move on Fang Chen. After this battle, no matter the result, it would become a classic. Clap clap clap. Song Qing clapped his hands with a smile on his face. Not bad, not bad. Saying not bad twice in a row was enough to show how strong Fang Chen's potential was in Song Qing's eyes. I heard that you were also looking for me? Fang Chen raised his head, looked at Song Qing, and asked straightforwardly. Today, at the peak of Kanglan Mountain, he wanted to let the world know that he, Fang Chen, was not to be trifled with. Song Qing nodded and said, "You should have died 3 years ago, but you were lucky and hid in the palace. I didn't expect your strength to reach such a level 3 years later." He Xiao has nothing to say if he died in your hands. He can only blame himself for not being skilled enough. However, if you think that this is your trump card, then you're gravely mistaken, Song Qing continued. Everyone was excited. Were the 5 tigers of Kanglan finally going to make a move? After today's battle, would the top 5 positions on the Saint rankings, which hadn't changed for a long time, change? Would Fang Chen be able to defeat the 5 tigers of Kanglan? Would the 5 of them join forces to deal with Fang Chen? Even He Shan was excited. This kind of peak battle wasn't common. Humanless people rushed over from the crowd. Fang Chen. Fairy Yu Hua's temperament was even more outstanding now, which made people sigh with emotion. She followed Humanless people to the peak of Kanglan Mountain. When she saw Fang Chen, she was a little anxious. Don't be rash. The 5 tigers of Kanglan are too strong. After all, she fought side by side with Fang Chen back then. Fairy Yu Hua didn't want to see him killed by the 5 tigers of Kanglan. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and stared at Song Qing. Are you guys going to join forces? Or fight one-on-one? With your strength, my 5th brother can defeat you alone. However, we 5 tigers of Kanglan have always fought together, so you are no exception. Song He said. This was the rule of the 5 tigers of Kanglan. No matter who the opponent was, they would join forces to fight the enemy. Hearing this, a sneer appeared on Fang Chen's face. That's right. If you guys fought one-on-one, the top 5 positions on the Saint rankings would have changed hands long ago. Fang Chen, you are courting death. Song San had a bad temper and roared directly. Song Gu and Song Jinhan also stared at Fang Chen with cold eyes. As long as their boss gave the order, they would attack immediately. Haha, Song Qing chuckled and said, "At our level, it's useless to show off. If I'm not wrong, you have obtained the beast-taming Guardian King's inheritance, right?" Fang Chen looked straight at Song Qing and said, "That's right. I have obtained the beast-taming Guardian King's inheritance. Even the Ash Essence Pearl is in my hands." Hearing this, Song Qing's face finally became solemn. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Fang Chen. After a long time, he said, "In that case, it's even better. We will kill you and take the beast-taming Guardian King's inheritance and the Ash Essence Pearl. In the entire Kanglan Castle, who can stop us 5 tigers of Kanglan?" In the crowd, everyone was whispering. The 5 tigers of Kanglan are really despicable. The 5 of them joined forces to fight Fang Chen. Don't they feel ashamed? Do you want to die? If the 5 tigers of Kanglan hear this, you are dead. Hearing this, the others hurriedly shut up and stopped talking about the 5 tigers of Kanglan. However, There were some nosy people who were betting on who would win between the 5 tigers of Kanglan and Fangchen. I think the 5 tigers of Kanglan have a higher chance of winning. Isn't that nonsense? 5 against 1. If they lose, it will only prove that the 5 tigers of Kanglan have an undeserved reputation. I bet that the 5 tigers of Kanglan will win. I also bet that the 5 tigers of Kanglan will win. Don't any of you think that Fangchen will win? This guy is an out-and-out dark horse. Maybe he can be an upset this time? However, there were too few people who thought that Fangchen would win. The people of Yumanlu also shook their heads. This guy is too arrogant, an elder of Yumanlu said. Fairy Yuhua stared at Fangchen with her beautiful eyes and shook her head gently. Her red lips moved slightly and said, "No, I know him. With his personality, he won't be so reckless." The only explanation for him daring to challenge the 5 tigers of Kanglan so openly was that he was confident that he could defeat the 5 tigers of Kanglan. Chapter 2369. It's too late. Fangchen said softly with a grin when he heard the sound of something tearing through the air behind him. Although Tsanghe was fast, it was still within his expectations. Fangchen, you're dead meat. Tsang-san took a few steps back to buy some time for Tsanghe to arrive. However, Fangchen shook his head and said, "You'll know in a moment how ignorant you are. My second brother's speed is amazing. I can guarantee that when you attack, his attack will arrive before yours," Tsang-san said confidently. His speed? Too slow. Fangchen shook his head and stomped his foot. His body turned into a ray of light and disappeared in front of everyone. He disappeared? In the distance, everyone was shocked. They looked around to see if Fangchen could be found. They thought that he had hidden himself to avoid Tsanghe's attack. Suddenly, He-shan exclaimed, "He didn't hide." He-shan stared at the space in front of Tsang-san and muttered to himself, "Can Hun Tianshin's speed be so fast? Could he still be called a human martial artist?" His speed was even faster than that of bird-type demonic beast. In front of him, Tsanghe's speed was not worth mentioning. Fangchen's sudden burst of strength also stunned Tsanghe for a moment. "No!" Tsanghe roared and flew with all his might, trying to save Tsang-san. The other 3's faces darkened. "Kill!" The 3 of them increased their attacks, trying to stop Fangchen. It's too late. Fangchen turned around and smiled evilly. He looked at Tsang-san again. Puchi! The hidden star sword pierced Tsang-san's body and blood flowed out from the wound. "No, my gravitational body is invincible. You can't," unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, he was sent flying by a kick from Fangchen. Dong! Tsang-san's body landed heavily on the mountainside, creating a huge crater. Fangchen had severely injured Tsang-san in just one move. He had shown everyone his powerful side. Whoosh! Fangchen tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and cast spacetime collapse again to pursue Tsang-san. "Third brother!" Tsang-ching roared. His saber light arrived at this moment, but unfortunately, it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, Fangchen killed Tsang-san. At this moment, the tyrannical attacks of the other 4 also whistled through the air. Voila! Fangchen didn't face it head-on. Instead, he chose to dodge. Dong! The entire Mount Kanglan was on the verge of collapsing. Dust flew everywhere as a violent aura swept through the entire sky. Tsang-ching and the other 3 held Tsang-san's corpse in their arms. Third brother! Tsang-ching's heart was burning with anger. They, the 5 brothers, had depended on each other for survival since childhood, all the way until now. But now, Tsang-san had died right under their noses. This was all because they were too confident in their own strength. This was especially true for Tsanghe. He lowered his head and attributed Tsang-san's death to himself. "Third brother, I'm sorry. Second brother has let you down," Tsanghe said in pain. If he had been a bit faster, Tsang-san would not have been killed like this. He clenched his fists and his heart was burning with anger. "Third brother, don't worry. I will avenge you. A trace of determination flashed across Song Qing's face. He placed Song San on the ground and then stood up. The four brothers walked side by side toward Fang Chen. You killed my brother, Song Qing said. And then? Fang Chen shrugged and asked. You want to die? Song Qing said. You can't kill me. Boom. Song Qing held the saber in his hand and waved it wildly in the void. One slash after another caused the entire void to distort. Gotcha! When he made the 9th slash, a peerless saber appeared in the sky. It was formed by 9 saber lights. 9 dragons' saber art. Everyone recognized Song Qing's saber Dao divine technique and couldn't help but be speechless. Song He, Song Gu, and Song Jinhan also displayed their ultimate techniques at the same time. They were determined to kill Fang Chen. Voila! With a thought, Fang Chen set up a heaven-opening grade formation. Just when Song Qing and the others snorted, he combined the illusion with the formation to form a huge illusory formation. The layers were stacked and Song Qing and the others couldn't break through it. Under the premise of not using the star-hidden sword, if I want to kill these 4 people, I can only defeat them one by one, Fang Chen said to himself. Then, he entered the illusory formation, found his target and was ready to attack. This time, his target was Song Jinhan. He was the weakest among the 5 brothers. He was even weaker than Song San. Killed Song Jinhan first, Fang Chen said in a low voice. Immediately, he jumped and appeared in front of Song Jinhan like a ghost. Ice Seal. Song Jinhan was already prepared and directly used the Ice Seal technique to freeze Fang Chen. Big brother, the thief is here. I have frozen him. Because they were in the illusory formation, Song Qing and the others couldn't see Song Jinhan, but they could hear his voice. Soon, Song Qing and the others came in front of Song Jinhan. Kill him. Song Qing's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. Immediately, he pierced through the ice seal and stabbed into Fang Chen's body. At this time, Song Qing seemed to have noticed something and his face changed greatly. Not good. Song Qing cried out. Immediately, he turned the saber in his hand and slashed toward the void. Crack! The void shattered, and Fang Chen's figure disappeared in a flash. Damn it! Song Jinhan was furious. He once again used the Ice Seal Index to freeze the illusory formation. Rumble! Deafening noises rang out incessantly. On Kanglin Mountain, many experts on the Saint list stared at the illusory formation with wide eyes. What's the situation now? After Fang Chen killed Song San, everyone began to support Fang Chen, thinking that he could create a miracle. Song Qing is angry. Fang Chen is doomed. Of course, some people were still not optimistic about Fang Chen. They thought that Song Qing would kill Fang Chen with one slash. Dong! The earth-shattering battle resounded through the sky. Finally, after a fierce battle, the illusory formation was shattered by Song Qing. You want to stop me with a mere illusory formation? In the void, Song Qing held the saber in his hand like a demon god. His body exuded a terrifying aura. However, when the illusory formation completely collapsed, everyone's eyes narrowed. Song Qing seemed to feel that something was wrong. He looked down and found that his 5th brother, Song Jinhan, had fallen to the ground and lost his vitality. Beside him, there was a pool of blood, which merged with his ice seal. It was particularly dazzling. Fang Chen's figure disappeared in front of Song Jinhan. After a few leaps, he was far away from Song Jinhan. 5th brother! Song Qing's sad voice came from the air. Many experts on the Saint list were completely shocked. They stood at the edge of Kanglin Mountain and stared blankly at Song Jinhan, who was lying in a pool of blood. Song Jinhan was dead. This was too shocking for many experts on the Saint list. Killing Song San could be said to have caught the 5 tigers of Kanglin off guard. But now, under the siege of Song Qing and the others, he had killed Song Jinhan. This kind of strength was enough to defy the heavens. A frenzied roar broke the deathly silence of Mount Kanglan. Song Qing, Song He, and Song Gu had fallen into a state of madness. This ant-like existence in their eyes had killed 2 of their brothers in an instant. "Big brother!" Song He roared. Song Gu's blood-red eyes also stared at Song Qing. After a short period of madness, Song Qing gradually calmed down. The more he acted like this, the angrier he was. He placed Song Jinhan's body beside Song San, then stood up and gently patted the shoulders of the furious Song He and Song Gu. "The enemy is much stronger than we imagined. Don't underestimate him." He didn't say the rest, but Song He and Song Gu knew that Song San and Song Jinhan had ended up like this because they had underestimated the enemy. "Big brother, I swear to avenge 3rd and 5th, Song He said. Song Qing raised his saber and looked at Fong Chen. "You won't have any more chances. I will torture you with the cruelest punishment in the world, and make you beg for death. At the same time, I will kill everyone related to you as a sacrifice to the souls of my 3rd brother and 5th brother in heaven." Fong Chen frowned when he heard this. "I'm afraid you won't have that chance," Fong Chen said coldly with killing intent and sword chi soaring to the sky. "I underestimated the enemy too much and lost the lives of 3rd and 5th brothers." "This is a lesson learned in blood," Song Qing said. The price of a lesson in blood was too great. Even Song Qing couldn't bear it. Chapter 2370. The 5 tigers of Kanglan, who were ranked 5th on the saint list, were aggressive. In their eyes, Fong Chen was just an ant. However, in the blink of an eye, the 3rd and 5th brothers had fallen at the hands of Fong Chen. The 5 tigers of Kanglan were like a whole. Without any one of them, they were incomplete. Song Qing's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. If looks could kill, Fong Chen would have died many times over. The 3 brothers were emitting an indomitable aura. That kind of aura caused despair to rise in people's hearts. Song Qing admitted that they had underestimated their enemy. They had also suffered an unbearable price. The deaths of the 3rd and 5th brothers had completely provoked Song Qing. The latter held the battle saber in his hand and the 9 dragons' saber art in his body began to circulate. A despairing saber chi emerged from his body. Many martial artists on the saint list had already retreated from Kanglan Mountain. They stood on the plains and looked up at the peak of Kanglan Mountain. They were surrounded by a powerful protective aura for fear of being affected by the battle on the mountain peak. This battle was known as the most intense and spectacular battle between gods of the pure heaven level in the past 1,000,000 years. Fong Chen alone had taken on the 5 tigers of Kanglan. Before the battle was over, Fong Chen had killed 2 tigers. At this moment, Fong Chen stood quietly, his robe fluttering without wind. After sensing the killing intent from the 3 brothers, Fong Chen shook his head gently. He had said that he was not afraid of anyone in the gods of chaos. Originally, his killing intent towards the 5 tigers of Kanglan was not so strong. However, there was only one thought in his mind now, and that was to kill all of them. How dare they threaten him and target his family? This was Fong Chen's taboo. 9 dragons' saber art. Suddenly, a loud roar sounded. Song Qing's figure flashed and he swung the battle saber in his hand into the void. Suddenly, the battle saber cut through the sky and rushed towards Fong Chen. At the same time, a loud dragon roar sounded in the sky. It was as if a dragon had appeared above the 9 heavens. Crash! 1, 2, 3, 4. A total of 9 streams of saber chi shot out from the battle saber and floated in the sky. They transformed into 9 giant dragons, roaring ferociously. Their bodies emitted a terrifying aura. That kind of aura made people despair. Blade Dao of Despair? Fong Chen raised his head and stared at the 9 ferocious dragons with his pitch-black eyes. There were tens of thousands of Daos in the primal chaos void. The Saber Dao of Despair was one of the countless Saber Daos. Rumor has it that when one cultivates the Despair Saber Dao to its peak, just the state of despair that one exudes can force the enemy to retreat. Clearly, Song Qing's despair saber Dao has not reached perfection. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Although it seemed like he was commenting, he was actually activating the myriad sword domain. He brandished the hidden star sword and performed the Azura sword art. Boom! Boom! A series of deafening noises could be heard in the sky. After Song Qing performed the Nine Dragons saber art, he stepped into the void and flew towards Fang Chen. The battle saber in his hand shot out beams of dazzling light, carrying the despair saber intent. Die! Song Qing's eyes were red as he slashed down with his saber. This saber was so powerful that even an ultimate Saint Realm expert would not dare to face it head-on. It was because of this saber that Song Qing was able to surpass many experts on the Saint ranking and become the first on the Saint ranking. No matter how many years had passed, no one had been able to do what Song Qing had done. Song Qing's position was unshakable. Today they had seen the legendary saber once again. At the foot of Kanglan Mountain, many experts on the Saint ranking were completely stunned. This was simply an unprecedented battle, a heaven-shaking battle. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, Song Qing's name would go down in history and countless people would look up to him. Song Qing has become stronger again. He Shan, who was sixth on the Saint ranking, narrowed his eyes and stared at the battle saber in Song Qing's hand. At this moment, a trace of fear appeared in his heart. He was shocked to find that after seeing the despair saber intent, he did not even have the courage to attack Song Qing. After a long while, He Shan shook his head and sighed. Times had changed, and it was time for the Saint ranking to change. Countless exclamations came from the crowd. At this moment, the outcome of the battle was no longer important. In their eyes, this was a battle of the gods. No matter who won in the end, they were worthy of respect and were destined to become a top expert in the starry sky. Despair saber intent. At the peak of Kanglan Mountain, when Song Qing was infinitely close to Fang Chen, he suddenly raised the battle saber in his hand. A milky white light appeared on the tip of the saber. As soon as the light appeared, Song Qing roared. The strongest move of the Nine Dragons saber art, the despair saber intent. At this moment it was perfectly executed. Kill! Song He and Song Gu were not idle when Song Qing executed his strongest move. Song He's speed was raised to the extreme, and he was almost 30% faster than before. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with Song Qing. Before Song Qing's despair saber intent could completely strike, Song He's killing move quietly arrived. Roar! Song He turned into a white crane and soared with his wings spread. With an invincible posture, he rushed directly in front of Fang Chen. Song Gu was a little slower. He executed the bone-killing technique, and all the bones in his body crackled. He seemed to have changed his appearance and followed closely behind. What a pity! If your comprehension of the despair saber Dao was a little higher, I might not be your opponent when combined with the Nine Dragons saber art. But now your despair saber intent can't hurt me at all, Fang Chen said faintly. Then, he stretched out his hand and shouted, "Formation, rise." As soon as his voice fell, a violent storm rose at the peak of Kanglan Mountain. Waves of violent formation Dao aura burst out from Fang Chen's body. Finally, it turned into specks of light in the void and quickly sank into the ground. Crash! Burning Sky 9 changes formation. The current Fang Chen already had an incomparably easy time controlling the Burning Sky 9 changes formation. Although this formation had not reached the extreme, it was more than enough to deal with Song Qing and the others. Buzz! Song Qing and the other two, who had come with great momentum, suddenly found that Fang Chen had disappeared. The next moment they found themselves trapped in a formation. What formation is this? Why do I feel that my strength is dissipating? Song He cried out involuntarily. Boss, what should we do now? Song Gu asked anxiously. It's just a formation. I'll split it open with one saber. Song Qing shouted in a low voice. the despair saber intent suddenly slashed down, and a rumbling sound was heard. The burning sky 9 changes formation shook and some cracks appeared. However, in the end, it blocked Song Qing's despair saber intent. How is this possible? Song Qing cried out involuntarily after stabilizing his body. The despair saber intent was his strongest attack so far. What was this formation? Why was it able to block his killing move? There was an uproar at the foot of Kanglan Mountain. Hishan, who was ranked 6th on the Saint rankings, opened his eyes wide and stared at the burning sky 9 changes formation. Amazing! It's unbelievable that he can still casually set up such a formation at this stage. Hishan sighed. After today, Fang Chen will be invincible among the pure sky gods. When he saw this formation, Hishan had already predicted the outcome. The strength of this formation made his heart palpitate a little. Bound by the formation, Hishan could imagine Fang Chen defeating Song Qing and the other two one by one. Thinking of this, Hishan shook his head. Were the legends of a generation, the 5 tigers of Kanglan Mountain, going to disappear in the river of history just like that? He could only sigh. Fortunately, he had not offended Fang Chen. Otherwise, he did not know how he would have died. Song Qing and the other two were trapped in the burning sky 9 changes formation. Attack together. Let's break this formation first, Song Qing said. Don't split up, Song Qing added. He was afraid that Fang Chen would break them one by one while they were attacking the formation. Fang Chen took a step forward and entered the burning sky 9 changes formation. Within the formation, killing power whizzed past, all aimed at Song Qing and the other two. Split up, Fang Chen roared. The powerful killing power forcibly separated Song Qing and the other two. Then, a cold killing intent flashed through his eyes. With a thought, the hidden star sword let out a sword hum and its aura skyrocketed. With the burning sky 9 changes formation as a cover, the people outside could not see the situation inside. Fang Chen did not have to worry that the hidden star sword would be exposed. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, the hidden star sword revealed its original appearance. A supreme-grade Heaven Ascension weapon was extremely powerful. Kill. For the latest novel to read, please visit Chapter 2371. With a low roar, Fang Chen's figure appeared in front of Song Gu in an instant. Oh no! Song Gu, who was using the bone-killing technique, suddenly felt a chill on his back. Without any hesitation, his figure flashed, trying to avoid the unknown danger. However, to his shock, he discovered that countless golden branches had tightly wrapped around him. His body was actually unable to move at all. What is this? Song Gu cried out involuntarily in shock. Crash! The fog dispersed and Fang Chen appeared in front of him. Damn it! Seeing this, Song Gu struggled desperately and even shouted for his eldest brother and second brother, but it was too late. The star-concealing sword of the supreme-grade, heaven-ascending sword, was as hard as the body of a profound god expert. After devouring and pestering, the god-confining lock with a special attribute had reappeared. Once trapped, unless one was a profound god expert, it was impossible to break free. Ah! Feeling the pressure of the star-concealing sword, Song Gu screamed crazily. Die! Poochie! Fang Chen said softly. The star-concealing sword cut through the sky, and a stream of blood spurted out from Song Gu's throat. When the star-concealing sword returned to Fang Chen's hand, Song Gu's head fell to the ground. His primordial spirit was also annihilated. This was the power of a supreme-grade, heaven-ascending sword. It could annihilate a martial artist's primordial spirit the moment it attacked. After killing Song Gu, Fang Chen's target was Song He. Crash! Fang Chen leaped and approached Song He. The latter immediately sensed it, and without any hesitation, he increased his speed to the extreme to avoid Fang Chen's pursuit. Second brother, how are you? Song Qing's shout came from afar. Unfortunately, Song He was focused on escaping, and did not have time to answer him. Second brother. Song Qing also felt that something was wrong. He roared and immediately rubbed the saber in his hand, using the blade of despair again. Crack! I don't believe that I can't break your formation. Song Qing roared angrily, his face ferocious. He continuously executed the saber of despair, one saber strike after another. In the blink of an eye, he had executed dozens of saber strikes. A trace of instability finally appeared in the burning heaven 9 changes formation. Seeing this, Song Qing licked his dry lips and smiled sinisterly. He continued to increase his strength to attack the spirit array. You want to leave? Seeing Song He flee, Fang Chen sneered. Competing in speed with him? What a joke! As a space-time cultivator, he had studied the space-time Tao to an extremely high level. With just a thought, he could travel through time and space. Moreover, he had also cultivated a supreme grimoire, the time and space collapse technique. Although Fang Chen's cultivation base was at the middle stage of Earth opening realm, his speed was unrivaled among the pure heaven deities. Even some profound goddess at the profound heaven realm might not be able to catch up to Fang Chen. Competing with Fang Chen in speed, wasn't that just showing off in front of an expert? Boss, you're about to break the formation. You just need to hold on for a little longer. A thought flashed through the mind of the fleeing Song He. Bang! Just as he calmed down and was about to continue sprinting, he suddenly felt that he had crashed into something hard. With a bang, he flew out and fell to the ground. He hurriedly got up from the ground. Just as he was about to continue fleeing, he suddenly found Fang Chen walking over. Song He was stunned. He looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. Fang Chen looked at Song He with a smile. The hidden star sword in his hand flashed with a trace of light. It was very terrifying. Seeing this, Song He's face revealed a complicated expression. He was struggling in his heart. After a long time, a trace of ferocity flashed in his eyes. He immediately said, Fang Chen, you killed my brother. Song He will not rest until you die. As soon as his voice fell, Song He did not retreat. Instead, he rushed toward Fang Chen. Boss, run! At the same time, Song He roared loudly. He was fighting for an opportunity for his boss. Among the 5 brothers, the boss was the strongest. He was also the most likely to recover from his injuries and step into the profound God realm. As long as their boss escaped, they would have a chance to avenge their brothers. There's no chance. The hidden star sword slashed and Song He fell. Second brother. Hearing his second brother's voice, Song Qing roared angrily. His heart was full of sorrow. However, he could no longer care so much. After using the blade of despair at a high intensity, some flaws had already appeared in the burning heaven 9 transformations formation. Open. At a certain moment, Song Qing suddenly slashed down. Suddenly, a formation base of the burning sky 9 changes formation was destroyed. Then, a gap appeared in the formation. Get out! Without any hesitation, Song Qing stomped his foot and rushed toward the gap. In the formation, he was restricted too much and could not display his perfect combat strength. Therefore, he had to leave as soon as possible. It's too late. Just as Song Qing took a step forward, a beam of sword light descended from the sky. Poochie! Song Qing's body was directly cut in 2. His upper body fell outside the formation. A mist of blood spurted out. At the foot of Kanglan Mountain, many powerhouses on the Saint rankings were discussing when the battle would end. Suddenly, they saw the formation shake and a gap appear. They all exclaimed, "There's a gap in the formation. It should have been broken by the 5 tigers of Kanglan. I wonder how Fang Chen is doing." However, just as they finished speaking, they saw half a body fly out of the gap in the formation. That's Hishan, who was ranked 6th on the Saint rankings, rubbed his eyes hard and looked at the peak of Kanglan Mountain in disbelief. What he saw was half of Song Qing's body. Song Qing, it's actually Song Qing. Heavens, Fang Chen is too monstrous. He cut off half of Tsang Qing's body with one sword. From now on, he will be invincible among the gods. Many people were exclaiming. Only He Shan noticed that Tsang Qing's primordial spirit was collapsing. It only lasted for a moment before completely disappearing. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Chen walked out of the burning sky 9 changes formation. Crash! The formation disappeared, and Fang Chen put the formation model into his spatial ring. Holding the hidden star sword in his hand, he stood at the peak of Kanglan Mountain. The plains were in an uproar. Who would have thought that a martial artist at the middle stage of the earth-opening realm could kill all of the 5 tigers of Kanglan? This was simply a miracle. Even those peerless geniuses from 10,000 years ago couldn't reach such a height. A profound god powerhouse once said that although the 5 tigers of Kanglan would never be able to step into the profound god realm, their strength was infinitely close to the profound god realm. These 5 powerhouses who could fight against the profound god realm were killed just like that. One sword killed one person, unstoppable for 1,000 miles. It was too shocking. After this battle, the 5 tigers of Kanglan would no longer be on the saint rankings. Fang Chen. Suddenly, a deafening voice came from below. Everyone was shouting Fang Chen's name. Fang Chen had conquered them with his actions. Everyone respected Fang Chen and thought that he was worthy of being the strongest in the pure sky god realm. After this battle, Fang Chen's honor was too much. First on the saint rankings, the strongest in the pure sky god realm, fighting against the profound god realm. Every honor represented a hot-blooded legend. Putting away the 5 tigers of Kanglan's spatial rings, he took out the Azure Essence Pearl and the other 2 kings' inheritance tokens. Seeing this, the plains were silent. Everyone's eyes fell on Fang Chen. The 5 tigers of Kanglan are very strong. The 5 of them can fight against the profound god realm if they join forces. Unfortunately, they met me, Fang Chen said to himself. If it wasn't for the burning sky 9 changes formation and the hidden star sword, it would be impossible to kill all of the 5 tigers of Kanglan. This has saved me a lot of time. The Azure Essence Pearl and the King's Inheritance Token are both here. Fang Chen chuckled as he withdrew the cold aura from his body. Then, Fang Chen looked up and said, "Everyone entered the Kanglan Castle for Venerable Kanglan's inheritance. However, the inheritance of an expert has always been obtained by those who are capable. Now, the 12 Azure Essence Pearls and the 3 King's Inheritance Tokens are in my hands. I will personally open the place of Venerable Kanglan's inheritance. Anyone can enter the place of inheritance. As for whether or not you can obtain the inheritance, it will depend on your luck." Hearing Fang Chen's voice, everyone was excited. They thought that Fang Chen would monopolize Venerable Kanglan's inheritance. Who would have thought that he would make it public? In fact, this was a thought after careful consideration. If he killed everyone here, he would have to face the full force of the 11 first-rate forces when he went out. He was not afraid of the pure sky god, but the profound god was still a big threat to him. Chapter 2372. How bold! No wonder he is the new number 1 on the saint rankings. I can only look up to him. Ha ha, that's great. We all have a chance now that Reverend Kanglan's inheritance has been opened. Many people on the plains were praising Fang Chen. Of course, some of the top experts on the saint rankings shook their head. Although Fang Chen had given them some hope, it was still very slim. The trip to Kanglan Castle is over. He Shan, who was originally number 6 on the saint rankings, shook his head and sighed. While everyone was talking, Fang Chen gathered the 12 ashen pearls together. Formation, rise. With a low shout, the 12 ashen pearls revolved around Fang Chen and floated in the air. Every ashen yuan pearl exuded a completely different aura. The 12 auras blended together and formed a huge and vast formation. Whoosh! With Fang Chen's shout, a violent storm rose in a formation with wind and sand as the core instantly spread out. The 12 Ashen Pearls formation? Fang Chen muttered to himself when he saw the formation. The 12 Ashen Pearls formation used the 12 Ashen Pearls as the foundation and the person who activated the formation as the core of the formation. It was a peerless formation. Fang Chen could feel that the power of the 12 Ashen Pearls formation was no weaker than the Burning 9 Changes formation. If the Burning 9 Changes formation can reach the peak of the 9 Changes, it might be able to resist the 12 Ashen Pearls formation. The moment the 12 Ashen Pearls formation appeared, the 12 Ashen Pearls returned to their original positions. At the same time, the formation rotated and the mountains roared and the seas roared. The entire Kanglan castle was undergoing changes. A violent storm rose and dust flew. Fang Chen was surprised to find that the 12 Ashen Pearls formation seemed to be shuttling through the void. Is it moving? Even with Fang Chen's superb attainments in the Tao of spacetime, he could barely feel it, let alone the others. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the 12 Ashen Pearls formation pierced through the sky and crossed the Kanglan castle to arrive at a deserted plain. Dong! The 12 Ashen Pearls formation landed heavily on the ground and immediately woke everyone up. Where is this? Everyone was engulfed in the 12 Azure Primordial Array, and their hearts were filled with panic. Some people even guessed that Fang Chen was using the 12 Azure Primordial formation to deal with them. However, their guesses were soon shattered by reality. Crack! After the 12 Urns Primordial Array brought them to this desolate plain, it instantly collapsed. Hoo! The aura of the Array Tao swept up the 12 Archaic Essence Pearls and spun them in the void. Its speed became faster and faster. In the end, even Fang Chen's divine sense could not capture its trajectory. Dong! Finally, with a rumbling sound, the Array Tao aura entered the Archean Origin Pearl. At that moment, the 12 Ashen Yuan Pearls suddenly gathered together and turned into a key. Is this the key to Venerable Kanglan's land of legacy? Fang Chen said softly. He stretched out his hand and the key fell into his palm. 1. Just as Fang Chen grasped the key, the weather suddenly changed. Cracks appeared on the ground as a black palace rose from the ground. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded in the sky. The entire ground shook. In the blink of an eye, the Black Palace stood in front of everyone. That's Kanglan Palace. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. Immediately, everyone's eyes fell on the Kanglan Palace. Their hearts were filled with shock and excitement. Those who had guessed that Fang Chen had ulterior motives lowered their heads in shame. Is this the Kanglan Palace? Fang Chen said softly. Venerable Kanglan's land of legacy had appeared after gathering the 12 Ashen Yuan Pearls and setting up the 12 Azure Primordial Array. All of this was set up before Venerable Kanglan's death. It's a pity that the Ashen Yuan Pearls have been refined into this key. Fang Chen felt a little helpless. If he could take the 12 Ashen Yuan Pearls for himself, the 12 Azure Primordial Array would be able to trap Xian Shen temporarily. At that time, even if he faced Xian Shen, he would be able to escape unscathed. But now, his gaze fell on the Kanglan Palace. Brother Fang, the ancient legends of the Kanglan district have mentioned the Kanglan Palace before. At some point in time, He Shan had walked up to Fang Chen and said softly. Of all the people present, only He Shan was qualified to speak to Fang Chen. Oh! The Kanglan Palace is Venerable Kanglan's land of legacy. It is said that there is a Xian Shen demonic beast guarding it. He Shan's words shocked everyone. How is that possible? Yeah, rumors can't be trusted. If there really is a Xian Shen demonic beast guarding it, aren't we just sending ourselves to our deaths? That's impossible. Many people shook their heads, not believing He Shan's words. Only Fang Chen's eyes flickered as he looked at He Shan curiously. Continue. Fang Chen nodded. Seeing this, He Shan continued. I also heard from the elders of my sect that 10,000 years ago, a group of peerless geniuses appeared. They were known as the strongest geniuses of all time. That group of geniuses formed a team and entered the Kanglan castle. They opened the Kanglan palace, but all of them died in the end. According to the fragmented images sent back by the last person, many Xian-Shin demonic beasts in the Kanglan district analyzed it countless times and finally concluded that there is a Xian-Shin demonic beast guarding the Kanglan palace. However what? Fang Chen asked. However, because this Xian-Shin demonic beast guarded the Kanglan palace for a long time, it couldn't absorb the origin energy and its cultivation couldn't increase. Therefore, its cultivation remained stagnant and even regressed, Hishan said. Fang Chen glanced at Hishan and said, "You mean that we can open the Kanglan palace?" Hishan chuckled and said, "With Brother Fang's strength, as long as that Xian-Shin demonic beast isn't at its peak, it won't be able to do anything to you. If Brother Fang doesn't mind, I'm willing to help Brother Fang." Fang Chen understood and his gaze fell on the Kanglan palace. A Xian-Shin demonic beast? Fang Chen muttered to himself. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. I wonder if the Beast Master Pagoda can suppress it? With this thought in mind, Brother Fang became restless and prepared to open Kanglan Palace. If the Beast Master Pagoda could suppress this Xian-Shin demonic beast, that would be great. Even if the Beast Master Pagoda couldn't suppress it, with his strength, he should be able to escape unscathed. Thinking of this, Fang Chen walked step by step towards the Kanglan Palace. Seeing this, some warriors who were afraid of death quickly retreated, afraid that Hishan's words were true. As for Hishan, the current second on the saint rankings, he followed behind Fang Chen. He had already made up his mind to befriend Fang Chen. This was an excellent opportunity. If he could get Fang Chen's approval, that would be great. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen arrived in front of the Kanglan Palace. There was a keyhole in the huge palace. Looking at the key in his hand, it was exactly the same as the keyhole. As expected, Fang Chen raised his hand and gently inserted the key into the keyhole. Crack! A crisp sound came from the keyhole. Then, the gates of the palace creaked open. Buzz! A violent black aura instantly spread out. Then, a claw hidden in the black shadow whizzed out. Fang Chen sensed the black claws approaching. With a flash of his body, he dodged. Behind him, Hishan threw out a punch to block the black claw. With a bang, his body was sent flying. Miserable screams came from the crowd. Some of the warriors who were close to the Kanglan Palace were drowned by the black aura and died instantly. After the black claw attacked, it quickly retreated into the Kanglan Palace. When the black aura dissipated, Fang Chen turned his head and saw that the warriors lying in a pool of blood had their necks ripped open by the sharp claw. They had died instantly. What sharp claws! To be able to kill so many Saint Realm warriors in one strike, the rumors should be true. It must be the profound God Realm beast. Fang Chen thought to himself. However, looking at its wounds, it seems that its attacks aren't as terrifying as the rumors say. Could it be that Hishan was telling the truth? That its cultivation had regressed instead of advancing and was about to fall out of the profound God realm? Based on its wounds, Fang Chen judged that the beast's cultivation had most likely fallen to the early profound heaven realm. Moreover, it seemed that it couldn't leave the Kanglan Palace. It could only use the palace's power to kill the warriors. Thinking of this, Fang Chen smiled. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2373. Hishan and Fang Chen looked at each other. A hint of joy flashed across their eyes. He had just taken a hit from the black claw, so he felt it even more. This demon beast's cultivation base was dropping. Its chi and blood were in tatters. In less than 100 years, it would fall out of the profound God level. This way, Hishan was even more confident. Brother Fang, I can buy you a minute, Hishan walked up and said. Many powerhouses on the saint rankings did not dare to get close. They watched quietly from afar. All right, let's charge in together. Fang Chen nodded at Hishan, then charged into Kanglan Palace. Roar! As soon as he entered, he heard the deafening roar of a beast. Then, a black aura filled the air. The profound heaven realm demon beast attacked again. Formation, come. Fang Chen quickly took out the formation model and set up the burning heaven 9-change formation. Help me buy time. Fang Chen pulled Hishan into the formation. At the same time, he controlled the formation so that it would not attack Hishan. Seeing this, Hishan suppressed the shock in his heart and fought fiercely with the demon beast. With the help of the burning heaven 9-change formation, Hishan could easily circle around the demon beast. At the same time, Fang Chen quickly took out the beast-taming pagoda. A palm-sized pagoda landed in his palm. Fang Chen used his mind to control the beast-taming pagoda, but the latter did not move. Fang Chen's expression darkened. Is it really unusable? Master, with your current strength, you can't control the beast-taming pagoda, the weapon spirit of the mysterious heaven cone nail suddenly said. Do you have a way? Fang Chen asked. He knew that the weapon spirit of the mysterious heaven cone nail would not speak under normal circumstances. Once it spoke, it meant that it had a way. As expected, the weapon spirit had a way. I can use my own strength to open a corner. Master, as long as you can force the demon beast within a meter of the beast-taming pagoda, it can be sucked into the pagoda, the weapon spirit said. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded. All right, you can control the beast-taming pagoda. While the weapon spirit controlled the beast-taming pagoda, Fang Chen came to Hishan's side. At this moment, Hishan was in a slightly sorry state. In front of him was a huge black demonic beast. This demonic beast had 3 eyes and its entire body was black like a bear. This is the 3-eyed bear king? Fang Chen was secretly delighted. The 3-eyed bear king was a top expert among the demonic beasts. If he could suppress it, it would be a great help to him when he gained control of the beast pagoda. Roar! After the 3-eyed bear king sent Hishan flying with a swipe of its claws, it charged towards Fang Chen. Whoosh! The star-hidden sword fiercely stabbed out, and directly pierced the sharp claws of the 3-eyed bear king. The 3-eyed bear king was too confident in its defense, so much so that it was easily pierced through by the hidden star sword. A miserable cry came out of the 3-eyed bear king's mouth. His face was ferocious as his third eye opened. We can't let him open his third eye, Hishan exclaimed. Fang Chen's expression was solemn. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and approached the 3-eyed bear king. Executing the 6th move of the Azura sword skill, a dazzling sword light accompanied by a powerful Azura sword chi pierced towards the 3-eyed bear king's third eye. Bang! The 3-eyed bear king also felt a trace of danger, and it stretched out its claws to block the attack. Taking the 6th move of the Azura sword skill head-on caused the 3-eyed bear king's body to continuously retreat. Again, taking advantage of this opportunity, Fang Chen consecutively brandished his sword dozens of times, and every strike was extremely powerful. In the distance, Hishan stood on the same spot in a daze. Too strong. He originally thought that Fang Chen had already used his trump card to deal with the 5 tigers of Kanglan. Who would have thought that he was actually hiding his true strength? Going head-on against the profound god? Hishan was shocked. He felt like he was witnessing a miracle. Boom! After being bombarded by Fang Chen's continuous attacks, the 3-eyed bear king could not resist for a while, and its body kept retreating. On the other hand, Fang Chen relied on the burning sky 9 changes formation to force the 3-eyed bear king back. Master, hurry up! The mysterious heaven cone nail's weapon spirit urged. He forcefully opened the beast pagoda, and he could not waste too much time. Roar! The 3-eyed bear king, who was enraged by Fang Chen, roared into the sky, and a black aura appeared around its body. After blocking Fang Chen's sword light, it finally opened its third eye. I'm going to kill you. The 3-eyed bear king spoke in human language. Its third eye opened, and a beam of light was about to shoot out. I'll smash it. At this moment, the mysterious heaven cone nail's weapon spirit could not care less. It flew out and smashed into the three-eyed Bear King's third eye. Dong! The three-eyed Bear King's body was directly sent flying, and it fell to the ground. Fang Chen was also stunned for a moment, and then he put away the mysterious heaven cone nail. Buzz! The beast pagoda emitted a faint green light that enveloped the three-eyed Bear King. The latter's eyes were filled with fear, and it kept struggling. But in the end, it could not resist the attraction of the beast pagoda. When the faint green light disappeared, the three-eyed Bear King was already suppressed in the beast pagoda. The beast pagoda regained its calm and kept shrinking, falling into Fang Chen's palm. "It's that simple?" Fang Chen was stunned, and he muttered, "Master, you've underestimated the power of the beast pagoda. If you've reached the mysterious heaven realm, I won't even have to do anything. You can suck this stupid bear into the beast pagoda with just a thought," the mysterious heaven cone nail's weapon spirit said. "The three-eyed Bear King was smashed by me, and its combat power decreased sharply. It can't resist the attraction of the beast pagoda at all." Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded. Actually, it was a bit of a trick to keep the three-eyed Bear King. The three-eyed Bear King had been guarding the Kanglan Palace for countless years, and it could not absorb the origin energy between heaven and earth, so its cultivation level declined instead of improving. Now it had fallen to the early stage of the mysterious heaven realm. It encountered a freak like Fang Chen, with the supreme grade heaven soaring level star concealing sword, the burning heaven 9 changes formation, and most importantly, the mysterious heaven cone nail. How could it resist? It's a pity that I can't control the beast pagoda now. Otherwise, with this stupid bear as a fighter, I wouldn't be afraid even if I met a profound god, Fang Chen said helplessly. In the distance, He-shan was already numb. When he saw the three-eyed Bear King disappear, He-shan's heart trembled. "Brother Fang, did you kill the three-eyed Bear King?" He-shan asked. Fang Chen smiled and said, "You can say that." He-shan's heart was in a perilous situation. He even killed the mysterious heaven realm three-eyed Bear King? The way He-shan looked at Fang Chen was filled with respect and awe. Dong dong dong. After the three-eyed Bear King was sucked into the beast pagoda, the sound of bells rang out from the Kanglan Palace. The 3 Dharmaraja tokens flew out of his spatial ring uncontrollably. Whoosh! The Dharmaraja tokens shot out a dazzling light in midair, illuminating the entire palace. Then, the 3 Dharmaraja medallions quickly gathered together, forming 4 bold and powerful words. Looking at the ground, Fang Chen felt his heart beat faster. Venerable Kanglan? The 4 words on the ground were Venerable Kanglan's name. When the 4 words appeared, it meant that Venerable Kanglan's inheritance had appeared. "The holder of the tokens can obtain my inheritance." A bell rang, followed by an old voice that shook people's hearts. Fang Chen's feet uncontrollably walked over to venerate Kanglan's name. Whoosh! The Dharmaraja tokens disappeared, and so did the 4 words on the ground and Fang Chen. "The rest of you may enter the palace to search for opportunities." The old voice rang out of the Kanglan Palace. Immediately, countless martial artists who were waiting in anticipation cheered and laughed excitedly. They rushed into the Kanglan Palace without hesitation. In the Kanglan district, undercurrents were surging. The Shadow Moon Immortal sect had risen too quickly. With Zhen Yuanzi's protection, they were now a threat to the major factions. The major factions led by the Jin clan could no longer sit still. In the Jin clan's manner, the Shadow Moon Immortal sect has risen too quickly. They must have obtained the inheritance in the Shadow Moon Valley. As long as we flatten them, we can seize the inheritance, the Jin clan patriarch said as he looked around. The Blackworld sect, Blackcliff sect, and other factions were present. "I agree with Patriarch Jin," the Blackworld sect patriarch said. "The Shadow Moon Immortal sect used to be strong, but after the death of their ancestor, they've fallen into decline. They're even worse than a third-rate sect. In just 3 years they've grown so quickly. We can't let them continue to grow." "That's right. It's not just us. The other factions must have their eyes on the Shadow Moon Immortal sect as well. However, we must strike first and seize the inheritance. The Blackcliff sect patriarch nodded. When the Jean family patriarch heard this, he gently tapped the stone table with a thoughtful expression on his face. Chapter 2374. Fonglon Castle. This was the first time in countless years that someone had gathered all 3 Demon Kings' inheritance tokens since the appearance of Kanglan Castle. Fong Chen, on the other hand, had become the lucky one to receive Venerable Kanglan's inheritance. It was dark all around. Looking up, one could only see the endless starry sky. Fong Chen sat cross-legged in the void. His heart trembled as a vast amount of information flooded his mind. Venerate Kanglan. Fong Chen's eyes were burning. He was fully focused on observing the information in his mind. Venerate Kanglan was an expert of the current era. The Kanglan cloud palm he created was extremely powerful and intimidated many experts. That was because there were many experts in the profound God realm. Therefore, it was different from the pure sky God realm. The pure sky God realm had 3 realms, while the profound God realm had 6. The profound heaven realm, profound chi realm, profound star realm, profound light realm, profound truth realm, and profound God realm. To be able to be called a venerable ranker, that was the peak of the legendary profound God level. That's right, Venerate Kanglan was a true profound God realm expert. His strength was unparalleled even in the starry sky. Jian Wuji of the Wuji Sword sect was a profound Qi realm expert. Back then, he was unreachable in Fong Chen's eyes. Now, he felt like he was nothing. As for the creator of the demonic dragon body tempering art, Saint Draconic Demon, he was a profound star realm expert. Ancestor Xing, he was also a profound star realm expert, but he was slightly stronger than Saint Draconic Demon. Saint Draconic Demon, who had died in Demon City, was a profound light realm expert. He was much stronger than Ancestor Xing He. The creator of the Shura Sword Dao, the demonic sword Venerate, was a profound truth realm expert. Venerate Soldier Wu was an invincible existence in the profound God realm. Some people even said that he could fight against existences that surpassed the profound God realm. According to the records of Venerate Kanglan's inheritance, his strength should be second only to Venerate Soldier Wu. After all, Venerate Soldier Wu's Dao of weapon control was extremely powerful. Venerate Kanglan was slightly weaker. Even so, he was still a Venerate. The first message was a brief introduction of Venerable Kanglan's life. After a few minutes of reading, the next step was to introduce the cloud butterfly hands. Fong Chen exclaimed softly. Why was this blue orchid cloud butterfly hand so familiar? Suddenly, Fong Chen recalled the shocking scene he saw when he came into contact with that pair of footprints on Mount Kanglan. Reverend Kanglan used the cloud palm of Kanglan against the Lich staff. In Fong Chen's mind, he once again recalled the battle from before. This was especially true for Venerable Kanglan's cloud butterfly palm. After a long time, a smile appeared on his face. Voila! He closed his eyes and began to cultivate the cloud palm of blue orchid. Memories flashed through Fong Chen's mind, and he quickly grasped some of the basic techniques of the blue orchid butterfly cloud hand. Inside Kanglan Palace, countless warriors were frantically searching for opportunities. A storm of blood was about to descend. Half a year later, the warriors who managed to walk out of Kanglan Palace alive were ecstatic. Kanglan Palace had been like a devil's hell for the past 6 months. They didn't want to think about the unbearable past. Few, even He-Shan, who was ranked second on the Saint rankings, had a smile on his face. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't withstand the joint attack of so many experts on the Saint ranking. He had been seriously injured several times in the past 6 months, but he had managed to survive. I wonder how Brother Fong is doing. He knew Fong Chen's strength very well. Even the three-eyed Bear King, who was in the initial stage of the profound heaven realm, was no match for him. let alone others. Shan even had a strong premonition that Fang Chen might already have the strength to rival and profound God expert when he walked out of Kanglan Palace. In half a year, Fang Chen had basically mastered the cloud palm of Blue Orchid. Within the dark void, his mind moved and his hands formed a complicated seal. Voila! In the dark void, palm prints that blotted out the sky and covered the earth appeared, causing the void to shatter. The cloud palm of Blue Orchid focuses on the moment it is released. Fang Chen said to himself. There were 3 levels to the cloud palm of Blue Orchid, and he had only mastered the first level. Every time he thought of Venerable Tsang Lan's terrifying palm strike against the lich staff, his heart trembled uncontrollably. Huff! I didn't expect my cultivation to break through while I was practicing the cloud palm of Blue Orchid. Fang Chen grinned. His cultivation had reached the advanced stage of the earth-splitting realm. He stretched his body, and with a thought, the Beastmaster Pagoda appeared in his palm. I wonder if I can control the Beastmaster Pagoda now? Fang Chen said softly as a hint of excitement flashed across his eyes. Buzz. Fang Chen's palm was filled with a vast amount of energy. He held the Beastmaster Pagoda in his hand, and a violent energy was injected into the Beastmaster Pagoda. Dong! 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 A loud sound came from the Beastmaster Pagoda. After a long time, Fang Chen sighed and gave up. Master, it's not impossible for you to control the Beastmaster Pagoda with your current strength, the artifact spirit said suddenly. Oh? Do you have any ideas? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. He had killed many disciples of the first-rate sect in Kanglan Castle. If he left Kanglan Castle, he would be threatened by the profound God Realm expert. If he could control the Beastmaster Pagoda, the Three-Eyed Bear King would be able to protect him. You can't control the Beastmaster Pagoda because your primordial spirit isn't strong enough. The artifact spirit said, the Beastmaster Pagoda is based on the power of the Soul Dao. If you have enough Soul Dao power to support it, controlling it will be easy. Soul Dao power? Fang Chen was stunned. His primordial spirit had already reached the 7th origin stage. It was too difficult to improve it. There's something in your Summer Ring that can improve your primordial spirit, the artifact spirit said. What is it? A lavender petal, the artifact spirit said. Fang Chen's mind moved and the lavender petal appeared in his palm. You recognize it? This lavender petal has an extraordinary origin. Even heaven-ascending level alchemists would be envious of it. People call it the purple flame exquisite flower. The artifact spirit said. What? It's the purple flame exquisite flower? Fang Chen was shocked. He never dreamed that he would have the purple flame exquisite flower in his Summer Ring. He got it from ancestor Pu Xian's Summer Ring. He didn't recognize it at that time. He only felt that the lavender petal was extraordinary. He didn't expect it to be the purple flame exquisite flower. As an alchemist, Fang Chen naturally knew about the magical effects of the purple flame exquisite flower. It was comparable to the likes of Heijinjin. If the experts of the outside world knew about it, they would definitely come to snatch it. Everyone thinks that the purple flame exquisite flower is a treasure for refining elixirs. They don't know that it can enhance the strength of the primordial spirit. The artifact spirit was knowledgeable and knew some of the secrets of the purple flame exquisite flower. This purple flame exquisite flower hasn't fully matured yet, so it only has 7 petals. Master, you only need 3 petals to raise your cultivation to the 8 yuan stage. The artifact spirit continued. What should I do? Fang Chen asked. Just swallow the petals of the amethyst exquisite flower. The artifact spirit said, Master's body is very strong, comparable to the body of a profound god. Therefore, you don't have to worry about the overbearing flames of the purple flame exquisite flower. Okay. Fang Chen nodded and sat down cross-legged. He gently plucked 3 petals and swallowed them. Buzz. As soon as the petals entered his mouth, the hot flames roared. "It's so hot!" Fang Chen exclaimed and immersed himself in his cultivation. Whoosh! Just as Fang Chen cried out in alarm as the purple flames were destroying his body, a miraculous scene happened. The 3 petals actually entered his mind on their own and wrapped around the 7 golden men. Seeing this, Fang Chen was completely dumbfounded. Is the purple flame exquisite flower so magical? Soon, the purple flame exquisite flower was on the right track and was enhancing the strength of Fang Chen's primordial spirit. The 7 golden men moved continuously and released a powerful Soul Dao aura. The Soul Dao aura was condensing into the 8th golden man. 6 hours later, the 8th golden man was successfully condensed. Fang Chen's primordial spirit had reached the 8 yuan stage. Is this the 8 yuan stage? Fang Chen muttered to himself. He felt the Soul Dao aura in his mind surging. Chapter 2375. After the surprise, Fang Chen's heart gradually calmed down. He had seen all kinds of incredible things in the past few years in Kanglan Castle. He also gradually learned about the various methods of abstruse god experts. Although the magical effects of the purple flame exquisite flower shocked him, he quickly calmed down. What he was really excited about was whether he could control the Beast Pagoda after his primordial spirit reached the 8th realm. Master, release your consciousness and envelop the Beast Pagoda. When the Beast Pagoda opens, drip a drop of essence blood in, the weapon's spirit reminded him. Fang Chen nodded and carefully released his powerful consciousness to envelop the Beast Pagoda. Buzz! When the Beast Pagoda felt the soul path energy enveloping it, it underwent a huge change. From the initial struggle to the absorption of the soul path energy. Creak! After a while, an emerald green light appeared on the first level of the Beast Pagoda. This is it. Fang Chen took the opportunity and opened his mouth. A drop of essence blood quickly shot out and dripped into the emerald green light. Buzz! The Beast Pagoda kept struggling, as if it was trying to break free from Fang Chen's control. Crack! The emerald green light outside the Beast Pagoda gradually disappeared. Finally, the Beast Pagoda returned to normal. Did I fail? Seeing this, Fang Chen's face darkened as he muttered to himself. I was too naive. How could a powerful treasure like the Beast Pagoda be so easy to control? Fang Chen shook his head and muttered to himself. Then, he was about to put the Beast Pagoda into his summer ring. However, at this moment, there was a sudden change in the peaceful beast taming tower. Dong! The Beast Pagoda shook. Fang Chen's body also trembled slightly. Then, Fang Chen's eyes widened as he stared at the Beast Pagoda. How could this be? I feel that I have a weak connection with the Beast Pagoda. Thinking of this, Fang Chen was ecstatic. Did I succeed? Fang Chen shouted excitedly as he tried to control the Beast Pagoda. Creak! The first level of the Beast Pagoda suddenly opened. Fang Chen's divine sense entered directly. In the spacious first floor of the Beast Pagoda, there was only a huge black three-eyed bear king lying on the ground. Inside the Beast Tower, Fang Chen's face was full of excitement. He saw the three-eyed bear king at a glance. Why is there a circle of green light above the three-eyed bear king's head? Fang Chen was a little confused, but he soon understood. When his consciousness entered the Beast Pagoda, streams of information entered his mind. Among them was an introduction to the emerald green light. The Beast Taming Pagoda was a miraculous object that could absorb all demonic beasts. This emerald green light was a kind of contract. When the demon beast was sucked into the Beast Tower, it had already signed a contract with the Beast Tower. They would never betray the master of the Beast Pagoda, unless the Beast Pagoda was shattered and the master's soul was destroyed. I see. Fang Chen clenched his fists, his eyes burning. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the Beast Pagoda was an ancient treasure. Master! The sleeping three-eyed bear king was awakened by Fang Chen. It raised its head and called out to Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded with satisfaction and said, Are you the only one on the first floor? Master, I'm the only one on the first floor of the beast pagoda. But I can feel that there should be other demonic beasts on the second and third floors. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart stirred. There were a total of 7 floors in the beast pagoda. Each floor represented a realm. The first floor could suppress mystic heaven realm demonic beasts, the second floor could suppress mystic chi realm demonic beasts, and so on. According to the three-eyed bear king, there were still living demonic beasts on the second and third floors. Didn't this mean that if he opened the second floor, he would have mystic chi realm demonic beasts as servants? If he opened the third floor, there would be mystic star realm demonic beasts for him to command? Thinking of this, Fang Chen couldn't help but laugh. However, he soon realized something. It was already so difficult to open the first floor. How difficult would it be to open the second floor? Forget it. Let's not think about this. Let's take it one step at a time, Fang Chen said. Then he looked at the three-eyed bear king and said, "Cultivate well here. When I need you, I will summon you. I'm willing to serve you, master." The powerful and insufferably arrogant three-eyed bear king was tamed by Fang Chen. This was the strength of the beast pagoda. After coming out of the beast pagoda, Fang Chen was very happy. With the three-eyed bear king in the beast pagoda, he could even fight a mystic heaven realm mystic god. It's time to go out. Looking up at the void, the surrounding dark void was constantly dissipating. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen returned to the Kanglan Palace. The ground was mottled with blood and countless corpses were lying in pools of blood. Fang Chen frowned. He could imagine how fierce the struggle in the Kanglan Palace had been in the past 6 months. Whoosh! Walking out of the Kanglan Palace, he immediately felt countless burning eyes looking at him. He's out. He's really out. Did he get Venerable Kanglan's inheritance? Amazing! From now on, it's no longer a dream for an earthly expansion realm cultivator to fight a mystic god. Many of the surviving martial artists were extremely excited. Hishan hurried to Fang Chen and cupped his fist. "Congratulations, Brother Fang. You've obtained Venerable Kanglan's inheritance." Seeing Hishan, Fang Chen nodded slightly. Hishan had also contributed a lot to him being able to tame the three-eyed bear king. With a flick of his finger, a ray of light entered Hishan's mind. The latter wanted to dodge, but after sensing the information in the light, he was overjoyed. "Thank you, Brother Fang. If you need me in the future, just say the word. I'll do anything for you." Hishan cupped his fist. "It's fine. You deserve it," Fang Chen said. He had only given Hishan some of Venerable Kanglan's other inheritances. To him, it wasn't important at all. If he gave it to Hishan, he could buy people's hearts and befriend the faction behind Hishan. So why not? Fang Chen's gaze swept across everyone and finally landed on Yumanlu's group. "Fairy, your strength has improved again," Fang Chen said with a smile. Fairy Yuhua was stunned for a moment when she heard this. Then, a helpless look appeared on her face. Her red lips parted slightly. "I don't dare to compare myself with the top genius on the Saint rankings." Many of Yumanlu's experts were secretly delighted when they saw this. It seemed like Fairy Yuhua had a good relationship with Fang Chen. They had a chance to rope him in. After exchanging a few words with Fairy Yuhua, Fang Chen waved his hand and said, "Everyone, the trip to Kanglan Castle is over. It's time to leave." As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, Kanglan Castle suddenly shook. In the next moment, a void gate appeared in the sky. Countless cultivators rushed into the void gate. The Jin family had joined forces with the Black Cliff sect and the Black World sect to attack the Shadow Moon Immortal sect. "Esteemed Purple Moon, is this how you treat your guests?" the Jin family's patriarch said coldly. Beside him, the Black Cliff sect master and the Black World sect master released their powerful aura at the same time to pressure Esteemed Purple Moon. "Let's go in." Esteemed Purple Moon thought for a moment and invited everyone to the meeting hall. Along the way, the Jean family's patriarch and the other two looked around and secretly checked on the Shadow Moon Immortal sect. It was rumored that there was a peerless expert secretly protecting the Shadow Moon Immortal sect. Many profound Heaven Realm cultivators came to the Shadow Moon Immortal sect but failed to gain any benefit. What a strange array. It seems that the rumors are true. The Jean family's patriarch thought to himself. In the meeting hall, may I know why the three of you have come to my Shadow Moon Immortal sect? Esteemed Purple Moon asked straightforwardly. Esteemed Purple Moon, we heard that the Shadow Moon Immortal sect is developing rapidly. Our three great sects have brought many elders to spar with you, the Black World sect master said. That's right. This time, the profound Heaven Realm elders will be the main participants, the Black Cliff sect master said with a smile. Esteemed Purple Moon's face turned solemn. Although the Shadow Moon Immortal sect had developed rapidly in the past few years, the number of profound Heaven Realm cultivators they had was still very small. It was not comparable to the three great sects. The three of you, what's the point of just competing with profound Heaven Realm cultivators? For example, let's have God Hun Tion exchange pointers. After all, God Hun Tion is the base of our sects, esteemed Purple Moon said with a smile. Alright, we'll do as you say. Alright. 9 saints and 3 profound Heaven Realm cultivators. How boring is it to compete like this? Why don't we make a bet? The three of them looked at esteemed Purple Moon playfully. Chapter 2376. The three first-rate forces threatened Guru Purple Moon, and the latter had no choice but to agree. All right, a little wager will do, Guru Purple Moon said. Although he had cultivated to the profound Chi realm in just a few years with the inheritance of the Shadow Moon ancestor. But in front of these three veteran profound Chi realm experts, he was not confident. If my Black World sect loses, we will hand over the Shao He realm battle array formation, the Black World sect master said indifferently. My Jean clan will bet with our sect's secret technique. Guru Purple Moon's heart trembled. This was a trap from beginning to end. But now that things had come to this, there was no turning back. Guru Purple Moon, what will you bet? The Jean clan patriarch asked. Guru Purple Moon, we have all taken out our sect's secret technique. If you don't take out something good, you can't show your sincerity. The Black World sect master's words were full of threat. If I lose, I will hand over the Shadow Moon Immortal sect's hundreds of years of inheritance. Guru Purple Moon gritted his teeth. Ha ha ha, great! North of Kanglan District. The void door flashed, and one by one, cultivators appeared from Kanglan Castle. We're finally out. Many cultivators were overjoyed. They finally came out from the gates of hell. They bade farewell to each other and quickly left. Hishan also cupped his fists at Fong Chen and said, Brother Fong, I can't thank you enough. If you need anything, just ask. Fong Chen nodded lightly. Hishan left. Before Yumanlu left, Fairy Yu Hua's beautiful eyes flickered as she stared at Fong Chen for a long time. Several times, she opened her mouth and looked like she wanted to say something, but in the end, she gave up. Before leaving, Fairy Yu Hua's beautiful face smiled brightly and then left. I wonder how the Shadow Moon Immortal sect is doing? After entering Kanglan Castle for 3 to 4 years, the harvest was not small. It was time to return to the Shadow Moon Immortal sect. A few days later, Fong Chen came to the foot of the Shadow Moon Immortal sect. The atmosphere is very heavy. What happened? As soon as he stepped into the Shadow Moon Immortal sect, he felt countless powerful auras. So many people? What are they doing here? Fong Chen frowned slightly and said in a deep voice. At this moment, a voice sounded in his mind. It was Zhen Yuanzi's voice. Voila! With a thought, Fong Chen arrived at the clouds in the void. Senior Zhen Yuanzi. Fong Chen cupped his fist. How is it? Zhen Yuanzi asked. He knew that Fong Chen had entered Kanglan Castle. Not bad, right? Fong Chen asked. Senior, what happened in the Shadow Moon Immortal sect? Fang Chen's face darkened after Zenyuanzi told him that the three sect had threatened Guru Purple Moon. Humph, the three great sect has a good plan. Don't worry, I won't forget what I promised you. If the Shadow Moon Immortal sect is in danger, I will step in, said Jin Yuanzi. Fang Chen nodded as a murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Shadow Moon Immortal sect, inside the sect leader's palace. Sect leader, the three great sect obviously came for our sect's inheritance. How could you agree to their request? Yeah, the three great sect has countless absolute saints. We can't fight them at all, let alone profound heaven cultivators. The elders were very anxious. The three great sect had come prepared. How could the Shadow Moon Immortal sect resist them? How about the 9 of you fight absolute saints? Guru Purple Moon shook her head. The arrow was already on the bow. Sect leader. Just as the crowd was panicking, Fang Chen entered the palace. Don't you know that this is the sect leader's palace? The purple-robed elder was about to reprimand him when he suddenly realized that it was Fang Chen. Why are you back? Elder Fang, you're back? Elder Fang, have you come out of Kanglin Castle? Guru Purple Moon's eyes lit up when he saw Fang Chen. Sect leader, the trip to Kanglin Castle is over. I just returned to the sect, and I heard that the Jin clan, Blackworld sect, and Black Cliff sect came to invade. Fang Chen asked. Guru Purple Moon's face was filled with helplessness. Sect leader, can you give me a spot for the absolute saints? Fang Chen asked. You? Guru Purple Moon clearly did not believe that Fang Chen had the ability to resist a Saint Realm expert. His gaze fell on Fang Chen, and only then did he realize that the latter had already stepped into Earth Expansion Realm Advanced Stage. You broke through? I was lucky. It shouldn't be a problem for me to fight absolute saints. Fang Chen said calmly, his voice filled with confidence. Guru Purple Moon wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, he decided to give Fang Chen a spot. All right, I believe that Elder Fang isn't a reckless person. I'll leave the absolute saints' battles to you. Guru Purple Moon said. There are 9 spots for absolute saints. As long as we can win 5 of them, we'll win. In the afternoon, the battle between the 4 sect officially began. As the host, the Shadow Moon Immortal sect was naturally the first to fight. Fang Chen took a step forward and arrived at the martial arts arena. He looked around and finally, his gaze landed on the 3 experts on the main platform. Guru Purple Moon, is there no one else in your sect? What's the point of sending an Earth-opening realm cultivator? That's right. If you don't have anyone, you can just admit defeat. Is there even a need to fight? The 3 experts' faces were filled with disdain. They looked down on Fang Chen. Kanglin Castle had only opened in the morning, so the 3 experts didn't know anything about it. They also didn't know what had happened in Kanglin Castle, so they didn't know that the person in front of them had killed the 5 tigers of Kanglin and shocked the experts on the saint ranking. 27 absolute saints from the 3 sects. Come at me together. Fang Chen ignored the mockery of the 3 experts and said indifferently. What? Guru Purple Moon was shocked. She felt that Elder Fang was messing around. Elder Fang, don't be rash. That's right. Elder Fang, this battle is very important. Don't be rash. Several elders from the Shadow Moon Immortal sect tried to persuade Fang Chen. They thought that he was provoked by the 3 experts. Humph. How can someone like him be an elder of the Shadow Moon Immortal sect? What a joke. An Earth-opening realm cultivator dares to challenge all the absolute saints from the 3 sect? Is he tired of living? Since he's so arrogant, let my Jin clan take the lead. The leader of the Jin clan smiled and said, Jin Hao, you go. The tall and sturdy Jin Hao leaped onto the martial arts practice stage. Brat, you're too arrogant. Jin Hao pointed at Fang Chen and said in a deep voice. You're too weak. Fang Chen shook his head and said, Since you think I'm too weak, I'll beat you until you acknowledge me. As soon as he said that, Fang Chen attacked. You're courting death. Seeing Fang Chen attacking without any explanation, Jin Hao roared angrily. He circulated all the strength in his body and punched out. Dong! The two fists collided and a figure flew out. They thought that Jin Hao could easily crush Fang Chen. Who would have thought that Jin Hao would be sent flying with one punch? Fang Chen retracted his fist and looked at the leader of the Jin clan. Is this enough? What's the big deal about defeating Jin Hao? You're just relying on brute force. The leader of the Jin clan shook his head and said disdainfully. Another person came up from the Jin clan's area. This person was stronger than Jin Hao. However, he was still no match for Fang Chen. Boom! One punch, another punch. The people of the Jin clan were sent flying. Below the stage there was an uproar. Countless martial artists stared at Fang Chen with wide eyes. Even the three powerhouses on the rostrum frowned slightly. Looking at the Shadow Moon Immortal sect's area, the disciples were all excited. Ha ha ha, Elder Fang is too strong. His iron fists are invincible among the saints of the Jin clan. Many disciples praised Fang Chen. On the stage, Fang Chen looked at the leader of the Jin clan. Don't waste time. The saints of the Jin clan are no match for me. If you want the result to be suspenseful, then all the saints of the three clans can come at me together. Arrogant, very arrogant. There had never been an Earth Expansion Realm martial artist who dared to be so arrogant. Excluding the two from the Jin clan, there were a total of 25 saints from the three clans. Even the 5 tigers of Kanglan, who were at the top of the saint rankings, wouldn't dare to challenge so many saints at the same time. Moreover, these saints were all old monsters who had cultivated for a long time. Although they weren't as strong as those at the top of the saint rankings, they had many tricks up their sleeve. Chapter 2377. You're just an Earth Expansion Realm cultivator. If I can't even deal with you, how can my Jin clan survive in the Kanglan district? The Jin clan's members were enraged. The strongest elder of the Jin clan stepped onto the stage to fight with Fang Chen. Still not giving up? Fang Chen sneered and punched out. Boom! Without any suspense, a terrifying fist light flashed across the sky and sent the Jin clan's elder flying. Dong! The square was dead silent. Only the breeze in the air rustled. Defeated! The Jin clan's leader stood up. He could have guessed that the two elders would be defeated. However, he was the most powerful elder in the Jin family aside from Jin Shaoyang. Is this kid's physical strength so strong? The Jin clan's leader's eyes flashed, and a gloomy expression appeared on his face. He looked at the other two and laughed. Ha ha ha, as expected of the Shadow Moon Immortal sect, to be able to cultivate such a powerful elder. Since this elder looks down on our 3 sects, then we'll do as you say. The remaining 24 Saint Realm martial artists will attack together. I'd like to see how you're going to block us. I hope your strength is as strong as your mouth, the Black World sect's leader said. What a pity. The Shadow Moon Immortal sect will have 1 less elder. The Black Cliff sect's leader also laughed. On the stage, Fang Chen grinned. Finally, you can't hold it in anymore? The 3 elders' intentions were clear. They saw that Fang Chen's potential was too strong, so they wanted to use this opportunity to eliminate him. But unfortunately, they were wrong. Purple Moon was a little anxious. No matter how strong Fang Chen was, he was still an Earth Expansion Realm cultivator. How could he block the attacks of 24 saints? What should we do? Purple Moon anxiously paced back and forth. Sect leader, Elder Fang must have obtained some powerful inheritance from the trip to the Kanglan castle. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so strong. The purple-robed elder said in a low voice. Even the strongest elder of the Jin clan couldn't block Elder Fang's punch. Maybe Elder Fang is really confident. At this point, the purple-robed elder couldn't help but laugh. If Elder Fang was really able to suppress the absolute Saint Realm cultivators of the 3 sects, then the Shadow Moon Immortal sect would most likely be able to win this competition. Haha, the Shadow Moon Immortal sect's chance to rise is here. The purple-robed elder was secretly delighted. On the martial arts stage, Fang Chen was surrounded by 24 absolute Saint Realm elders. Kid, you're too arrogant. Attack! A vast aura spread out. 24 absolute Saint Realm martial artists attacked at lightning speed. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The attacks of an absolute saint were extremely strong, let alone 24 of them. Kill! In the middle of the 24 saints of the 24 Immortal sect. Every time he threw a punch, a person would be sent flying. In the blink of an eye, 5 people had been sent flying by him. On the rostrum, the Jin family head's face was extremely gloomy. They had underestimated Fang Chen's strength. This guy's movement technique is very strange, the Jin family head said coldly. His strength and movement technique are so strange. He must have received the inheritance of the Shadow Moon Immortal sect, the Black World sect head said. This time, we must get it at all costs. Only the Black Cliff sect head remained silent. Boom! When Fang Chen punched for the 10th time, he finally felt some pressure. At this time, there were only 14 people left on the stage. Everyone attacked together. Don't give him any chance. The leader shouted in a low voice, and the others followed closely behind, launching the most ferocious attacks. Seeing this, Fang Chen retracted his fist and opened his palm, and the hidden star sword appeared in his hand. Shura sword technique. Fang Chen shouted. Suddenly, a bright sword light shot out. The saints closest to Fang Chen didn't even have time to dodge, and his body was pierced. Poochie! After the sword light pierced through this person's body, it continued to stab a few more Saint Realm martial artists before dissipating in the void. Everyone was shocked by this sword. How is this possible? The Jin family patriarch, the Black World sect master, and the Black Cliff sect master shot to their feet, their dark eyes fixed on Fang Chen. What sword technique is this? Why is it so fierce? Damn it, how can this guy be so strong? Even if we are in the same realm, we can't use this kind of power. The 3 of them thought. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had already used 6 moves of the Shura sword technique. Each move was stronger than the previous one. Sword chi surged into the sky. Poochie! The remaining dozen or so people collapsed on their own without being attacked. Boom! A deafening sound echoed in the sky. Sword chi revolved around the martial arts practice stage as figures were sent flying out one after another. Whoosh! The Shadow Moon Immortal sect was shocked. 1 man and 1 sword, defeating 24 absolute Saint Realm experts? And this person was an Earth Expansion Realm cultivator? How did he do it? Genius, this was the only word that came to everyone's mind. Even the Jin family head and the other 2 had to admit that Fang Chen's potential surpassed all of them. Even in the Kanglan district, such a monstrous talent was enough to rank first on the Saint ranking. Based on his combat strength, even the 5 Tigers of Kanglan, who are ranked in the top 5 on the Saint ranking, are no match for him. Damn it, Guru Purple Moon is really lucky. We lost. The 3 experts returned to their seat. Their pitch-black eyes flickered with a shocking murderous intent. My Shadow Moon Immortal sect won by a fluke, Guru Purple Moon said with a smile. Your Shadow Moon Immortal sect is lucky to have such a genius. We 3 sect admit defeat. This is just the beginning. The Mystic Heaven Realm is the highlight. Just as the 4 experts were talking on the main stage, suddenly a furious roar was heard. How dare you hurt my son? Die. 1. A violent energy swept across the entire stage. The Jin family's Mystic Heaven Realm cultivator attacked in anger to avenge his son, who was severely injured by Fang Chen. Not good. When Guru Purple Moon saw this, she cursed inwardly. At the same time, her figure flashed, wanting to block it. Stop! Guru Purple Moon shouted angrily, but he was a step too late. He didn't expect the Jin family to attack Fang Chen without any regard for their reputation. That was a profound god expert. No matter how strong Fang Chen was, he was only at the chaotic sky god level. Be careful, Guru Purple Moon shouted, hoping that Fang Chen could dodge. Die. In the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, the Jin family's mystic heaven realm cultivator was already in front of Fang Chen. He gathered all his strength and punched Fang Chen. Dong. The violent energy rushed toward Fang Chen. The thousand-sword domain was pushed to the extreme and slightly reduced the Jin family's mystic heaven realm cultivator's speed. However, the opponent was too strong and broke through the seal. Bang! Fang Chen's body flew backward. Thump! Thump! Below the arena, Fang Chen tried his best to stabilize his body. His feet crushed the stone slabs on the ground. One could imagine how powerful this attack was. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His dark eyes stared at the Jin family's mystic heaven realm cultivator. Stop! The Jin family's mystic heaven realm cultivator didn't have a chance. Guru Purple Moon appeared and suppressed him. Bang! Guru Purple Moon sent him flying with a palm. She then said angrily, "The dignified Jin family actually did such a shameless thing?" The Jin family's patriarch stood up and spread his hands. Guru Purple Moon, Elder Jin's son, was severely injured by your Shadow Moon Immortal sect's elder. He wanted to avenge his son in a hurry. This is his subjective idea and has nothing to do with the Jin family. Elder Jin, quickly go back, the Jin family's patriarch said in a deep voice. On the surface, he said this, but in fact, he felt a little regretful. That kid's body was strong to such an extent that he could withstand the attack of a mystic heaven realm elder. Is the Jin family not going to give the Shadow Moon Immortal sect an explanation? Guru Purple Moon didn't give up. Guru Purple Moon, that kid is fine, right? Don't go too far. Let's end it here. The mystic heaven realm's sparring hasn't started yet. Upon hearing this, Purple Moon laughed out of anger. Did they think the Shadow Moon Immortal sect had no one? If it were anyone else, they would have been killed by the Jin family's elder. But now, the three powerhouses were acting like this. Guru Purple Moon looked at the three powerhouses and said, "Today, you must give Elder Fang an explanation. If you want to read a novel, please visit Chapter 2378. The potential that Fang Chen had shown was too strong. He was so strong that the Jin clan master and the others felt their hearts palpitate. They desperately wanted to kill Fang Chen. However, they had no reason to attack. They needed an excuse. The Jin clan master was secretly delighted when he saw his profound heaven realm elder attack. But who would have thought that he would only retreat a few steps after taking the profound heaven realm elder's attack? This made the Jin family's patriarch's heart shake. Was Fang Chen really a late-stage Earth realm cultivator? How could he have such heaven-defying combat strength? Esteemed Purple Moon, Elder Jin only attacked in a moment of desperation. Why don't we ask him to apologize? The Jin clan master's eyes flickered. That's right. Esteemed Purple Moon, our three sects came to the Shadow Moon Immortal sect as honored guests. Is this how you treat honored guests? Highest Sect Master said. The Black World Sect Master smiled and looked at Esteemed Purple Moon. The three of them were using the power of the three sects to show Esteemed Purple Moon their power. Humph, if you are an honored guest, I, Esteemed Purple Moon, will naturally treat you with respect. But if you have evil intentions, my Shadow Moon Immortal sect will not welcome you. Esteemed Purple Moon snorted and said in a deep voice. Purple Moon, you've gone too far. The Jin clan master's face gradually darkened. He waved his hand, and a thick wave of air condensed in the void. This wave of air contained terrifying power. Are you trying to force my Jin clan? The Jin clan master bared his fangs and said coldly. At the same time, the other two experts also released their powerful auras. You, Esteemed Purple Moon, was furious and was about to attack. Fang Chen looked at all of this coldly. Unknowingly, he appeared behind Esteemed Purple Moon and gently pressed on her shoulder. Don't be rash. Esteemed Purple Moon suppressed the impulse in her heart and looked coldly at the three experts. I've long heard that esteemed Purple Moon has obtained the inheritance of our ancestor. Today I'd like to see it for myself. My Black World sect also wants to see esteemed Purple Moon's skills. Purple Moon, you asked for it. The three experts shed all pretenses of cordiality and prepared to deal with Reverend Purple Moon. Have you finally revealed your true colors? Purple Moon was furious, but there was nothing she could do. Sect Master, don't worry. They won't be able to do anything, Fong Chen said calmly as he looked up into the sky. In an instant, an extremely powerful force emerged from the three experts. With a low shout, they rushed toward Guru Purple Moon at the same time. However, as soon as they crossed the center of the martial arts practice platform, something strange happened. Rumble! A bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in the blue sky. This bolt of lightning contained a terrifying pressure. It ignored the defenses of the three experts and struck them directly. Retreat. When the three powerful beings saw this, their hearts skipped a beat as they retreated continuously. By the time they steadied themselves, their clothes were already in tatters. They looked at the void of space with fear, but found nothing. Could it be that there's an expert behind the Shadow Moon Celestial sect? The patriarch of the Jin family felt a ripple of emotion in his heart. As an expert of the profound Qi realm, he could naturally feel the powerful force contained in that bolt of lightning. The three of them looked at each other, then took a deep breath and looked at Reverend Purple Moon. Reverend Purple Moon, today's battle ends here. See you later. With that, the experts of the three sect left in a mighty manner. Reverend Purple Moon was stunned on the martial arts practice platform. Her heart was in turmoil. The entire Shadow Moon Celestial sect was completely shaken. The entire square was in an uproar. Has the ancestor shown himself? Many disciples were cheering loudly. Only Fong Chen was calm. He had expected Zhen Yuanzi to make a move. He looked up into the sky and grinned. The clouds in the sky flickered as if responding to him. After this battle, the three sect wouldn't dare to set their sights on the Shadow Moon Celestial sect for a while. At night, Fong Chen and Reverend Purple Moon chatted through the night in the sect master's palace. Early the next morning, when Purple Moon walked out of the sect master's palace, her face was full of smiles. After learning about Zhen Yuanzi, she was more confident in the Shadow Moon Celestial sect's development. Even if the three sect joined forces, she wouldn't be afraid. Not to mention, there was still a monstrous elder like Fong Chen. 3 days later, a piece of news swept through the entire Kanglan district like a storm. Kanglan Castle opened, and all disciples of the sect returned. Fong Chen had single-handedly killed the 5 tigers of Kanglan at the peak of Kanglan Mountain, making a name for himself. After this battle, he'd successfully climbed to the top of the Saint rankings, becoming the new number 1. When the news spread, the entire Kanglan district was in an uproar. Especially when the news reached the Jin family, the Jin family's patriarch's heart was in turmoil. It was no wonder that Fong Chen was able to suppress more than 20 absolute saint stage cultivators with his Earth Expansion Realm cultivation base. It was unbelievable. He was the strongest primal chaos god in the history of the Kanglan district and even the innate world. Even the profound god-level powerhouses of the various sects were constantly praising him. The 5 tigers of Kanglan represented the pinnacle of primal chaos god. Even a profound heaven cultivator wouldn't be able to kill them in a short time. However, an earthly expansion cultivator had done it. Not only had he killed the 5 tigers of Kanglan, but he'd also obtained Reverend Kanglan's inheritance. This caused even more commotion in the Kanglan district. Black World sect. Bang! The sect master of the Black World sect smashed a palace with a punch, his face filled with anger. Is the news true? The Black World sect master asked coldly. Sect master, I've heard it from the surviving disciples of other sects. The news is absolutely true, an elder whispered in disbelief. The Great Dark World Battle Formation was the battle formation that the Black World sect was proud of. If it wasn't for the Great Dark World Battle Formation, the Black World sect would have been reduced to a second-rate force. But now, Fang Chen had destroyed the battle formation of the Black World sect. Fang Chen must die. Otherwise, the Black World sect will be in danger. After a long while, the sect master of the Black World sect said in a deep voice, his eyes emitting terrifying killing intent. At the same time, the people of the Black Cliff sect were furious. All the disciples of their sect were killed, especially the most outstanding one, Yashan, who was killed by Fang Chen. Soon, news spread that everyone from the Jin clan who had entered the Kanglan castle had also died at the hands of Fang Chen. Among them was the future hope of the Jin clan, Jin Xiaoyang, who had also died at the hands of Fang Chen. The news spread one after another, shocking the entire Kanglan district. Everyone was talking about Fang Chen in the streets and alleys. Who was he to be able to do such an earth-shattering thing? Of course, some people were happy while others were sad. For example, Yu Manlu and the faction behind Hishan. After learning about Fang Chen's abnormal potential from their juniors, they made a decision to recruit Fang Chen at all costs. Even if they failed, they had to make friends with him. A dragon among men like him would definitely achieve great things in the future. His stage was no longer the Kanglan district or the innate world, but the vast starry sky. He killed the 5 tigers of Kanglan with his Earth Expansion realm cultivation and obtained the inheritance of Reverend Kanglan. It won't take long for him to reach the profound God realm. Yumanla's face was filled with shock as he sighed continuously. He's a profound God who's not even 100 years old. A profound God who was 100 years old was an incredible thing even in the Chaos Void. At least in the history of the Kanglan district, there hadn't been one for tens of billions of years. Fang Chen's appearance broke the peace of the Kanglan district. Pass down my order. From today onwards, Fairy Yu Hua will be the next sect master of Yu Manlu and will also be my last disciple. Her mission is simple. That is to make friends with Fang Chen. She can't sever this relationship. Because of Fang Chen, Fairy Yu Hua's fate had changed dramatically. Even she didn't expect such a monstrous genius to exist in the world. The faction behind Hishan also had a high opinion of Fang Chen. The Chosen One. The significance of these words was very significant. The Chosen One meant that he was a cultivation genius chosen by the heavens. Such a person should soar above the 9 heavens. The starry sky and the vast chaos void were his stage. Hishan was also told to keep in touch with Fang Chen as much as possible. When necessary, he could provide any help to Fang Chen. Chapter 2379. He was invincible among the celestial beings. It had been tens of billions of years since such a genius had appeared in the Kanglan district. If the ancient families and sect of the stellar skies knew about it, they would definitely try to rope him in. The death of the 5 tigers of Kanglan, the destruction of the battle formation of the Big Dark World, the massacre of the experts on the Saint ranking, and the inheritance of Reverend Kanglan. These were enough to make Fang Chen's name known in the Kanglan district. The master of the Jin clan, the sect master of the Black World, and the sect master of the Black Cliff sect gathered together again. The 3 of them looked at each other with complicated expressions. Fang Chen's potential was beyond their expectations. This kid's potential is too strong. We can't let him live, the sect master of the Black Cliff sect said. In fact, the people of the Black Cliff sect didn't die at the hands of Fang Chen. They were all killed by He Xiao and the others. Unfortunately, the only elder who managed to escape also died in the Kanglan castle. This also caused the sect master of the Black Cliff sect to view Fang Chen as an enemy. Our 3 sects have painstakingly prepared for countless years for the sake of the Kanglan castle. Yet, in the end, it was all ruined by an Earth Expansion realm fellow. We can't possibly repay this grudge, the Black World sect leader said. Among the three, the sect master of the Black World hated Fang Chen the most and wanted to kill him the most. This was because Fang Chen knew how to break the battle formation of the Big Dark World. If news of this spread, the Black World sect would face the toughest test in history. This wasn't something the Black World sect wanted to see. But you saw it that day. The Shadow Moon Immortal sect should be guarded by experts. We can't act blindly or we'll have to pay the price, the master of the Jin clan said. He was one of the few experts who could remain calm. Then what should we do? Should we just give up? The sect master of the Black World sect said unwillingly, this kid's potential is so strong. Once he enters the Saint stage, won't he be able to fight against the Profound Heaven stage? Once he enters the Profound God stage, even the three of us will be threatened. That's right. What made them want to kill Fang Chen was the heaven-defying potential of the Black Cliff sect. The three powerhouses gathered together and discussed for an entire night. It wasn't until the next day that they dispersed. At the same time, they also had a way to deal with the enemy. Shadow Moon Immortal sect. Fang Chen was cleaning up his spoils of war. He had gained a lot from this trip to Kanglan Castle. There were all kinds of precious materials for refining weapons and elixirs, as well as the beast-taming pagoda, the way of controlling weapons, the blue orchid butterfly cloud hand, and so on. In short, his strength had skyrocketed to the point where he could defeat God Turbid. What Fang Chen needed to do now was to stabilize his cultivation and then take the Flower King elixir to break through to the Saint Realm. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Chaos still existed in the Kanglan district. On this day, Fang Chen found Zhen Yuanzi. I really didn't expect that you would actually cause such a huge disturbance, Zhen Yuanzi said. There are many Xian gods watching you right now. Once you leave, you'll be killed for sure. No matter how strong Fang Chen was, it was impossible for him to be a match for Profound God. Senior. Fang Chen cupped his fists and said, Junior came to find Senior because of this matter. Zhen Yuanzi looked at Fang Chen indifferently and said nothing. I've reached a bottleneck and can't break through for the time being. If I continue to stay in the Kanglan district, I can only hole up in the Shadow Moon Immortal sect. That's not my style. So, after a pause, Fang Chen continued, I want to leave the Kanglan district and cultivate in a wider area. At the same time, I can avoid the pursuit of many Xian gods. You want me to help you? Zhen Yuanzi said. Kid, you should know that the reason I'm staying here is because I lost a bet with you. I've done enough. Don't push your luck. Zhen Yuanzi's attitude was within Fang Chen's expectations. He took out a book and handed it to Zhen Yuanzi. Senior, this is some information about formations that I obtained from Venerate Kanglan's inheritance. I hope it'll be useful to you. Zhen Yuanzi took the book. As soon as his gaze landed on the book, his expression changed drastically. A moment later, Zhen Yuanzi's eyes burned with excitement. Zhen Yuanzi was so excited that he couldn't speak. For an elite like him, only the inheritance of the Array Dao could attract him. Fang Chen catered to his interest and gave him a portion of Venerate Kanglan's inheritance. Senior, are you satisfied? Asked Fang Chen. Zhen Yuanzi put away the book and nodded with satisfaction. Don't worry. I'll use the formation to send you away. Thank you, Senior. Fang Chen cupped his fist. 3 days later, on the back mountain of the Shadow Moon Immortal sect, Zhen Yuanzi set up an enormous formation. This array formation contained a strange aura. Countless Array Dao runes flickered continuously. Senior, what formation is this? Fang Chen was shocked when he walked into the formation. He had a unique understanding of formations and was also studying the 3,000 scrolls of Formation Dao. However, he couldn't help but exclaim when he sensed the formation aura contained in the formation. This is a peerless formation from the ancient times, the Sky Palace formation. As the name implied, the Sky Palace formation could traverse the void and the firmament. A complete Sky Palace formation is infinitely powerful and can traverse the 33 skies. However, with my attainments in Formation Tao, I can barely set up a simplified version. Still, it's enough for you to leave the Kanglan district, explained Zhen Yuanzi. The Sky Palace formation. Fang Chen's heart trembled. He looked at Zhen Yuanzi with even more awe. Alright, don't waste time. I can't maintain the Sky Palace formation for long, urged Zhen Yuanzi. Fang Chen walked to the center of the Sky Palace formation and stood at its center. When I activate the Sky Palace formation, you'll feel a little uncomfortable. Don't panic. However, you have to be careful. The Sky Palace formation can only determine the general area, not the exact location. You have to be extra careful if you're transported to a dangerous place, warned Zhen Yuanzi. Fang Chen nodded and suddenly said, Senior. Zhen Yuanzi waved his hand to stop him. I know what you want to say. I, Zhen Yuanzi, will not go back on my word. I will ensure the safety of the Shadow Moon Immortal sect for 100 years. Thank you, Senior. Fang Chen cupped his fists in thanks and activated the Sky Palace formation. Whoosh! With a flash of white light, the violent origin force in the sky was all sucked into the Sky Palace formation. At this moment, a vision appeared in the sky, alarming the entire Kanglan district. What's that? Judging from the location, it seems to be the Shadow Moon Immortal sect? Is there an abstruse god? What happened in the Shadow Moon Immortal sect? Many warriors were talking about it. The Jin family patriarch and other experts were also paying close attention to the Shadow Moon Immortal sect. Unfortunately, with the strength of their consciousness, they couldn't find out the specific situation. In the end, they all agreed that it was most likely the expert behind the Shadow Moon Immortal sect who was cultivating. Whoosh! Whoosh! Standing in the Sky Palace formation, Zhen Yuanzi scanned with his consciousness and found many abstruse gods approaching. Humph! Zhen Yuanzi snorted. With a wave of his hand, a violent aura of formation shot down the mountain. At this moment, some of the abstruse gods who were quietly climbing the mountain suddenly felt the violent power coming at them. They instinctively retreated. Thud! 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 At the foot of the Shadow Moon Immortal sect, 7 or 8 abstruse gods staggered. After stabilizing themselves, they looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. What did it mean that a single aura could force 7 or 8 abstruse gods back? Their hearts trembled, and they quickly left the Shadow Moon Immortal sect's territory. There's an expert in the Shadow Moon Immortal sect. The news suddenly spread among the 11 first-rate factions. The Jin family patriarch and the others looked gloomy. That expert was much stronger than they'd imagined. What do you think? The Jin family patriarch asked in a low voice. A single aura easily forced 7 or 8 abstruse gods back. Combined with the lightning we encountered earlier, we can be sure that the expert behind the Shadow Moon Immortal sect is at least in the abstruse star realm, said Haya Sect Master. Abstruse star realm. We can't afford to offend them. Haya Sect Master lowered his head and sighed. A abstruse star realm expert could make the Free Sky district tremble with a stomp of his foot. He wasn't someone they could afford to offend. That damned Shadow Moon Immortal sect. Why is there a abstruse star realm expert in charge? The Jin family patriarch was filled with resentment, but he knew that the Shadow Moon Immortal sect had already grown. Bang! Dust flew up and a huge pit was formed on the ground. At this time, the whirlpool in the sky disappeared. What's going on? Ing Xiu was shocked and asked curiously. It seems that a meteorite fell from the sky, Ing Hua said. No, it's a person. Elder Ing Shan's dark eyes stared at the huge pit in front of the caravan and said in a low voice. What? A person? Ing Xiu asked with her eyes wide open. Let's go and see. Ing Hua took the lead and rushed to the front. Elder Ing Shan wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Young Master Ing Hua, be careful. Elder Ing Shan had no choice but to follow closely and come to the front of the huge pit. The ground around the huge pit was scorched. In the middle of the huge pit, there was a martial artist in tattered clothes. This person fell from the whirlpool and fell into a coma, Elder Shan said, and felt relieved. If I'm not wrong, this person should have taken the sky crossing array and been teleported here. Hua shook his head and went around the huge pit. He was ready to continue forward. Elder Shan, he is seriously injured. Can we save him? Xiu said in a low voice. Elder Shan was about to speak when Hua spoke first. Xiu, don't forget that our mission is very important. If there is a mistake, can you bear the consequences? But, Xiu said. There is no but. Our family has made great efforts to establish a relationship with the Xiantian district's Hailai family. If we lose this or because of your mistake, let alone you, even our family can't bear the anger of the Hailai family. Beside him, Elder Shan also nodded slightly. Xiu was right. The ore they were escorting this time was very important. They must deliver it safely to the Hailai family. After saying that, Hua and Elder Shan continued forward. Xiu sighed and prepared to leave. Suddenly, the sound of heavy breathing entered Xiu's ears. Xiu immediately got down from his horse and went to the huge pit. He squatted down and helped the man in tattered clothes up. Are you okay? Xiu asked. Where is this? Fang Chen felt that his body was about to explode. Fortunately, he had the body of 10,000 swords to protect him. Otherwise, he would have fallen apart. At this moment, although he seemed to be in a sorry state and was seriously injured, it was only a flesh wound. If he was given some time, he would be able to recover completely. This is the Array Cloud Path. I am from the Ying family, Xiu said. Array Cloud Path? Fang Chen's eyes were full of doubts. He took a deep breath and sat up slowly. How far is it from here to the Xiantian district? Fang Chen asked. Are you going to the Xiantian district too? Our Ying family is going too. Why don't we go together? After saying that, Xiu happily ordered his men to carry Fang Chen onto the horse. Xiu. Hua's reprimand came. Who allowed you to bring an unknown outsider with you? Hua's handsome face showed a touch of displeasure. Brother Hua, I thought he was a little pitiful, so, Xiu lowered his head and said in a low voice. Humph, put him down quickly. Otherwise, I don't mind doing it myself, Hua said coldly. Brother Hua. Xiu wanted to stop him. Elder Shan couldn't stand it anymore. He sighed and said, Young Master Hua, forget it. This person shouldn't be after our family's things. Besides, we are here. Hearing Elder Shan's words, Hua snorted and ignored Xiu. Fang Chen sat on the horse and saw all this. He sighed in his heart. It seems that they don't welcome me. I have to heal my injuries as soon as possible. Fang Chen said in his heart. Then, with a thought, he took out some healing pills from his summer ring. After swallowing them, he felt his complexion improved a lot. Then, he closed his eyes and began to heal his injuries. 2 hours later, Fang Chen opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of turbid air. A smile appeared on his face. At this time, Xiu turned her head and stuck out her tongue at Fang Chen. Ha ha! Fang Chen was also amused by this young girl. He thought of his daughter, Fang Shi. She was about the same age as this young girl in front of him. After going to the Xiantian district, I have to find the way back as soon as possible, Fang Chen said to himself. In front of the carriage, Hua was talking with Elder Shan. Elder Shan, this person's injuries are so serious. But he recovered completely in just 2 hours. What do you think? I've examined him before. His injuries don't seem to be fake. To be able to recover from his injuries in such a short period of time, this is the first time I've seen someone like him, Elder Shan said. His cultivation base is only at the earth-splitting realm, so he shouldn't have any designs on the Ying clan. I'm just afraid that he's hiding his cultivation level, Hua said. Elder Ing Shan shook his head. With the perception of his primordial spirit, he wouldn't be able to sense anything unless the other party was a profound heaven realm expert. However, if he was really a profound heaven realm cultivator, there was no need for him to hide his cultivation. He could have just started a massacre. After thinking for a while, Elder Ing Shan turned his head and looked at Fang Chen thoughtfully. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2381. The Ing family team moved forward slowly, getting closer and closer to the innate district. However, Elder Ing Shan and the others were getting more and more nervous. Just as they were about to enter the Zhanlong group's territory, Ing Hua, who was walking at the front, suddenly heard a charming laughter coming from behind. He turned around and saw that Ing Xiu was chatting with Fang Chen. They seemed to be having a good time. Ing Hua was furious. He whipped his horse and came in front of Ing Xiu. Ing Xiu, you're the miss of the Ing family. Watch your words and actions. Ing Hua scolded. Brother Ing Hua, I just said a few words to Mr. Fang. Ing Xiu felt wronged. Ing Hua flung her sleeves and said, Our mission this time is very important. Letting you bring a guy of unknown origin on the road is already very benevolent. But you, on the other hand, are not nervous at all. You are actually chatting and laughing with this guy. Brother Ing Hua, he's Fang Chen from the Kanglin district. Ing Xiu hurriedly explained. No need to say more. Quickly go to the front and lead the way with Elder Ing Shan. I'll keep an eye on this guy. Ing Hua said domineeringly. Then his eyes fell on Fang Chen and he threatened. Boy, I don't care why you're approaching the Ing family. If I find out that you have other intentions, I'll cut off your head with my own hand. Fang Chen ignored Ing Hua's words and turned to Ing Xiu. Thank you for saving me this time. I, Fang Chen, owe you a favor. Since some people in the Ing family don't like me, I'll leave first. After saying that, without waiting for Ing Xiu to speak, Fang Chen disappeared on the official road. Ing Xiu, you're getting more and more rebellious. You're the miss of the Ing family. Who knows how many geniuses in the Zhenyun district are interested in you. But you're here talking and laughing with a stranger. Ing Hua scolded. Ing Xiu lowered her head and stopped talking. Fang Chen's appearance was just a small interlude. After he left, the Ing family team was very quiet. The Zhanlong stage was the only way to the innate district on the Zhenyun road. This road was also called the Zhanlong group's world. Many caravans were destroyed by the Zhanlong group here. In front of the Cloud Formation Avenue, there was a huge bluestone standing on the side of the road. There were 3 big words written on it, Dragon Beheading Platform. As the saying goes, if you want to pass the Dragon Beheading Platform, you have to pay the toll. Although the Zhanlong group didn't appear often, the Zhanlong stage alone was enough to intimidate many forces. They have entered the Dragon Beheading Platform. Be careful, Elder Ing Shan said with a serious expression. Tell the coachman to speed up so that we can cross the Dragon Beheading Platform as soon as possible. Ing Hua walked up from behind and said with a smile, Elder Ing Shan, aren't you being too cautious? It's just the Zhanlong group. Even if their leader appears, the Elder and I will be able to fight them together. The Zhanlong group cannot threaten our Ing family. Glancing at Ing Hua, Elder Ing Shan shook his head. You are too young. You don't know how terrifying the Zhanlong group is. If Zhanlong's guild leader personally appears, I'm afraid our mission will fail. Elder Ing Shan said. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard a tremor from the ground. Not good. It's the Zhanlong group. Seeing this, Elder Ing Shan's expression changed. He roared and whipped his horse, wanting to rush over before the Zhanlong group arrived. Rumble! Dust rose into the air as a group of pure heaven deities surrounded Elder Ing Shan and the others in an instant. Ha ha ha, it's the Ing family's caravan. This time we can get a big haul. The leader was a man with a scar. He was the vice-guild leader of the Zhanlong group. Scar, you dare to rob our Ing family? Elder Ing Shan said in a deep voice. What's the Ing family? Even if the Zhao family comes, our Zhanlong group will rob them. Scar sneered. Elder Ing Shan, what are you afraid of? Let's fight with them. Ing Hua said indifferently, they only have one limit, absolute Saint Realm expert. As for our side, you and I can defeat the Zhanlong group. Ing Xiu didn't say a word. Her gaze swept across the wasteland, but she didn't find any trace of Fang Qin. Could it be that he was killed by the Zhanlong group? Ing Xiu thought. Kid, you want to challenge our Zhanlong group? I can only say that you're too inexperienced. As soon as Scar finished speaking, two people walked out from behind him. The aura of these two people was extremely powerful. Seeing this, Elder Ing Shan's expression became serious. He whispered to Ing Xiu, Young Master Ing Hua and I will block the Zhanlong group. You take the caravan and leave immediately. But Ing Xiu wanted to stay and help, but she was rejected by Elder Ing Shan. You're just a guy who just entered the Absolute Saint Realm. You'll only die if you stay. You really don't take our Zhanlong group seriously? Scar was furious. He waved his hand and said, Kill everyone from the Ing family for me. Rumble. A shocking aura rushed over. The battle was about to start. With Scar as the leader, the three people rushed into the Ing family caravan and started a massacre. Your opponent is me. Elder Ing Shan leaped and arrived in front of Dao Ba to stop him. As for Ing Hua, she held a long spear in her hand and fought with another bandit who was at the peak of the Absolute Saint Realm. Old man, you're too weak. As soon as Scar made his move, he showed a fierce and overbearing aura. He completely suppressed Elder Ing Shan. A simple attack made the latter's blood boil. How is this possible? After stabilizing his body, Elder Ing Shan cried out. He didn't expect Scar to have 1 foot in the profound heaven realm. You only know now? It's too late. Dao Ba chuckled and immediately said, Old Lu, capture that girl from the Ing family alive and bring her back. Not good. Elder Ing Shan was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. He fought with Scar with all his might. On the other side, Ing Hua's confidence was greatly damaged. Damn it, how can he be so strong? Ing Hua had always thought that she was invincible in the same realm. But today she was taught a lesson by the Zhanlong group. Little guy, you dare to fight against my Zhanlong group with this little ability? As he spoke, the Zhanlong group expert stretched out his hand and grabbed at Ing Hua. The latter held a long spear and stabbed it. The long spear spun and ripples appeared, stabbing at the Zhanlong group expert. Gotcha! The long spear pierced the Zhanlong group expert's body without any obstruction. Ing Hua was delighted. Are you looking for me? A voice rang out, scaring Ing Hua so much that she panicked. After that, the Zhanlong group expert took advantage of the situation and forced Ing Hua to retreat. As for Ing Xiu, she led the Ing family's caravan and ran quickly. She was about to leave the Zhanlong stage. You can't escape. The Absolute Saint Realm expert was extremely fast and caught up with Ing Xiu in the blink of an eye. Stop right there. He shouted in a low voice and suddenly slapped out with his palm. Violent winds and torrential rain howled. Elder Ing Shan's heart was filled with despair. He looked up to the sky and screamed, wanting to save Ing Xiu, but it was useless. As for Ing Hua, even protecting herself was difficult. For a moment, Ing Xiu fell into a desperate situation. Ah! The person who attacked Ing Xiu laughed as if victory was in his hands. I'll fight it out with you. Ing Xiu knew that she couldn't dodge it, so she stopped and took out a short dagger, stabbing it towards the ball of light that was shooting towards her from the void. You can't block it. The Zhanlong group expert sneered. Even an Absolute Saint Realm expert wouldn't dare to face his fist head-on. A mere Ing Xiu couldn't block it. When the fist light enveloped Ing Xiu, all the Ing family disciples were filled with helplessness and sadness. Ing Xiu was finished. Bang! A deafening sound rang out as the violent fist aura suddenly exploded. The explosive force completely wrapped around Ing Xiu. Everyone shook their heads, their eyes filled with sorrow. You dare to go against the Zhanlong group, this is the result. The Zhanlong group expert sneered. However, when the smoke dissipated, a shocking scene was imprinted in everyone's eyes. Ing Xiu was hiding in Fang Chen's arms, shivering. How is this possible? The Zhanlong group's people cried out. The Ing family's people also opened their eyes wide and looked at Ing Xiu. Isn't that the person who was saved by Miss Xiu? Why is he here? Was he the one who saved Miss Xiu? An absolute Saint Realm expert's full-force attack was blocked by him? Is he a hidden expert? In an instant, discussions broke out and everyone's hearts shook. Even the 4 people who were in the middle of fighting stopped one after another. It's him? For the latest novel to read, please visit Chapter 2382. Ing Hua's eyes were filled with puzzlement. How could an earth-splitting realm martial artist withstand the full force of an ultimate Saint Realm martial artist? Could it be that he has a treasure on him? That must be it, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to withstand that punch. In an instant, a greedy thought appeared in Ing Hua's mind. Kid, who are you? This sudden turn of events made old Lu of the Zhanlong group feel a little surprised. However, he soon calmed down, and when he saw Fang Chen's earth-shattering realm cultivation, he snorted disdainfully. You dare to stop my Zhanlong group? Old Lu said fiercely. I owe her a favor. Fang Chen looked at old Lu expressionlessly. Ing Xiu left Fang Chen's arms, her face flushed red. She lowered her head and said softly, Thank you for your help, but the other party is the Zhanlong group. They are extremely strong. I heard that there is a mysterious heaven realm leader. You should leave quickly. Fang Chen gently stroked Ing Xiu's head and said, I said that I owe you a favor. Now is the time to repay it. Ignorant guy. Old Lu sneered. In the distance, Elder Ing Shan said loudly, Little friend, quickly take Miss Ing Xiu away. My Ing family will reward you greatly. Want to leave? It's not that easy, Scar said. However, Fang Chen's words caused the crowd to be shocked. He waved his hand and said, No need. Miss Ing Xiu is my benefactor. If anyone dares to touch her, they are provoking me, Fang Chen. So what if they provoke you? Old Lu said disdainfully. Try it? Fang Chen's attitude was very arrogant. He didn't put the Zhanlong group in his eyes at all. This made Scar and the other 2 extremely angry. Old Lu, deal with this kid. As soon as Scar's voice fell, he started fighting with Elder Ing Shan again. In another area, Ing Hua was beaten back by the Zhanlong group experts. Kid, you are dead. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Old Lu clenched his fists and his aura surged. He rushed towards Fang Chen. Too weak. Bang. Fang Chen sent old Lu's body flying with just one punch. Dong. A loud sound rang out and everyone was shocked. How is this possible? Everyone exclaimed in shock. An earth-splitting realm cultivator had actually sent a peak saint stage cultivator flying with a single punch? Could it be that he's the young master of some big family? Immediately, everyone secretly guessed in their hearts. Even Ing Xiu's mouth was agape as her heart trembled. He's that strong? Crawling up from the ground, old Lu raised his head to the sky and roared. His hair was disheveled, and his aura rose to the peak. Anyone could tell that old Lu was ready to kill. Brat, I want you dead. Old Lu walked towards Fang Chen step by step and said coldly. Fang Chen shook his head. If you take another step forward, I'll blow your head off. Courting death. Old Lu was provoked by Fang Chen's words. He took a step forward and prepared to attack Fang Chen. Bang! Suddenly, a huge fist appeared in the void and hit old Lu's head. Gotcha! Old Lu's body flew backward and smashed into the ground. His head shattered, and his skull was directly sent flying. A miserable scream rang out as blood flowed out of his head. Old Lu's Yuan spirit left his body and hurriedly fled. Old Lu. Seeing this scene, Scar and the other person gave up on their respective opponents and quickly flew towards old Lu. It's too late. Bang! Another punch completely shattered old Lu's primordial spirit. You killed old Lu? Scar roared in anger. I said that if he takes another step forward, I'll blow his head off. Fang Qin said, he provoked me. He deserves to die. You provoked our Zhanlong group. You deserve to die too. Scar and the other person looked at each other, and then the two of them attacked together. Dragon slaying fist, slaying heaven and earth. Dragon slaying fist, slaying all illusions. The two peak saint stage cultivators used the dragon slaying fist. In the sky, a loud dragon roar rang out, and in the next moment, two giant golden dragons roared and arrived. Although they are all peak saints, the 5 tigers of Kanglan are much stronger than you, Fang Qin said softly. He could even kill the 5 tigers of Kanglan, let alone these two people. A pair of iron fists swept in all directions, looking down on the world. Fang Qin stood quietly on the ground, and his body contained an aura that looked down on the world. Bang! The first punch shattered the 2 giant golden dragons, and then smashed on the Zhanlong group's martial artist, sending him flying. The second punch struck Dao Ba's body with the force of a thunderbolt. Gotcha! With the force of thunder, he defeated a saint stage cultivator. On the Cloud Array Avenue, the cold wind rustled, and it was silent. In front of the dragon-slaying platform, 2 dragons crawled on the ground, their bodies trembling. They spat out blood and their faces were pale. Their eyes were filled with horror as they looked at Fang Qin. How can he be so strong? Not only the two of them, but even Elder Ing Shan and Ing Hua were completely shocked. How can there be such a powerful genius in the world? Could it be that he came from a top family in the innate world? A series of guesses appeared in their minds. Elder Ing Shan was glad that he didn't oppose Ing Xiu and let her save this guy. As for Ing Hua, the pride in her heart was completely shattered. She looked at Fang Qin with jealousy in her eyes. How dare you attack the Ing family's caravan? Kill them all. The 3 saints were dead, and the other bandits were nothing to be afraid of. Kill! Under the leadership of Elder Ing Shan, they went on a killing spree. In the blink of an eye, they killed all the members of the Zhanlong group. Let's leave this place quickly. The most terrifying person in the Zhanlong group was the leader. If he appeared, it would be over. Let's go. Ing Hua's eyes flashed with coldness and she turned to leave. Rumble. The mighty caravan continued to move forward. After about half an hour, they came to the edge of the dragon-slaying platform and were about to leave this demonic area. Elder Ing Shan. Ing Hua suddenly said, "What's the matter? Our Ing family just came to the dragon-slaying platform and we were surrounded by the Zhanlong group. They seemed to have set up an ambush here beforehand. How could there be such a coincidence?" Ing Hua said. Hearing this, Elder Ing Shan frowned and said, "Are you suspecting Fang Qin? He left before us. Why is he safe and sound, while the Zhanlong group attacked us?" Ing Hua said, "He killed the 3 saints of the Zhanlong group." Elder Ing Shan said, "Elder Ing Shan, our Ing family is a big family in the Jinyun district. Many people have evil intentions and want to sneak into the Ing family. Maybe this guy used this method to win people's hearts and then gradually infiltrate our Ing family and take over the whole Ing family." Ing Hua said, "Okay, stop talking." Elder Ing Shan scolded. Ing Hua was unwilling to give up, and she rode to Ing Xiu's side. "Kid, what are you up to?" Ing Hua asked. "Brother Ing Hua, what are you talking about?" Ing Xiu asked in confusion. "He just saved our Ing family." The world is cold and people are cunning. Ing Xiu, you are too kind. You don't understand the cruelty of martial arts. I suspect that this person is colluding with the Zhanlong group. Speaking up to here, Ing Hua's eyes looked straight at Fang Qin. "Kid, tell me your background. Otherwise, I don't mind suppressing you." Fang Qin's eyes were indifferent. He sneered, "Do you have the strength?" Ing Hua was furious. She turned her head and said, Elder Shan, you saw it too. This kid is arrogant. He is most likely a spy of the Zhanlong group. Okay, Hua, stop messing around. Elder Shan frowned and was unhappy. Rumble. Just as the family's team left the Zhanlong stage, a violent wind suddenly blew. The space twisted and stopped everyone from moving forward. Not good, the profound god's aura. Elder Shan shouted and urged the team to move forward quickly. Hoo. However, in the next moment, he felt the aura of death coming. Leader of the Zhanlong group, we can't leave. Elder Shan rode on the horse and said in a low voice. Leader of the Zhanlong group? Why did he appear? Hua was also anxious. She resented Fang Chen even more. I told you that this person is a spy of the Zhanlong group. You didn't listen. Now, he secretly informed the leader of the Zhanlong group to come. None of us can survive. Hearing that, many people from the family started to have a slight prejudice against Fang Chen. Only Xiu tried her best to explain. It's not like that. Xiu, you don't need to explain. I, Fang Chen, don't need others to tell me what to do. Invincible among the pure sky gods, Fang Chen had the right to be proud. Chapter 2383. You're still so stubborn? Even if I die, I, Hua, will kill you. Hua angrily rushed towards Fang Chen, but what responded to her was a pair of iron fists. Bang! With your strength, you dare to challenge me? Fang Chen replied indifferently. Rumble! A shocking aura descended from the sky, and a golden figure stepped on the clouds. His aura was disdainful, as if he could conquer the world. Leader of Zhanlong. Seeing this, everyone from the family felt a chill in their hearts. Only Elder Shan tried to use the family to threaten the leader of Zhanlong. Leader of Zhanlong, my family has no grudges with you. Why do you have to force us? Elder Shan said. Some of my brothers were killed by your family. Do you think there is no grudge between us? The leader of Zhanlong was wearing a golden armor, looking high and mighty. He was overbearing as he looked down at the family members. This was his territory. Even if you were a dragon crossing the river, you still had to be obedient. The one who killed your Zhanlong members was not my family, it was him. He was the one who killed them. Hua, who was lying on the ground, climbed up and pointed at Fang Chen, saying hurriedly, Hua. Xiu was very angry, and glared at Hua, but she was ignored by Hua. Even Elder Shan frowned. Hua's actions were indeed not right, but he did not say anything. In his eyes, the family was the most important. As for Fang Chen, although he felt guilty, this was Jianghu. The leader of Zhanlong looked at Fang Chen with his blood-red eyes. Interesting. The leader of Zhanlong smiled meaningfully and said, Leave this kid's life and the family's fleet behind, and you can all get lost. Respected leader of Zhanlong, this brother has some relations with my family. I wonder if you can give him a way out? Elder Shan finally spoke. Die or agree to my words. The leader of Zhanlong frowned and said, I don't want to repeat myself. Seeing this, everyone's expression changed. Elder Shan, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and agree. Hua shouted. Elder, my clan is indebted to him. Could it be that my clan is going to be ungrateful? Xiu argued. Xiu, are you still a disciple of the family? Could it be that you want to watch as the family's people die here? Hua berated. At this moment, everyone's gazes landed on Elder Shan. They were waiting for him to make a decision. Even Fang Chen looked at Elder Shan with interest. Pucci. Just as Elder Shan was thinking, a dazzling light shot out. An ordinary disciple of the family was instantly split in half. I don't have much patience. Every 3 seconds I kill a person, Zhanlong's leader said. Pucci. Another person had fallen at the hands of Zhanlong's leader. After 3 people died in succession, Elder Shan finally made a decision. He looked at Fang Chen apologetically, cupped his fists and said, "The Ing family will never forget little friend's kindness," but he didn't finish his sentence. He endured it and turned his head. "My Ing family is willing to accept Zhan Long's request. We will leave now." Pram. Zhan Long's leader said in a deep voice. If it was just the Ing family, he would have already destroyed them. After the news of Dao Ba's death came back, he immediately looked for his acquaintances in the innate realm to investigate. He found out that the Ing family's transaction partner was the Hailai family. Therefore, he changed his mind and let the Ing family live. He let them take the blame. Did you see that? As long as you are strong, your words are orders. Zhan Long's leader said indifferently. Hee hee. After hearing Elder Ing Shan's words, Fang Chen chuckled. His face revealed a cold expression. "Brat, my Ing family ended up like this because of you. This time, let's see how you will die." Ing Hua mocked before leaving. "I won't leave. I will stay here with you." The Ing family members had almost all left. Suddenly, Ing Xiu stretched out her small hand and held Fang Chen's big hand, and said in a low voice, "Miss Xiu, don't mess around." Elder Ing Shan's expression changed, and he hurriedly shouted, "If you don't want to leave, then stay. As for the others, get out of my sight." Zhan Long's leader said. Zhan Long's leader, Miss Ing Xiu is engaged to the young master of the Hailai family. For the sake of the Hailai family, can you, before Elder Ing Shan could finish his words, he was sent flying by the Zhan Long's leader. If it wasn't for the sake of the Hailai family, you would have died long ago. In the blink of an eye, the Ing family members had disappeared. This was the fickleness of human nature. He had just saved them. Not only were they not grateful, they even abandoned him. Only Ing Xiu in front of him made Fang Chen feel warm in his heart. At any time, at any place, there would be people who were worth making friends with. Ing Xiu was one of them. "Aren't you afraid of death?" Fang Chen looked at Ing Xiu and asked. Ing Xiu shook her head and said, "I am afraid of death. But I can't watch you die because of my Ing family. You have already saved my Ing family once." Ing Xiu was an inexperienced girl. Although she didn't understand the principles, she knew how to repay a favor. "I'm sorry." Ing Xiu lowered her head and said in a sad voice. Fang Chen grinned and said, "It's okay. You won't die." Pretentious. Seeing that Fang Chen's face didn't show any fear, the Zhan Long leader sneered. "Watch as I capture you. Then, I'll use true fire to refine you for 81 days and turn you into a pill." Zhan Long's leader took a step forward. His powerful aura enveloped Fang Chen and Ing Xiu. "Wait for me here." Fang Chen patted Ing Xiu's shoulder lightly. Then, his figure flashed and he faced the Zhan Long leader's attack. Shura sword technique. The opponent was a mysterious heaven realm warrior. Fang Chen didn't dare to be careless. The 10,000 sword body was pushed to the extreme. The 10,000 sword domain was also completely released. He held the hidden star sword in his hand and directly used the Shura sword technique. Xiu. A cold light shot out from the hidden star sword and fiercely pierced the Zhan Long leader's palm. Kacha. The Zhan Long leader clenched his fist and the sword light shattered. Innate soul reversal technique. Fang Chen had already expected this and immediately used the innate soul reversal technique. At the same time, he set up the Burning Heaven 9 change formation. Rumble. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Within the formation, the hidden star sword's powerful aura was instantly exposed. "Brat, you're courting death." The Zhan Long leader was furious and crazily roared. However, after feeling the hidden star sword's aura, his eyes widened. "That's a top-quality Ling Tian level weapon?" Suddenly, the Zhan Long leader's eyes burned as he greedily looked at the hidden star sword. "No wonder you dare to go against me. Turns out that you have such a trump card." The Zhan Long leader sneered. He jumped and approached Fang Chen, launching a fierce attack. Shura sword technique, 6th move. Using the top-quality Ling Tian level Hidden Star Sword to display the 6th move of the Shura Sword technique, the attack power reached the peak. Xiao. The void shattered and the sky shattered. The origin energy was like a vast ocean, rushing into the Hidden Star Sword. Fang Chen used the time collapse technique and fiercely slashed. The Hidden Star Sword slashed towards the Zhan Long leader. Pucci. The Zhan Long leader's attack was pierced by the Hidden Star Sword and his body was forced to retreat. After stabilizing his body, a complicated expression appeared on the Zhan Long leader's face. Damn it! A top-quality Ling Tian level weapon was too powerful. It could allow an Earth-opening realm warrior to fight against a mysterious Heaven realm warrior. I must get it. Thinking of this, the Zhan Long leader attacked again. However, at this moment, Fang Chen opened his mouth. Zhan Long leader. As he spoke, Fang Chen took out the mysterious Heaven Cone nail. Between us, there is no need for both of us to be injured. Are you threatening me? The Zhan Long leader sneered. A trace of aura was released. Instantly, the Zhan Long leader felt his heart tremble. What is this? A trace of panic flashed across the Zhan Long leader's eyes. He actually felt the arrival of death. Too strong, I can't fight against him. The Zhan Long leader instantly made a decision and said, What do you want? Let's both take a step back. Fang Chen said. Why? Because I have many methods. This is just one of them. Fang Chen said. Zhan Long's leader sank into silence. After a long while, his pitch-black eyes stared at Fang Chen and he said, All right, I admit defeat this time. You better pray that you don't fall into the hands of Zhan Long's leader. Otherwise, I will make you beg for death. After speaking, the Zhan Long leader retracted his aura and quickly retreated. Chapter 2384. Ying Xiao was in a state of shock from beginning to end. At this moment, her heart was in turmoil. She had witnessed a miracle. An Earth-opening realm warrior, whose cultivation was not as high as hers, had fought against Zhan Long's mysterious Heaven realm warrior. Then, he had even forced her to retreat. Could an ordinary person do this? Ying Xiao shook her head. It was obviously impossible. Just as Ying Xiao opened her mouth in shock, Fang Chen appeared. At the end of the Cloud Formation Avenue, 100 miles ahead was the Innate District. The Innate District was the most powerful and the most central district of the innate world. It gathered all the experts of the innate world. Elder Ying Shan's face was filled with helplessness. After all, Ying Xiao was the young miss of the Ying family. Her death was a huge blow to the Ying family. Elder Ying Shan, Ying Xiao asked for it. She can't blame others. Ying Hua had a problem with Ying Xiao, so she took this opportunity to add insult to injury. Elder Ying Shan was silent. Ying Hua continued, Ying Xiao relied on her status as the daughter of the clan leader to flaunt her strength. In the Cloud Formation District, no one dared to touch her. That's the leader of Zhan Long, the legendary mysterious Heaven Realm expert. She actually wants to accompany that damned guy to his death. Speaking of Fang Chen, Ying Hua's heart faintly felt a trace of anger. All right, stop talking. We are about to enter the Innate District. The Hailai clan's experts are already waiting for us. Elder Ying Shan breathed a sigh of relief. After escaping death, he was still afraid. Fortunately, Zhan Long's leader had let them go. Otherwise, they would have died. Damned guy, it's all his fault. Otherwise, how could we have lost our things? Ying Hua cursed in her heart. Then she said to Elder Ying Shan, Elder, this time we lost the ores that Hailai clan needed. Will they? Seeing Elder Ying Shan's serious face, Ying Hua continued, It's all Ying Xiao's fault. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't have provoked Zhan Long and lost the ores. The Hailai clan is wise. They will definitely think of this and understand our Ying family. Just as they were about to enter the Xiantian zone, the wind suddenly started blowing. Elder Ying Shan's heart skipped a beat. Immediately, he told everyone to be more vigilant. Elder Ying Shan, what are you afraid of? This is already the border of the Innate District. I don't think that Zhan Long's leader has the guts to do so, Ying Hua said. There seems to be someone ahead? Elder Ying Shan vaguely saw that there seemed to be a figure in front of him. No? Elder Ying Shan, did you make a mistake? Ying Hua's dark eyes looked ahead, but she couldn't see anything clearly. That's right, someone is approaching. Elder Ying Shan's expression suddenly changed. He released his aura, reminding everyone to get ready for battle. Even if there's someone, it should be someone from the Hailai clan, right? Ying Hua said disapprovingly. Just as Elder Ying Shan was about to speak, the dust dissipated, and a figure appeared in front of them. Miss Xiao? Are you okay? After seeing Ying Xiao, an excited smile appeared on Elder Ying Shan's solemn face. Ha ha ha, it's good that Miss Xiao is fine. Elder Ying Shan restrained his aura and laughed. By the way, how did you escape from Zhan Long's leader? Was it Zhan Long's leader who let you go? Elder Ying Shan asked doubtfully. Ying Hua's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness, and immediately said, It must be Zhan Long's leader who was afraid of our Ying family's strength, so he let Ying Xiao go. At the same time, he looked at Ying Xiao and said seriously, Ying Xiao, this time you escaped with your life. Don't mess around in the future. When you meet a stranger, you can't be merciful. Ying Hua. Ying Xiao frowned. She was very unhappy, and her beautiful face was covered with frost. At the same time, she called him brother, but now she was calling him by his full name. This made Ying Hua very unhappy. He looked at Ying Xiao and said, Ying Xiao, don't tell me you still don't know? How big of a loss did our Ying family suffer this time? It's very likely that we will have to bear the wrath of the Hailai clan. Can you bear the consequences? Humph, I knew you would defend that damned guy. Our Ying family lost the ore, and all the responsibility is on that guy. Ying Hua said faintly, but now, since that guy is dead, then you should bear all the responsibility. Ying Hua. Elder Ying Shan said. Elder Ying Shan, isn't it like this? You should know better than me how much the Hailai clan values those ores. When we meet the people of the Hailai clan, how are we going to explain it? Ying Hua said, The best way is to hand Ying Xiao over. Maybe the Hailai clan will let us go because of the Ying family. Ying Xiao's beautiful eyes were filled with coldness, and her heart was cold. She couldn't imagine that Ying Hua, who had a good relationship with her, would abandon her again and again. Is this the so-called family's disciple? Suddenly, a trace of helplessness appeared in Ying Xiao's heart. Wasn't Ying Hua's actions to clear her name and let her bear all the consequences? If it wasn't for Fang Chen, you would have been dead. Do you still have any sense of shame? Ying Xiao, who had a good personality, directly exploded. Ying Xiao, don't forget your identity. You are now a sinner of the Ying family. Ying Hua said coldly. What a sinner of the Ying family? Behind Ying Xiao, a faint voice came. Who? Ying Hua asked. Elder Ying Shan's heart tightened. He thought that the leader of Zhan Long had come personally and was a little worried. However, when he saw the latter's face clearly, his heart trembled. What happened to you? Elder Ying Shan opened his eyes wide and stared at Fang Chen. He couldn't imagine how an earth-opening realm warrior could escape from the hands of the leader of Zhan Long, who was in the mysterious heaven realm. How are you still alive? Ying Hua shouted in disbelief. He shook his head hard, hoping that what he saw was an illusion, but his eyes deceived him. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Ying Hua kept shaking her head and muttering to herself. Could it be? Suddenly, an idea flashed through Ying Hua's mind. Immediately, a trace of fierceness flashed in her eyes. Elder Ying Shan, do you understand now? Ying Xiao teamed up with outsiders to deal with my Ying family. All of this was set up by them. What leader of Zhan Long? What Zhan Long? They are in cahoot. Ying Hua shouted crazily. Even Elder Ying Shan had a trace of doubt in his heart. Could it be that they were really in cahoots with the leader of Zhan Long? If not, with their strength, it was impossible for them to escape from the hands of a mysterious heaven realm warrior. Thinking of this, A trace of fierceness flashed in Elder Ing Shan's eyes. He said, "Ing Xiu, what is going on?" "Elder Ing Shan, even you think so?" Ing Xiu's heart was filled with despair. At this moment, she even had the determination to leave the Ing family. "Give me an explanation," Elder Ing Shan said indifferently. Ing Hua, who was at the side, kept shouting, "You bastards! How dare you set up a trap to steal the things of Hai Lai family? You are dead. Noisy!" But a slap landed on Ing Hua's face, sending her flying. "The great Ing family of Zhanyun district is so narrow-minded?" Fang Chen sneered. "Miss Ing Xiu would rather risk her life to protect the Ing family. But what about you? How did you treat her? Who do you think you are? What right do you have to talk about our Ing family?" Ing Hua climbed up from the ground and shouted angrily, "Elder Ing Shan, the leader of Zhanlong didn't come. Let's work together and kill this guy." Seeing that Elder Ing Shan didn't take action, Ing Hua continued, "He has plotted against our Ing family time and time again. If we don't kill him, how can our Ing family establish itself in Zhanyun district in the future?" Finally, Elder Ing Shan expressed his stance. "Ing Xiu, is what Ing Hua said true?" His tone was questioning, but it had already expressed his attitude. He would rather believe Ing Hua than Ing Xiu. Ing Xiu was heartbroken. Her delicate body trembled as she shook her head. Was this still the Ing family that made her so happy? Why did the people of the Ing family want to kill her time and time again? Fang Chen's big hand pressed on Ing Xiu's shoulder. "You step back first. Let me deal with this matter." Ing Xiu shook her head. A trace of determination flashed in her eyes. Big Brother Fang Chen. Chapter 2385. Ing Xiu broke free from Fang Chen's hand and stepped forward, looking at Elder Ing Shan and Ing Hua with her beautiful eyes. "Elder Ing Shan, Brother Ing Hua, I have never done anything to betray the Ing family, but you have forced me time and time again," Ing Xiu said. "Bullshit, you colluded with this bastard and conspired to steal our Ing family's things." Ing Hua was furious and directly cursed. "If it wasn't for Brother Fang Chen, would you be able to kill Dao Ba and the other two with just the two of you?" Ing Xiu saw this and said bluntly, "If it wasn't for Brother Fang Chen, you would have died. You wouldn't have been able to survive until now. Brother Fang Chen and we don't know each other. Even if I didn't save him, with his ability, he would have been able to quickly recover." Ing Xiu continued, "After being driven away by your ridicule, Brother Fang Chen didn't care about the past and still attacked. He risked offending a mysterious Heaven Realm expert and killed Dao Ba and the other two to save our Ing family. However, you don't know how to repay his kindness and instead say that Brother Fang Chen colluded with the Zhanlong group." Speaking up to here, Ing Xiu's beautiful face showed a trace of disdain. "Under the threat of the Zhanlong group's leader, you abandoned your savior. Where is the Ing family's face?" Ing Xiu questioned. "Brother Fang Chen finally forced the Zhanlong group to retreat, and you say that it was a conspiracy. Impossible, with his strength. How could he force the Zhanlong group to retreat?" Ing Hua sneered. "In the end, you can't explain how the two of you escaped from the hands of the Zhanlong group's leader. You want to use such absurd words to confuse us, how laughable." Hearing Ing Hua's words, Ing Xiu didn't want to say anything more. "If that's the case, then I, Ing Xiu, will say it clearly. After today, I have nothing to do with the Ing family." Ing Xiu's words were tantamount to leaving the Ing family. Even Fang Chen was a little surprised. He underestimated this girl's determination. However, his impression of Ing Xiu greatly increased. At least this girl wasn't as despicable and shameless as the Ing family. "Ing Xiu, you!" Ing Hua was furious. Elder Ing Shan narrowed his eyes and looked at Ing Xiu. "So, you admit it?" Ing Xiu spread out her hands. "If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext." After that, she turned around and walked towards Fang Chen. After today, she was no longer the pearl of the Ing family, nor was she the #1 beauty in the Jinyun district. She was just a homeless girl. Ing Xiu, since you've admitted it, I'm sorry. Please come with us to the Hailai clan, Elder Ing Shan said. To think that the dignified Ing clan would actually do such a thing. This is truly laughable. Ing Xiu, let's go. Fang Chen held Ing Xiu's small hand and retreated from the crowd. Impudent! Elder Ing Shan shouted loudly. Ing Hua ordered many people of the Ing family to surround and attack Fang Chen. They are the enemies of the Ing family. Take them down. Hearing this, Fang Chen stopped and looked at Ing Xiu. Ing Xiu shook her head. I have nothing to do with the Ing family anymore. Okay, wait for me here. Fang Chen rushed in front of Ing Hua with a big stride. What do you want? I'm the Ing family. Before Ing Hua could finish her words, Fang Chen broke her neck and shattered her primordial spirit. Ing Hua. Elder Ing Shan was shocked. At the same time, his scarlet eyes stared at Fang Chen. Brat, you harmed my Ing family. I will definitely tear you into pieces. Fang Chen's body emitted a violent aura. Didn't you always want to know how Ing Xiu and I escaped from the hands of the leader of Zhanlong? I'll tell you now. The two of us left in a swaggering manner. Buzz. He punched out, shocking the world. Not good. Elder Ing Shan turned pale with fright and kept retreating. Unfortunately, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't be stronger than the 5 tigers of Kanglan. With a bang, the fist hit Elder Ing Shan's body. The latter staggered and fell to the ground. Even the leader of Zhanlong can't do anything to me. A mere Ing family is nothing. Fang Chen said disdainfully and turned around to leave. Poochie! Elder Ing Shan vomited blood and his vitality withered instantly. Until his death, Elder Ing Shan knew how terrifying Fang Chen was. He hated himself, but it was too late. Fang Chen and Ing Xiu left, leaving behind the crowd looking at each other. In a city in the innate district. Miss Ing Xiu, do you hate me? Fang Chen asked. Brother Fang Chen, just call me Xiu. Ing Xiu smiled and said, I don't hate you. If you want to blame someone, blame me for being born in the Ing family. Anyway, since my mother died of illness, my father used me as a bargaining chip for the rise of the Ing family. Although Ing Xiu had a high status in the Ing family, she didn't live well. The incident this time was like a fuse that ignited the hidden emotions in his heart. I don't regret leaving the Ing family, Ing Xiu said. Previously, I vaguely heard that my father wanted to marry me to a young master of the Hailai family, hoping to get the protection of the Hailai family. Fang Chen nodded. Big families were like this, full of turmoil. Brother Fang Chen, I have no home now. You can't abandon me. Ing Xiu stuck out her tongue and said playfully. Don't worry. In a wasteland in the innate district, a man in white was walking back and forth, waiting anxiously. What's going on? According to the time, they should have arrived. The man in white said to himself. There was a thunderbolt symbol on his clothes. He was a member of the Hailai family. They're here. At this moment, he saw a group of warriors in the distance. Soon, these warriors approached. He looked around and didn't see Ing Xiu, Elder Ing Shan, and the others. Where's Elder Ing Shan? Didn't he come with you? And nephew Ing Hua and Miss Ing Xiu? The middle-aged man in white asked several questions in a row. Some of the surviving warriors of the Ing family stammered. Speak. What happened? The middle-aged man in white scolded. Putong. The people of the Ing family knelt on the ground. Sir, please spare our lives. We met the Zhanlong group on the way and lost the ore. What? Lost the ore? The middle-aged man's face was cold. So Elder Ing Shan, Ing Xiu, and Ing Hua all died in the hands of the Zhanlong group? Sir, everyone stammered, but under the interrogation of the middle-aged man, they finally told the truth. What? An Earth-opening realm warrior killed 3 ultimate Saint Realm warriors of the Zhanlong group and escaped unscathed from the Zhanlong group's leader. The middle-aged man in white was shocked. That kid hates our Ing family and didn't care about his life. He chased after us and killed Elder Ing Shan and young Master Ing Hua before leaving with Miss Ing Xiu. The middle-aged man in white clenched his fists, his face cold. After losing the ore, Ing Xiu left the Ing family and left hand in hand with a stranger. Ing family, Ing Xiu. To the middle-aged man in white, he didn't care about the lives of elder Ing Shan and Ing Hua. He cared about the ore and Ing Xiu the most. The reason why the Ing family sent Ing Xiu to escort the ore was to let the young master of the Hailai family take a look at her. Sir, we get lost. The Hailai family will talk to the Ing family's leader about this. The middle-aged man in white was annoyed and scolded. When the news reached the Ing family in Zhenyun district, it caused a huge commotion. The Ing family's upper echelons, including the family head, were all gathered together to discuss this matter. Leader, the Hailai family values the Black Absolute Ore very much, but we lost it. The Hailai family must be furious. An elder said, we must find a way to calm the Hailai family's anger. Damned bastard. If I find out, I'll wring his head off. The person who spoke was Ing Hua's father, the younger brother of the head of the family. The matter is already clear. Ing Xiu colluded with outsiders and stole the Black Absolute Oregon. Moreover, she even killed elder Ing Shan and Ing Hua. This is a provocation to our Ing clan. We must take measures, or else our Ing clan will no longer be able to survive in the Formation Clouds district. Many elders were speaking one after another. After a long time, the patriarch said, it's done. The most important thing right now is to apologize to the Hailai family. As for Ing Xiu and that strange man, I think the Hailai family will deal with them. The head of the Ing family said in a deep voice. That's right. Although the absolute black ore is precious, it concerns the life and death of our Ing family. Take out all the rest and give them to the Hailai family for free to ask for forgiveness. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2386. Thunder City, a small city in the Innate District. Fang Chen and Ing Xiu found a random inn and ordered a few dishes. What's this? Fang Chen asked as he played with a black diamond-shaped ore in his hand. Ing Xiu said, this is Black Absolute Oregon. It contains the power of thunder and lightning. It's very suitable for thunder cultivators. A group of explorers from the Ing family accidentally found the Black Absolute Ore in a dangerous place in the Zhenyun district. They mined it and hid it in the family. However, there's no such thing as a perfect wall in the world. One day, the news of the Black Absolute Ore was spread. Many sects in the Zhenyun district joined forces to force the Ing family to hand over a part of it. The Ing family had no choice but to ask the Hailai family of the Innate district for help. Ing Xiu continued, the Hailai family specializes in thunder and lightning. The Black Absolute Ore attracted them, so they immediately agreed to protect the Ing family. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded. It seemed that the Black Absolute Ore they were escorting this time was the trade item with the Hailai family. The Black Absolute Ore not only contains the power of thunder and lightning, but also a very strong power of gold. It can be used to refine the body. Fang Chen thought to himself. Fang Chen could imagine that the Ing family would be terrified when they heard the news. The Hailai family was not to be trifled with. They were probably trying to find a way to remedy the situation. Brother Fang Chen, the Hailai family will definitely not let you get away with the Black Absolute Oregon, Ing Xiu said. Fang Chen understood what Ing Xiu meant. Although he took the Black Absolute Ore from the Zhan Long leader's hands, the Ing family would definitely push the blame to him in order to shirk the responsibility. How strong is the Hailai family? Fang Chen asked. There are 32 districts in the Innate world, and the Innate district is the head of the 32 districts. There are as many experts as there are clouds in the sky. All the experts in the Innate world are gathered there. The Hailai family can be ranked in the top 10. Ing Xiu's eyes flashed with a trace of worry. The Hailai family could not be underestimated to be ranked in the top 10 in the Innate world. There are many Xian gods in the Black Lightning clan. The strongest one is the clan leader, the Black Lightning Star King, who is at the Xian Star realm. Ing Xiu said, however. But what? Fang Chen asked. The Black Lightning Clan's most feared member is not the Black Lightning Star King, but the legendary Black Lightning Ancestor. Apparently, old ancestor Black Lightning's cultivation has reached the legendary Mystic Light realm, and he was very famous in the innate world. 1,000 years ago, the Black Thunder Ancestor went into seclusion and never appeared again. Some people said that the Black Thunder Ancestor failed to break through to the Xianzhen realm and died. Others said that the Black Thunder Ancestor broke through to the Xianzhen realm and traveled to a wider world. No matter what, 1,000 years ago, old ancestor He Lei's aura shocked many forces in the innate world. Although there are countless legends about old ancestor He Lei, no one dares to provoke the He Lei clan. Ing Xiu told him all the details about the Black Thunder clan in one breath. Hearing this, Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect the Black Lightning clan to have so many Xian gods and Xian Star Realm experts behind them. Plus, it was highly possible that there was a Mystic Light Realm ancestor in the clan. Brother Fang Chen knew what Ing Xiu was worried about, but he wasn't afraid. It wouldn't be easy for the Black Lightning clan to find him in the innate world. Plus, he had the Xian Tian Cone Nail, so he could escape unscathed. Don't worry, the Black Lightning clan doesn't have time to deal with us now, Fang Chen said with a smile. Black Lightning City, where the Black Lightning clan's headquarters was. The Ing clan's patriarch brought the remaining Black Absolute Ores to the Black Lightning clan's headquarters to apologize. Patriarch Ing Yuanxiong is here, the first elder said. In the garden, the Black Lightning Star King had his back facing the first elder as he watched the fish in the pond swimming happily. Bring him here. After a while, the Black Lightning Star King said. After a while, Ing Yuanxiong arrived. Ing Yuanxiong from the Ing clan greets the Black Lightning Star King. The Black Lightning Star King was silent, waiting for Ing Yuanxiong to speak. Ing Yuanxiong took out the Sumer ring and said, Black Lightning Star King, the Black Absolute Ores that I promised to give to the Black Lightning clan were taken away by others. It's all my Ing clan's fault. This time, I specially gave all the remaining Black Absolute Ores to the Black Lightning clan as compensation. I hope the Black Lightning Star King can forgive my Ing clan. Finally, the Black Lightning Star King turned around. His body was surrounded by a faint aura. Ing Yuanxiong was very nervous. The life and death of the Ing clan was in the hands of the Black Lightning clan. Ing Yuanxiong, there are so many sects in the Formation Cloud district. Why did I choose your Ing clan? The Black Lightning Star King asked. Black Absolute Ores? Ing Yuanxiong asked carefully. The Black Lightning Star King took a step forward and came to the pavilion in the middle of the pond. He looked at Ing Yuanxiong and said, The Black Absolute Ores are important, but it's not difficult for the Black Lightning clan to get them. I can support other forces secretly to destroy your Ing clan. Then, the Black Absolute Ores will naturally be in my hand. Then why? Ing Yuanxiong was puzzled. Could it be that the Black Lightning clan didn't care about the Black Absolute Ores? For some reason, Ing Yuanxiong felt that the Black Lightning Star King's laughter gave him a creepy feeling. His body involuntarily took a few steps back. His heart was beating fast. He was afraid that the Black Lightning clan would vent their anger on the Ing clan. I heard that Ing Xiu left the Ing clan? The Black Lightning Star King suddenly changed the topic and asked. Ing Xiu is a traitor in my Ing clan. It's all my fault. Speaking of Ing Xiu, Ing Yuanxiong was filled with hatred. Originally, he wanted to let Ing Xiu marry into the Black Lightning clan. With the marriage between the two clans, the Ing clan would be protected. Who would have thought that Ing Xiu would leave with a strange man and leave the Ing clan in public? If I remember correctly, the one who has an engagement with the disciple of my Black Lightning clan, Lei Sanju, should be this person, right? The Black Lightning Star King asked faintly. Ing Yuanxiong was a little confused. The Black Lightning Star King clearly knew. Why did he still ask him? However, he didn't dare to ask and could only nod. Since there's an engagement, then she's a member of my Black Lightning clan. Dead or alive. Suddenly, the Black Lightning Star King's face turned gloomy. A violent aura emerged from his body, causing Ying Yuanxiong's body to tremble. I'll give you 1 month to bring Ying Xiu to my Black Lightning clan. Otherwise, there's no need for the Ying clan to continue existing. The Black Lightning Star King threatened. Yes, Black Lightning Star King. Don't worry. I'll definitely do it. Get lost. Ying Yuanxiong was frightened and quickly left. Clan leader, why don't you take action directly and capture that girl? The Great Elder asked doubtfully. The Black Lightning Star King shook his head and said, that girl and Sanju are a match made in heaven. If Sanju cultivates with her, he will definitely be able to break through the bottleneck. He might even be the most outstanding genius of the Black Lightning clan in the past 100 years. So, no matter what, Ying Xiu must be found. If the Black Lightning clan takes action, it will definitely be noticed by the other forces in the innate world. The Ying clan is different. They will search for Ying Xiu in the name of killing the traitor. This way, they can avoid the attention of the other forces. The Black Lightning Star King said lightly. His pitch-black eyes were filled with unfathomable depth. Seeing this, the Great Elder did not say anything more. Brother Fangchen, why don't we stay in Juele City? Ying Xiu said. I heard that there is an expert in Juele City. Although he is a rogue cultivator, even the Black Lightning clan does not dare to provoke him. Fangchen was a little surprised. Juele City was not originally called Juele City. After the expert appeared, he changed the name to Juele City. Ying Xiu continued, I heard that the expert has a grudge against the Black Lightning clan. He was once seriously injured by the Black Lightning ancestor and has been staying in Juele City to cultivate. Fangchen had never heard of this secret. Is there such a thing? Fangchen muttered the 2 words, Juele City. Suddenly he understood. The people of the Black Lightning clan do not dare to enter Juele City. Relatively speaking, we are much safer here. Ying Xiu said, But what? That expert made a rule that no foreign warriors can stay in Juele City for more than 7 days. Once the time is up, they will be expelled. Otherwise, they will be punished. Ying Xiu said, Unless. Chapter 2387. Unless what? After arriving at the core area of the innate world, Fangchen realized how small the Kanglan district he had been in was. In this land, there were many profound God Realm experts, and there were many profound Star Realm experts who were almost extinct in the Kanglan district. Unless you can get a residence token, Ying Xiu said. Residence token? Fangchen felt that the expert who guarded the Thunder City had a strange temper. Fangchen had been to countless cities since he started cultivating, and martial artists could enter and leave at will, unless it was the territory of many big forces. This expert was alone, so why did he restrict the residence time in the Thunder City? There must be some hidden reasons. Xiu, do you know why? Ying Xiu shook her head. I don't know. Then do you know how to get a residence token? Fangchen continued to ask. In the Thunder City, there is a place where residence tokens are issued. As long as you pass their test, you can get a residence token, Ying Xiu said. After a simple meal, Fangchen and Ying Xiu came to the center of the Thunder City. There was a 9-story pavilion called the Thunder Pavilion. Is it here? Fangchen asked. He vaguely felt that there was a refining aura in the Thunder Pavilion. It seems to be here. Let's go in and have a look. Ying Xiu took Fangchen's arm and entered the Thunder Pavilion. On the first floor of the Thunder Pavilion, people came and went. Countless martial artists came here for the first time and were curious about everything here. I heard that the expert who guards the Thunder City is called the Thunder Pavilion Master. The Thunder Pavilion Master is very powerful. He is usually elusive. But there are countless martial artists who want to live in the Thunder City for a long time. Are you kidding? There are so many good cultivation resources in the Thunder City. Anyone wants to come in, right? Yes, even the people of the Black Thunder clan sneaked in, but they ended up badly. They were thrown out with broken limbs. Everyone took a deep breath when they heard this. Are they not afraid of the revenge of the Black Thunder clan? Are you new here? Let's properly understand the origins of these 3 cities before coming here. Standing on the first floor, Fang Chen heard countless discussions. It seems that the Great Thunder Pavilion Master has a deep hatred for the Black Thunder clan. Fang Chen sighed. Right at this moment, a voice sounded. Everyone, there are only 3 residence tokens available today. As for who will be able to obtain one, that will depend on your ability. The one who spoke was a person in charge of the Absolute Thunder Pavilion. In his hand, he was holding 3 golden tokens. There's nothing special about it. Fang Chen's spiritual sense swept over the token and muttered to himself. Soon, the person in charge of the Absolute Thunder Pavilion explained the rules. Treasures of heaven and earth? Fang Chen was a little startled. He didn't expect that the requirement to obtain a residence token would be a heavenly treasure. Refining treasures? Could it be that this Absolute Thunder Pavilion Master is an almighty refiner? Fang Chen secretly guessed. He increasingly felt that his guess was correct. Was the Absolute Thunder Pavilion Master unearthing some refining treasures for his own use in this way? This was a good idea. However, what did he use to attract many martial artists? Was it just because of the Absolute Thunder Pavilion Master's name? Obviously impossible. The world was bustling with activity, and everyone came for benefit. If there were no benefits, even the weak martial artists would not come to this Absolute Thunder City. What the hell is going on? Fang Chen frowned, thinking in his heart. Finally, after some inquiries, Fang Chen knew. It turned out that in this Absolute Thunder City, as long as one obtained a residence token, there was a possibility of being summoned by the Absolute Thunder Pavilion Master. And under normal circumstances, when the Absolute Thunder Pavilion Master summoned, he would satisfy a request of the martial artist. Many martial artists who came here were all aiming for the Absolute Thunder Pavilion Master's refining technique. Imagine, if one was lucky enough to be summoned by the Absolute Thunder Pavilion Master, they could let him refine a powerful weapon. In the Chaos Void, weapons were crucial. Especially in a showdown between experts, weapons could often determine the outcome, even life and death. So that's how it is. Fang Chen said faintly. Seeing everyone so crazy, Fang Chen could not help sighing. It was said that this Absolute Thunder Pavilion Master would summon a group of people every half a month. Each time, he would summon 3 people. There were many weak martial artists who were summoned by the Absolute Thunder Pavilion Master. From then on, they soared to the sky in one bound, rising rapidly. There were 3 types of residence tokens. The first was a 1-year period, the second was a 100-year period, and the third was permanent residence. The majority of martial artists were basically able to obtain the first type. As for those who obtained the second type, they were basically disciples of some major forces. They waited here specifically, hoping to be summoned by the Absolute Thunder Pavilion Master. As for the third type, it had not appeared for hundreds of years already. To obtain the third type, the refining treasure must be amazing enough. Everyone handed over their refining treasure one after another, letting the person in charge judge. 2 hours later, only a few people were left in the huge first level. Most of the people in the crowd were eliminated. Only 3 people managed to obtain a 1-year token. Ha ha ha, I finally got the token. Someone was ecstatic and laughed wildly. For them, the residence token might change their fate for the rest of their lives. Next, it was the turn of the person in front of Fang Chen. He was dressed in black, giving Fang Chen a mysterious feeling. With long hair draped over his back, he calmly walked to the person in charge and took out a palm-sized piece of black wood. Seeing this, the person in charge's face suddenly changed and immediately said, "A 100-year token." Everyone exclaimed. Among hundreds of people, it was the only 100-year token. Oh my God, he actually got a 100-year token. What is that black broken piece of wood? It's definitely a treasure. Didn't you see the person in charge's face change? This guy has such a treasure, why did he come here? Ignoring the discussion of everyone, the black-robed figure walked to the side and waited quietly. Finally, it was Fong Chen's turn. He had already thought about it. He cut a thumb-sized piece of sword wood and handed it to the person in charge. Sword wood. The person in charge's face changed again. After thinking for a while, he finally ran upstairs in a hurry. Hey, where did the person in charge go? What's going on? Everyone was puzzled, but soon, the person in charge hurried back. His pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at Fong Chen as he said, "Forever." After that, he handed a permanent token to Fong Chen. Whoosh! Everyone was in an uproar again. Even the black-robed man who got the 100-year token raised his head in confusion. The permanent token actually appeared. It's too shocking. What did that guy take out? How could he get a permanent token? There seems to be a sword aura on the wood. Could it be the legendary one? Speaking of this, everyone's face was full of shock. Sword wood. For a time, this news spread like the wind throughout Jewel City. Many martial artists were shocked. A refining treasure like the sword wood had appeared. As Fong Chen's maid, Ying Xiu didn't need any token at all to accompany Fong Chen. When all the martial artists left, the black-robed man glanced at Fong Chen with interest and then left. Mysterious guy. Fong Chen couldn't see through this guy. But he didn't think too much about it. After all, they didn't know each other. Maybe they wouldn't have any interactions in the future. Brother Fong Chen, let's go. Ying Xiu was very happy to get a permanent residence token. Don't worry, Fong Chen said. Sure enough, a moment later, the person in charge walked to Fong Chen and whispered a few words in his ear. Xiu, wait for me here. Brother Fong Chen, where are you going? Ying Xiu was a little worried. Fong Chen gave Ying Xiu a comforting smile and said, It's okay. I'll be back soon. Okay, Xiu will wait for Brother Fong Chen here. Fong Chen followed the person in charge up the pavilion. Many staff members were shocked. Was that person summoning him? Thinking of this, everyone became dull. It had been a long time since such a situation had happened. That person actually summoned a martial artist who had just got a permanent residence token. It was too incredible. Along the way, the person in charge was very friendly to Fong Chen. Brother, when you see my family later, don't talk nonsense, the person in charge reminded. My family has a strange temper. Just listen to what he says. Chapter 2388. Ju Lei Pavilion, the Master of Ju Lei City. As everyone knew, Ju Lei Pavilion Master was the legendary expert. For hundreds of years, only those who were summoned could see his true appearance. As for others, it was impossible for them to see him. Deng deng deng. Soon, Fong Chen followed the person in charge and stepped onto the 8th floor. My master is on the 9th floor. Let's continue. At this time, the person in charge's face gradually became solemn, and his eyes were full of respect for his master. What a strong aura! Although these auras were very hidden, Fong Chen still clearly sensed them when he stepped onto the 9th floor. There was only one room on the huge 9th floor. The room was surrounded by an extremely strong force, and ordinary people couldn't get close at all. Brother, my master is already inside. You can go in by yourself. After saying that, the person in charge turned and left. Fong Chen walked to the door step by step. The closer he got, the more he could feel the strong pressure coming from all directions. Too strong. Fong Chen could imagine that this person's strength must be very strong. Creak. As if knowing that Fong Chen was coming, the door of the room opened automatically, and an ancient aura escaped from it. The next moment, a voice came into Fong Chen's ears. Come in. Fong Chen's heart trembled. He resisted the influence of his primordial spirit and walked into the room. Dong. The door of the room closed. Fang Chen looked carefully and found that an old man with white eyebrows was sitting on a futon at the front of the room. Senior. Fang Chen cupped his fist. He had already guessed that this person should be the legendary Ju Lei Pavilion Master. His aura was very strong, and he was the strongest person he had ever seen. Even the Jin family's patriarch and others couldn't compare with him. He should be an expert of the mysterious star realm, right? Fang Chen guessed. The latter closed his eyes and put his palms together as if he was comprehending something. Do you have black vibranium? Ju Lei Pavilion Master suddenly asked. Fang Chen nodded and looked directly at Ju Lei Pavilion Master. Yes, I do have some black vibranium. Voila! The ultimate Thunder Pavilion Master's eyes sprang open, emitting 2 rays of light as he stared at Fang Chen. When he heard the name Heizhenjin, even the absolute Thunder Pavilion Master was a little shocked. That was the legendary black vibranium, the most precious treasure that every weapon refiner dreamt of. In fact, if it was just sword wood, it would be impossible to get a permanent residence token. Fang Chen deliberately engraved a trace of imprint in the sword wood. When the person in charge handed it to the master of Ju Lei Pavilion, he revealed some information about Heizhenjin. As expected, Heizhenjin attracted the absolute Thunder Pavilion Master's attention. Take it out and let me see. Fang Chen took out the Heizhenjin. Immediately, the unique aura of the Heizhenjin spread out gradually. It is indeed Heizhenjin. Extreme Thunder Pavilion Master's face was filled with excitement. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you and rob you? After the excitement, the master of Ju Lei Pavilion Master gradually calmed down and asked in a low voice. Fang Chen grinned and said, The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Although I am not qualified to be your friend, I think Heizhenjin should be, right? Seeing the master of Ju Lei Pavilion Master's puzzled look, Fang Chen continued, I offended the He Lei clan. I think they are trying to find me and kill me. In desperation, I could only escape to Ju Lei City. I heard that you have a grudge against the He Lei clan, so I found you. Fang Chen told the master of Ju Lei Pavilion Master his intention. The latter nodded gently. Heizhenjin is extremely precious. Are you willing to give it to me? The master of Ju Lei Pavilion Master asked with a smile. Senior, I can give it to you, but I have a request, Fang Chen said. What request? The master of Ju Lei Pavilion Master asked. I want you to help me refine a set of armor, then smelt the Heizhenjin into my weapon. As for the remaining Heizhenjin, I'll give it all to you, Fang Chen said slowly. Hearing that, the master of Ju Lei Pavilion Master was deep in thought. In fact, there was a reason why Fang Chen dared to look for the master of Ju Lei Pavilion Master so boldly. He had the mysterious sky cone nail with him. After reaching the earth-splitting realm, he had not fully activated it. If the master of Ju Lei Pavilion Master had a conspiracy, then he did not mind using the mysterious sky cone nail. He had already asked the tool spirit. With the powerful pressure released by the mysterious sky cone nail, even if he could not kill a powerhouse like the master of Ju Lei Pavilion Master, he could still escape unscathed. However, Fang Chen made the right bet. The master of Ju Lei Pavilion Master was straightforward. He did not have the intention to kill Fang Chen. All right, I promise you. The master of Ju Lei Pavilion Master said, however, even with my refining skills, it will take a long time to refine a set of armor with the Heizhenjin as the foundation. You need to be patient. Of course, I know that. Fang Chen cupped his fist and thanked him. Take out your weapon. Fang Chen handed the star-concealing sword to the master of Ju Lei Pavilion Master. When the latter saw this, his eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Golden wood, sword wood. Not bad. It was not easy for the master of Ju Lei Pavilion Master to complement a weapon. Your weapon is already at the level of Supreme Grade Heaven Soaring Grade. You only need to smelt some Heizhenjin. 3 days later, you can come to me to get your weapon, the master of Ju Lei Pavilion Master said. Thank you, senior. Looking at Fang Chen's leaving figure, The master of Ju Lei Pavilion Master's eyes flickered. Behind him, a black shadow appeared. Why did you agree to his request? The black shadow was puzzled. Wasn't it better to just kill and rob? I felt a trace of uneasiness from him, the master of Ju Lei Pavilion Master said. His primordial spirit was very strong, and his divine consciousness could see through any heavenly deity in an instant. However, he could not see through Fang Chen, which made him a little puzzled. He Zhenjin was a supreme treasure in the crafting world. This person, with his earth-splitting realm cultivation, dared to come to him alone. The only explanation was that there was an expert behind him, or he had a powerful trump card, and was confident that he could escape unscathed under his attack. Besides, he is the enemy of the He Lei clan. The master of Ju Lei Pavilion Master said lightly. The black shadow wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he disappeared mysteriously. With a permanent residence token, Fang Chen enjoyed a very good treatment in Ju Lei City. Ju Lei City specially prepared a courtyard for him. He and Ing Xiu lived here for the time being. Brother Fang Chen, how can you be so strong? Ing Xiu looked up and asked curiously. She was considered a talented person in the Ing family. After cultivating for many years, she had just broken through to the Saint Realm. However, Fang Chen in front of her was just an earth-splitting realm warrior. There were many warriors with such cultivation in the Ing family. In the Cloud Formation District, they were even more inconspicuous. However, a warrior of such a realm actually forced the Zhanlong realm leader to retreat. Ing Xiu was shocked. She felt that she could not see through him. I just cultivated some special skills. Fang Chen said casually. Brother Fang Chen, are you willing to teach Ah Xiu? It was easy for a young girl like Ing Xiu to worship someone. Fang Chen descended from the sky and shocked her heart one after another. Unknowingly, Ing Xiu had already regarded Fang Chen as her idol. After leaving the Ing family, she was alone and could only follow Fang Chen. The latter also treated Ing Xiu as a sister. Okay, Fang Chen said. After spending so much time with Ing Xiu, Fang Chen understood Ing Xiu quite well. Especially after discovering Ing Xiu's special physique, Fang Chen exclaimed in surprise. The 10,000 formation physique was a physique specially created for formations. It was exactly the same as the 10,000 sword physique in swordsmanship. Legend had it that the owner of the 10,000 formation physique had a strong understanding of formations. With a little guidance, they could quickly get started. Seeing Ing Xiu's eager eyes, Fang Chen prepared to teach Ing Xiu formations. Ah Xiu, your talent in formations is very strong. From today onwards, I will teach you formations. What do you think? Fang Chen asked. Ing Xiu shook her head and said, I don't want to learn formations. I want to learn fist techniques. In her opinion, killing an opponent with one punch was too cool. Fang Chen was a little helpless and patiently explained, Ah Xiu, it's not what you think. When formations are cultivated to a high level, they are actually very strong. Some formation masters can set up formations that can overturn rivers and seas and destroy the universe with just a wave of their hand. There are also some people who use formations to kill enemies from 1,000 miles away. Chapter 2389. Fang Chen's martial Dao talent was monstrous, but his array Dao talent was not weak either. He was a peak heaven-opening array master and could easily set up a heaven-opening array Dao formation. It was enough to teach one disciple. Really? Hearing Fang Chen's words, Ing Xiu blinked and asked curiously. Of course it's true. Fang Chen rubbed Ing Xiu's little head and said. During the time he spent with Ing Xiu, he treated her as his own sister. Ing Xiu was inexperienced and did not understand the cruelty of martial Dao at all. After getting Ing Xiu's consent, Fang Chen taught Ing Xiu all his understanding of array Dao. Ing Xiu began to cultivate in seclusion in the courtyard. Every once in a while, Fang Chen would give her some pointers. 3 days later, Fang Chen got his weapon as he wished. Chaos level. Fang Chen was shocked. Although there was only one step between the heaven-surmounting level and the chaos level, the gap was too big. He Zhenjin. Fang Chen could clearly feel the aura of He Zhenjin surrounding the hidden star sword. Your weapon is quite good. The process of smelting He Zhenjin is very easy. Great Thunder Pavilion Master said with a smile, although he is only at the lower chaos level. He can exert the combat strength of the middle chaos level. The power of a middle chaos level weapon was unimaginable. That is to say, with your current strength, if you fully activate the chaos level weapon, you can withstand the attack of a profound Qi realm martial artist, Great Thunder Pavilion Master said. Hearing this, Fang Chen's face was full of excitement. Withstanding the attack of a profound Qi realm martial artist, didn't this mean that he already had the strength to protect himself? Don't be happy too early. After all, your strength is still too weak. If the outside world knows that you, a chaotic sky god, have a chaos-level weapon, no one will dare to act recklessly in my great Thunder City. If you are in other places, you will be hunted down by thousands of people. Great Thunder Pavilion Master reminded. Although the Hidden Star Sword could withstand the attack of a profound Qi realm martial artist, it did not mean that Fang Chen could defeat a profound Heaven realm martial artist. It could only be said that he could easily protect himself in front of profound Heaven realm cultivators. As for defeating him, that was simply impossible, unless he could step into the absolute Saint realm and separate his internal universe from his body. Thank you, Senior. Fang Chen cupped his fists to express his gratitude. He was also a blacksmith and knew how difficult it was to smelt the black vibranium. Alright, you can go back. After this smelting, I estimated that it will take 3 years to make a complete set of armor, said the Great Thunder Pavilion Master. You don't need to come to me during these 3 years. I will come to you after 3 years. After chatting with the Extreme Thunder Pavilion Master for a while, Fang Chen withdrew. On a certain street in Jue City. Do you know that person? Someone asked. I know him. I'm afraid there's no one in Jue City who doesn't know him, right? Another person curled his lips and said, Oh, brother, I've just arrived here. I wonder if you can tell me more about this place? The person from before chuckled as he asked. His name is Fang Chen. He is the only martial artist who has obtained a permanent residence token in hundreds of years. All the martial artists in Jue City know him. I see. Soon, the burly man arrived at a certain courtyard without making a sound. Then, he said to the martial artist sitting on the stone bench, Elder, it has been confirmed that Fang Chen is in Jue City, and he has obtained a permanent residence token. What? Hearing this, Elder Yinglong turned around with a dignified look on his face. How did he obtain a permanent residence token? It is said that he offered a piece of sword wood and was summoned by the Great Thunder Pavilion Master, the burly man said in a low voice. Hearing this, Elder Yinglong fell into silence. After a long time, he raised his head and a complicated look flashed across his eyes. Immediately, he took out a communication jade pendant and immediately sent a message to the Ying family in Zhenyun district. Elder Yinglong was the martial artist sent by the Ying family to find Fang Chen. After communicating with Ying Yuanxiong for a while, Elder Yinglong nodded slightly and said, Pay close attention to Fang Chen's movements. If there's a chance, immediately take action. Yes, Elder. Because he didn't like to be disturbed, Fang Chen's courtyard was relatively remote. It was on the edge of Jue City. There were few buildings and few martial artists here. At night, the sky was dark. In Fang Chen's courtyard, Ying Xiu closed her eyes to comprehend the array principle. Fang Chen was playing with the Hidden Star Sword. After reaching the chaotic space level, the device spirit grew more and more. The 4 special attributes were even more powerful. Just the power of the sword alone could break the physical defense of a mysterious Heaven realm martial artist. One could imagine how powerful it was. As expected of a chaotic space level weapon, I can feel that the hidden star sword contains a huge amount of power. With a slash of the sword, the universe will be destroyed. His face was filled with joy as he looked at the hidden star sword seriously. Crack! Suddenly, a slight sound came from the void. Fang Chen turned his head and a trace of cold, killing intent flashed across his eyes. He had set up a heaven-opening level array around the courtyard. Although it didn't have any killing power, it could easily sense the approach of martial artists. One mysterious Heaven Realm martial artist, and 3 peak Absolute Saint Realm martial artists? Fang Chen's divine sense spread out and found the Ying family in an instant. The people of the Ying family are truly heroic spirits that refuse to leave. A cold killing intent emerged in his heart. Glancing at Ying Xiu, who was cultivating, Fang Chen stepped out and disappeared into the void. Up until now, his space-time collapse technique had been cultivated to the point of perfection. Elder Ying Long, this time, we must finish the battle quickly. Otherwise, we will be in trouble if we attract the attention of Ju Lei Pavilion. This was Ju Lei City. The Ying family didn't have any power and didn't dare to offend Ju Lei Pavilion. Don't worry, Elder. You take the lead. The 3 of us will surround him and prevent him from escaping. He's just an Earth-opening realm martial artist. Rumor has it that he forced Zhan Long's leader to retreat, but that's just a rumor. That's right. If he had such ability, he would have been recruited by the major forces of the innate world. Elder Ying Long carefully released his divine sense, which silently enveloped the courtyard. Xiu. Elder Ying Long discovered Ying Xiu, who was surrounded by traces of Array Dao aura. She's cultivating Array Dao? His gaze stayed on Ying Xiu for a second and then moved away. After killing that bastard, I'll personally escort this traitor to the Black Thunder clan. Elder Ying Long thought. He searched the entire courtyard but didn't find any trace of Fang Chen. What's going on? He's clearly back. Elder Ying Long had a bad feeling in his heart. At this moment, an indifferent voice entered his ears. Are you looking for me? Who? Elder Ying Long's aura surged. Without even looking, he punched out. Dong. Fang Chen pulled out the hidden star sword and held it in front of his chest, blocking the power of Elder Ying Long's punch. The 2 of them floated in the air and looked at each other. You don't have to look for me. I've already dealt with those 3 trash. Fang Chen grinned. You, Elder Ying Long was shocked. Under his watch, he had silently taken care of 3 Saint Realm martial artists? How is this possible? How did he do it? Did he hide his strength? Elder Ying Long's pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at Fang Chen. You actually killed all 3 of them? What a joke. Your Ying family sent people to kill me. Aren't you prepared to be killed? Fang Chen said indifferently. He didn't have a good impression of the Ying family. Now, they had actually sent people to kill him. Since that was the case, they had to be prepared to be killed. Kid, the Black Thunder family wants you dead. My Ying family won't let you go either. Hand over your life. Elder Ying Long roared. His body flashed and a violent force whizzed out. He wanted to end the battle quickly. Rumble. After a fierce battle, Elder Ying Long was shocked to find out that, no matter how violent his attacks were, the latter could always block them easily. No, there's something wrong with his sword. Finally, Elder Ying Long realized that something was wrong. But it was too late. Their battle aura was too strong, and it had already alerted the Extreme Thunder Pavilion. Rumble. The experts of the Extreme Thunder Pavilion instantly descended on Fang Chen's courtyard. Who are you? How dare you behave atrociously in my Extreme Thunder City? I'm an elder of the Ying family. Before Elder Ying Long could finish speaking, he was killed by a profound Qi realm elder with a single palm strike. Bang! Elder Ying Long's body turned into ashes. Chapter 2390. The person who came was the Vice Pavilion Master of the Absolute Thunder Pavilion. His cultivation had reached the profound Qi realm, and he was considered a top expert in Absolute Thunder City. With Fang Chen's face, It was naturally impossible for the Vice Pavilion Master to come in person. Vice Pavilion Master? After seeing the Vice Pavilion Master, Fong Chen was stunned. The Pavilion Master asked me to protect you, the Vice Pavilion Master said lightly. At this moment, there was a ripple in his heart. The Pavilion Master was right. This kid had extraordinary potential and could protect himself from a profound heaven realm martial artist. He didn't believe it before, but now it seemed that it was true. Although his weapon has been tempered by the Pavilion Master and is very powerful, his strength is not weak either. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to block the attack of a profound heaven realm martial artist with just his weapon, the Vice Pavilion Master thought to himself. When Fong Chen attacked, he already knew the situation here. He just wanted to see Fong Chen's ability, so he didn't make a move. Thank you for your help, Vice Pavilion Master. Fong Chen cupped his fists and thanked him. Although he would be fine if the Vice Pavilion Master didn't make a move, he was a profound god. How could he not be grateful? The commotion of the battle alarmed Ying Xiu. She opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Fong Chen curiously. Brother Fong Chen, what happened? Fong Chen was silent. Ying Xiu's pretty face showed a touch of pain. She seemed to have guessed that the Ying family must have sent someone to kill her and Fong Chen. Thinking of this, Ying Xiu was in pain. Previously, she still had a good impression of the Ying family deep in her heart. However, after this incident, that little bit of good impression was completely gone. Brother Fong Chen, no matter what you do, I will support you. Ying Xiu smiled brightly and walked back to her room. Looking at the lonely girl's back, Fong Chen clenched his fists and was filled with hatred for the Ying family. The Ying family of Zhen Yun district dares to come to my absolute Thunder City. They are courting death. The Vice Pavilion Master said, Don't worry. With my help, the Ying family won't dare to attack you easily. Zhen Yun district, Ying family, meeting hall. All the upper echelons gathered together, their eyes focused on Ying Yuanxiong's hand. At this moment, lying in his hand was Elder Ying Long's life slip. The life slip had a trace of Elder Ying Long's imprint. If the life slip existed, the person would exist. If the life slip broke, the person would die. Elder Ying Long will definitely succeed. That's right. With Elder Ying Long's strength, killing that brat is as easy as flipping your hand. I'm afraid that if the Absolute Thunder Pavilion finds out, it will be troublesome. Everyone was discussing and waiting anxiously. Suddenly, the 3 life slips near Elder Ying Long's life slip cracked and shattered one after another. They're making their move. Everyone's eyes were burning as they stared at Elder Ying Long's life jade. The shattering of the 3 life slips also caused a commotion. He killed 3 absolute saints in an instant? Is that kid really that strong? Many people felt that this was inconceivable, their hearts trembling. However, at this moment, something even more shocking happened. The thing that they did not wish for the most had finally happened. Elder Ying Long's life slip cracked and shattered. No. Ying Yuanxiong's eyes were bloodshot as he roared crazily. The other elders were dumbfounded. Elder Ying Long of the profound heaven realm had died in the hands of that brat. It must be an expert from the Absolute Thunder Pavilion. Otherwise, Elder Ying Long wouldn't have died. After a moment of anger, Ying Yuanxiong calmed down and said coldly, Investigate thoroughly. Innate District, Black Thunder City, Black Thunder Clan Mansion. Lei Sanju was furious ever since he knew that his fiancée had been taken away by someone else. Young master, we've investigated thoroughly. In a quiet room, Lei Sanju stood in front of the window, admiring the stars in the dark sky. This person is Fong Chen. Before the Ying family's convoy passed by the dragon-slaying platform, this brat fell from the sky. He was severely injured at that time. It seems that he was teleported here by the sky-crossing formation. Until now, we still haven't found out where the sky-crossing formation is. The servant said. Continue. The Ying family's convoy found him. Ying Xiu was merciful, so they let him follow the convoy. Who would have thought that this brat would recover in just a few hours? After that, he had a quarrel with the Ing family's people and left the Ing family's convoy. After a pause, the servant continued, when the Ing family's convoy passed by the beheading dragon platform, they were stopped by Dao Ba and the others. At the critical moment, this brat appeared and killed 3 extreme Saint Realm experts of the Zhanlong group. He saved the Ing family, but because of this, the leader of the Zhanlong group was drawn out. Hearing this, a strange light flashed in Lei Sanju's eyes. Next, the servant explained the situation in detail. After listening, Lei Sanju said in a deep voice, "The absolute black ore is in Fang Chen's hands." The servant nodded and said, "According to our analysis, although this person is in the Earth Opening Realm, his combat strength is definitely beyond the extreme Saint Realm. It's very likely that he has the strength to challenge profound Heaven Realm experts." But what? Lei Sanju asked. Just the strength to challenge profound Heaven Realm experts is not enough to force the leader of the Zhanlong group to retreat. After careful analysis, we guessed that this brat must have a treasure that even profound Heaven Realm experts are afraid of. That's why the leader of the Zhanlong group retreated and took the absolute Black Oregon, the servant said. Lei Sanju thought in his mind. The leader of the Zhanlong group was a veteran profound Heaven Realm expert. Even he couldn't escape unscathed when facing the leader of the Zhanlong group. Unless, of course, he was carrying that treasure with him. Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. Lei Sanju grinned and said in a creepy voice. Young master, he's now in the Absolute Thunder City and won't come out. It's a bit difficult to deal with him. The servant said, not long ago, the Ing family sent a profound Heaven Realm elder to sneak into the Absolute Thunder City to attack him, but they failed. The Absolute Thunder Pavilion made a move? Lei Sanju asked. It said that the Vice Pavilion Master of the Absolute Thunder Pavilion personally made a move. In order to get the permanent residence token, that brat offered the sword wood and was summoned by the Pavilion Master on the spot. Hearing this, Lei Sanju's face finally became serious. This brat can't be left alive. Lei Sanju said coldly. But, the servant still wanted to say something but was stopped by Lei Sanju. I'll leave for a few days. Give me all the information about the Absolute Thunder City. Lei Sanju said. Young master, you can't. The servant dissuaded him. Lei Sanju shook his head. Ing Xiu is my woman. No one can touch her. Time flew. It had been 3 months since they arrived in the Absolute Thunder City. During this time, Fang Chen's cultivation had been stuck at the late stage of the Earth Opening Realm. However, he was not far from the limit. As long as he stepped into the limit, he could take the Flower King pill and the inner core of the six-clawed beast and break through to the Saint Realm. During this time, under his guidance, Ing Xiu's attainments in the Array Dao had improved by leaps and bounds. In just 3 months, Ing Xiu was able to set up a simple Heaven Realm array. If this happened in the miniature universe, it would be incredible. However, this was the chaotic void after all. How could the miniature universe compare to it? Xiu, when you set up the array just now, you made 3 mistakes. In the courtyard, Fang Chen was quietly instructing Xiu. The first mistake is that you're not familiar with the array's incantation, so the speed is much slower. Fang Chen said, in a battle between experts, the opponent will not give you any chance to set up the array, so you have to create an opportunity. I know. Ing Xiu nodded. The second point, the third point. After patiently explaining to Ing Xiu for an hour, Ing Xiu nodded like a chick pecking rice and continued to comprehend. Fang Chen grinned. Xiu's potential in the Array Dao is stronger than I thought. Unfortunately, with my current attainments in the Array Dao, I can't completely activate her 10,000 array body, Fang Chen said to himself. He could imagine that if Xiu's 10,000 array body was completely activated, her Array Dao realm would soar at a rocket speed. The Array Dao was the same as the Martial Dao. It focused on the foundation. When Fang Chun was teaching Xiao, he was also trying to strengthen her foundation. The realm was not important, because when the foundation was strengthened and the comprehension improved, the realm would naturally improve. Looking at Axiu's serious expression as she comprehended the array formation, Fang Chun recalled his own childhood. Chapter 2391. The next day, Yingxiu's array principle had reached minor accomplishment. She was very excited and clamored for Fang Chun to take her out for a stroll. "Brother Fang Chun, we've been in Juele City for so long, but we haven't had a good stroll," Yingxiu said in a sweet voice. "Okay, I'll take you out for a stroll today," Fang Chun said. In fact, his cultivation had reached a bottleneck. Juele City was full of martial artists. However, among the many martial artists, there was not a single Thunder Attribute martial artist. Juele, this was what it meant: to eliminate all Thunder Attribute martial artists. Moreover, the martial artists who came to Juele City were basically attracted by his reputation. They knew the identity of the Juele Pavilion Master very well. If a Thunder Attribute martial artist came, wouldn't that be courting death? On the streets, people came and went in an endless stream. Just as Fang Chun was strolling around with Yingxiu, there was a sudden noise in front of them. "Brother Fang Chun, what happened?" Yingxiu asked. "I'm not sure. Something seemed to have happened in front of them." With nothing to do, Fang Chun took Yingxiu and walked towards the place where the crowd gathered. After approaching, he found that there was a martial arts practice platform here. "Huh? Isn't this the martial artist who obtained a 100-year residence token at the same time as me?" Fang Chun was a little curious. At that time, he felt that the black-clothed martial artist was somewhat extraordinary. Now it seemed that it was true. Bang! On the martial arts practice platform, the black-clothed martial artist blasted his opponent away with a punch. His physical body, seeing this, Fang Chun's eyes lit up. He clearly saw that when the black-clothed martial artist blasted out this punch, there were countless complex patterns on his fist. Those patterns seemed to have evolved from a kind of powerful force. What a strange physical strength! He glanced at the martial artist who was blasted away. His wound and clothes had been burned. He seems to be fine, but in fact, his internal organs have been damaged. Fang Chun looked thoughtfully at the black-clothed martial artist on the martial arts practice platform. There was an uproar around, and everyone was talking about the black-clothed martial artist. "This is already the 99th one, right?" "That's right. Ever since Wang Yi set up a challenge here 3 months ago and challenged all of the gods of chaos, he has never been defeated. In 3 months, he defeated 99 chaos sky gods. What is he trying to do? Don't tell me you want to use this to attract that person from the Ju-Lei Pavilion?" While many people were guessing, their hearts were also shaken. They had no idea where Wang Yi had come from. There was no Wang clan in the innate world, but if he was a rogue cultivator, how could he be so strong? Many people were puzzled and were waiting for the 100th martial artist to challenge. After waiting for a long time, no one accepted the challenge. Everyone sighed and said, "It seems like no one dares to go up and fight." "Are you kidding me? The man who was just defeated by Wang Yi is the Black Water God, who ranks second among the pure sky gods in our Thunder City. Even he was defeated. Who dares to go up?" "That's right. The second-ranked Black Water God has been defeated. We can only place our hopes on the Thousand Severing Hand." Thousand Severing Hands was the strongest Chaos Sky God in absolute Thunder City. He was much stronger than Black Water God. However, Thousand Severing Hands had joined the Absolute Thunder Pavilion 100 years ago, and had not shown his face in the past 100 years. No one knew what was going on with Thousand Severing Hands now. Just as everyone was sighing, a voice suddenly sounded. "It's impossible for Thousand Severing Hands to fight." "Why?" "Because he is already a profound god." Hearing this, everyone exclaimed. The potential of Thousand Severing Hands was too strong. No one would ever forget that he had once defeated all the Chaos Sky God. Do you dare to fight with me? On the martial arts stage, the black-robed Wang Yi looked at Fang Chen with cold eyes and said coldly. Fang Chen was a little surprised. He was just watching the show. Why did this guy want to challenge him? Ying Xiu, who was at the side, was very unhappy with Wang Yi's tone and said, "Brother Fang Chen, go up and teach this arrogant guy a lesson." When the people around heard this, they all shook their heads. "Little girl, don't talk nonsense. Yeah, the cultivation of the person beside you is only at the earth opening realm. How dare he say that he will teach Wang Yi a lesson? Humph, one look and I can tell that he has not seen the world." Everyone mocked Ying Xiu. Originally, Fang Chen did not plan to fight. However, when he heard everyone's mocking, he frowned and walked up the martial arts stage step by step. "You want to challenge me?" Fang Chen asked. "I don't know if the person who got the permanent residence token has an undeserved reputation," the black-robed Wang Yi said. Voila! There was an uproar below. At this time, everyone recognized Fang Chen. For the past 3 months, Fang Chen had basically been in the courtyard. Although many people had heard of his name, they had never seen him in person. He is Fang Chen? No wonder Wang Yi wants to challenge him. This is going to be a good show. This guy must have some ability to be able to get the permanent residence token. That's not necessarily the case. I heard that he took out the sword wood to get the permanent residence token. Countless voices of discussion spread out. On the martial arts stage, Fang Chen gently shook his head and said indifferently, "You are not my opponent. Are you backing down?" The black-robed Wang Yi did not give up. Fang Chen gently shook his head and did not say anything more. Seeing this, Wang Yi was even more annoyed, thinking that Fang Chen was looking down on him. There were more voices of discussion below, and everyone was looking at Wang Yi. "Before this, I defeated 99 Hun Tian gods, and you are the 100th. The black-robed Wang Yi said, "Originally, I was going to leave the 100th battle to the 1,000 severing hands. But from the beginning to the end, the 1,000 severing hands did not appear. So, my 100th opponent is you. What do you want to prove?" Fang Chen said, "That you are invincible among the Hun Tian gods. Even if you defeated 100 Hun Tian gods and swept through Juele City, so what? You are only the strongest Hun Tian gods in Juele City. In the vast innate world, there are countless Hun Tian gods who are stronger than you. You can't prove anything at all." Fang Chen's words pierced Wang Yi's heart. His pitch-black eyes shone even brighter as he stared fixedly at Fang Chen. "So, you don't dare to fight with me? As I said, you are no match for me." After saying that, Fang Chen turned around and left. "Stop!" Wang Yi shouted in a low voice. He suddenly stretched out his palm, and a terrifying power blasted toward Fang Chen. Bang! The latter easily blocked Wang Yi's attack, then turned around and said with a cold face, "If it weren't for the Juele Pavilion, you would have been dead." Humph! Wang Yi sneered, not believing Fang Chen's words at all. He is right. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Then, a figure suddenly appeared in the void. 1,000 severing hands. There was a sudden uproar below the martial arts arena. Many people recognized the 1,000 severing hands, but they were shocked to find that the latter had reached the profound God realm. The rumor is true. The 1,000 severing hands has reached the profound heaven realm. On the martial arts arena, Wang Yi's pupils shrank when he saw the 1,000 severing hands. He smiled bitterly and said, "I thought there was no gap between us. This time, I came to Juele City to defeat you. Now it seems that I was too naive." Wang Yi had reached the profound heaven realm, but he was still in the absolute saint realm. This was the gap between them. Your strength is not bad. If we are in the same realm, it is hard to say who will win. The 1,000 severing hands said indifferently. However, you are no match for Fang Chen. Huh! Wang Yi was puzzled and looked at the 1,000 severing hands. Everyone below the martial arts arena was puzzled. Even though Brother Fang's cultivation is only at the earth-shattering realm, his fighting prowess is already close to that of a profound heaven realm cultivator, Thousand Severing Hands said with a chuckle. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he's invincible among the gods of chaos. Whoosh! There was an uproar below. Everyone was shocked. Many people noticed that the Thousand Severing Hands did not say that he was invincible in Jewel City. He said that he was invincible among the pure sky gods. What did that mean? They did not think that the Thousand Severing Hands was wrong. How could a profound God realm expert not understand what he said? How is that possible? Is he really that strong? Not only the people below, but even Wang Yi did not believe it. What? You don't believe it? The Thousand Severing Hands asked. If you say that he has the combat strength of an absolute Saint Realm expert, I would believe it. But if you say that he has the combat strength of a profound Heaven Realm expert, I don't believe it. Wang Yi shook his head. Brother Fang once killed 3 absolute saints with one punch, the Thousand Severing Hands said softly. Instantly, everyone was shocked. The Thousand Severing Hands words caused a storm in everyone's heart. Killing 3 ultimate saint stage warriors with a single punch? How strong was that? Chapter 2392. Just as the Thousand Severing Hands had said, from a certain point of view, Wang Yi and Fang Chen were not on the same level. If Fang Chen made a move, Wang Yi would not be able to fight back. However, Wang Yi did not believe it at all. He looked at Fang Chen with a flicker of light in his eyes. Fang Chen stood calmly on the fighting ring. Although Thousand Severing Hands was a mysterious Heaven Realm martial artist, he was talking to Fang Chen with a smile on his face. In fact, there seemed to be a trace of profoundness in his words. Some smart people had already guessed that Thousand Severing Hands was taking the initiative to make friends with Fang Chen. Could it be that this guy is really as powerful as Thousand Severing Hands said? Could it be that he is afraid of losing to Wang Yi, so he deliberately asked Thousand Severing Hands to say that? The sound of discussion was endless. On the fighting ring, Wang Yi tried to calm himself down and said in a deep voice, I don't believe that you can kill 3 absolute Saint Realm martial artists with one punch. Wang Yi had made his stance clear. He still wanted to challenge Fang Chen. Nonsense. Thousand Severing Hands scolded. This was simply nonsense. Even Thousand Severing Hands was not confident of defeating Fang Chen, let alone Hun Tianshan. Let's end this here. Thousand Severing Hands waved his hand and said. Fang Chen nodded slightly and was about to walk down the fighting ring. However, Wang Yi did not give up and said, Are you afraid? Fang Chen's footsteps stopped abruptly. He abruptly turned around, and a cold glint flashed in his pitch-black eyes. Just when everyone thought that he was going to get angry and start a fight, he said something that was out of everyone's expectations. Your provocation is too bad. After saying that, Fang Chen walked down the fighting ring. However, after he took a few steps, he shook his head slightly and said, Don't worry. Boom. Suddenly, he turned around and threw out a punch. Dong. The space shattered and a terrifying fist radiance shot out instantly. Below the fighting ring, everyone was stunned. They felt an extremely oppressive aura. So powerful. Everyone retreated. Even the Thousand Severing Hands automatically dodged. Crack! A simple punch had sent Wang Yi flying. When everyone came to their senses, there was a sentence in the air. If you want to challenge me, cultivate for a few more years. Thousand Severing Hands, who was in the air, saw the scene below and smiled bitterly. He had tried to persuade Wang Yi, but the latter did not listen. Wang Yi, who was lying on the ground, spat out blood. How is this possible? He could not believe that there was such an expert to become a Hun Tianshan. Furthermore, this person was an earth-opening realm cultivator. He was unwilling to give up, so he had bitterly cultivated for dozens of years, all for the sake of becoming famous in Absolute Thunder City. But now, he had ended up like this. That punch just now was at most 1/10 of his true strength, said Yi Futian. Thousand severing hands glanced at Wang Yi indifferently and left. In the square, countless shocked eyes looked at Wang Yi. Their hearts were surging with waves of shock. Very soon, the news spread throughout Juele City. Countless martial artists said that Fang Chen was invincible among the Hun Tian Shen. Wang Yi, who was an expert, could not withstand a punch from him. One could imagine how strong he was. Night covered the land. At the edge of Juele City, two figures suddenly appeared below the city wall. Young master, be careful. This is Juele City. An old man said in a low voice. Don't worry. It's just a Hun Tianshan. I, Lei Sanju, have ways to kill him. Lei Sanju smiled. Soon, the two disappeared into the darkness. Early the next morning, Lei Sanju and his servant disguised themselves as ordinary people and hid in Juele City. If they did not use their thunder cultivation technique, no one would notice them. Even if they did not have a residence token, they could stay in Juele City for 7 days. As long as they killed Fang Chen and retreated within 7 days, it would be fine. Young master. Early in the morning, the servant heard the news and hurriedly told Lei Sanju. Yesterday, Wang Yi set up an arena and challenged all the Hun Tianshan. He defeated 99 Hun Tianshan in a row. The 100th Hun Tianshan was challenged by Fang Chen. What happened? In the end, Wang Yi was sent flying by Fang Chen with a single punch. At that time, even the 1,000 severing hands appeared. He personally told Wang Yi that Fang Chen was an invincible god, the servant said. Huh! Lei Sanju's body surged with violent power. But soon, he restrained his aura. Lightning flashed in his dark eyes. He said coldly, although Wang Yi is weak, he can be ranked among the top in the absolute saint realm. But he couldn't even withstand a punch from this kid? At this moment, Lei Sanju finally felt how powerful Fang Chen was. The invisible pressure in his heart increased. I didn't expect 1,000 severing hands to enter the profound heaven realm. Wang Yi and 1,000 severing hands were from the same generation as Lei Sanju. The two of them were quite famous among the Hun Tianshan in the innate realm. Young master, do we need to change the plan? The servant asked. Lei Sanju shook his head. His dark eyes were filled with killing intent. He said, I'm well prepared. Let this kid be my stepping stone and help me enter the profound God realm. After saying that, Lei Sanju disappeared. At night, in the elegant courtyard, Xiao was still in seclusion. In order not to disturb her, Fang Chen had set up a few array chains around her. He, on the other hand, was cultivating with his eyes closed. Recently, although his cultivation was stuck at a bottleneck, his primordial spirit was growing rapidly. He even felt that the innate soul reversal technique was about to break through. Phew! Suddenly, Fang Chen opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Immediately, his eyes glanced indifferently at a dark corner. Then, the corner of his lips curled up and he revealed an eerie smile. Whoosh! With a flick of his finger, the array model shot out and went into the darkness. Whoosh! Without any signs, the Burning Sky 9 Changes array was set up. Come out! At this moment, Fang Chen stood up and looked at a certain part of the void as he spoke indifferently. Lei Sanju and the servant, who were hiding in the void, were shocked. He found me! Lei Sanju's eyes flickered as he thought to himself. Young master, the Hailai clan is very good at hiding. I don't believe that an Earth Expansion Realm martial artist can find us. It's very likely that he's just testing us, the servant said. Hearing this, Lei Sanju restrained his body. You're not coming out? In the courtyard, Fang Chen stood quietly and waved his hand. The Burning Sky 9 Changes array was exposed instantly. A violent explosion swept across the land and lit up the dark corner. A terrifying fireball flew towards Lei Sanju. Get lost! Lei Sanju let out a low growl and threw out a punch, blasting the fireball away. Then, He took a step forward and appeared in front of Fang Chen. Lightning element technique. Are you from the Hailai clan? Fang Chen saw through the lightning attribute in Lei San Divine Art's fist with a single glance. Hailai clan Lei Sanju, Lei Sanju said coldly. You're Lei Sanju? Obviously, Fang Chen had heard of Lei Sanju from Ing Xiu. Where's Xiu? Lei Sanju asked. What does that have to do with you? Fang Chen said. She's my woman. Although she betrayed the Ing clan, she's still my fiancée. How can she leave with a stranger? Lei Sanju said calmly. His calm words contained a shocking thunderstorm. One could imagine that once Lei Sanju exploded, everyone would be terrified. The so-called engagement is just a joke. Ing Xiu has her own choice and everyone should respect her choice, Fang Chen said. If it was before, he wouldn't care about this. But now it was different. He saw Ing Xiu as his younger sister. Especially after learning about Ing Xiu's experience in the Ing family, she felt even more indignant for her. Now, Lei Sanju actually came to ask for him. How ridiculous. You, Lei Sanju's face gradually turned cold. You dare to touch my woman? Do you believe that I will wring your head off? Lei Sanju said in a domineering manner. Fang Chen shook his head. Lei Sanju, you think too highly of yourself. Do you think you can disregard the Black Thunder clan just because you've killed a Saint Realm Limit warrior? Lei Sanju walked towards Fang Chen step by step. The servant behind him took the lead and rushed towards Fang Chen, saying, Young master, let me take the lead for you. Boom. With just a single punch, the servant was killed. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2393. Lei Sanju was completely enraged. Although he was not the most outstanding disciple of the Hailai clan, he was still famous among the heaven gods in the innate realm. He had once competed with Thousand Severing Hands and the others. Although Thousand Severing Hands was ahead of him and had entered the profound heaven realm before him, he was not in a hurry at all. His body constitution and Ing Xiu's myriad formation body could completely awaken the bloodline of the Hailai clan. At that time, his strength would skyrocket as he possessed the purest bloodline. His potential would also increase as a result. However, the Hailai clan did not announce Ing Xiu's special body constitution to the outside world. If she was an ordinary girl, she would not have let Lei Sanju take the risk to come to Juele City. You're dead. Lei Sanju said coldly. Who do you think you are? You weren't even born when I was in the innate realm. Even now, the number of heaven gods who were more powerful than Lei Sanju in the innate realm could be counted on one hand. When one's strength reached a certain level, one's cultivation level was no longer that important. Lei Sanju had thought that Lei Sanju would obediently hand over Ing Xiu and kill himself if he came in person. Who would have thought that Lei Sanju would kill his servant in front of him? I want you dead. Lei Sanju let out a low growl, and a crackling sound of thunder could be heard from his body. In the blink of an eye, his body was covered with complicated thunder runes. These thunder runes formed an armor in front of his chest along with the sound of thunder. Thunder armor? Fang Chen was slightly startled when he saw this. The Hailai clan was indeed wealthy to be able to produce such a powerful thunder armor. Armor was the last thing that weapon forgers wanted to make. The crafting of each set of armor required a lot of time and a lot of precious materials. This thunder armor looks illusory, but it's actually very hard. Fang Chen said to himself. It's not inferior to my myriad sword body. No wonder Lei Sanju was so confident with such an armor. Boom! Fang Chen punched out and hit the thunder armor. Suddenly, a deafening sound rang out. The fist light exploded on the armor, and was instantly swallowed up by the berserk aura of thunder. In the blink of an eye, the fist radiance dissipated. You want to break through my thunder armor with this little bit of strength? Lei Sanju sneered. He stomped his foot and charged toward Fang Chen. At the same time, a large halberd appeared in his hand, the thunder halberd. Mid-grade Ling Tian grade weapon, lightning halberd. Thunder descends, incinerate everything. Lei Sanju bellowed and waved his thunderbolt halberd in the air. Dong! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The thunderbolt halberd struck the void and shattered it. Then, a ball of thunderbolt flame instantly spread out. Hissing sounds could be heard as the vast void was burned by the lightning flames. Thunderous flame, Fang Chen said softly. Although the lightning flames were strong, they couldn't pose a threat to Fang Chen. Pure strength can't break through the thunder armor's defense. Fang Chen grinned and took out the hidden star sword. The hidden star sword was at the chaos level. Even if it hid its aura, it wasn't something that ordinary people could withstand. Open! Fang Chen bellowed. The hidden star sword flew out and cut through the void as if it was cutting tofu. It then rushed into the thunderbolt flame. Humph! My thunderbolt flame was collected from the innate thunderbolt cliff. Its temperature is so high that even a profound heaven realm martial artist wouldn't dare to resist it. It was collected in the thunderbolt halberd and nourished with the blood of my Black Thunder clan for countless years. You want to cut through my thunderbolt flame with a mere weapon? Lei Sanju was very confident in his thunderbolt flame. His eyes were filled with disdain. It's useless. Lei Sanju could already see the scene of Fang Chen being burned by the thunderbolt flame. However, just as he was about to control the thunderbolt halberd to burn Fang Chen, a shocking scene appeared. Crack! The hidden star sword cut through the thunderbolt flame as if it was cutting tofu. This, Lei Sanju was dumbfounded. It cut through the scorching thunderbolt flame with brute force? His weapon? Lei Sanju looked at the hidden star sword and exclaimed in his heart. Supreme grade sky surmounting weapon. Lei Sanju's eyes were filled with greed. Humph, even a supreme grade sky surmounting weapon can't break through my thunderbolt armor. After pondering for a moment, Lei Sanju snorted and calmed down. The energy in his body surged and he continued to swing the thunderbolt halberd at Fang Chen. Crack! Without the support of the thunderbolt halberd, the thunderbolt flame instantly shattered and was completely dispersed by the hidden star sword. Afterward, the hidden star sword didn't stop. It carried a violent Ashura sword chi and swooped down, colliding with Lei Sanju's thunderbolt halberd. Dong! A shocking power surged out from the point of impact. Lei Sanju felt his blood boil and his hand hurt. A shocking force came from the thunderbolt halberd, causing Lei Sanju's body to stagger. Break! Lei Sanju stared at the hidden star sword, thinking that it would break after being hit by the thunderbolt halberd. However, his wishful thinking didn't work out. Cracks suddenly appeared on the powerful thunderbolt halberd. Then, the energy in the thunderbolt halberd dissipated. Impossible! Lei Sanju roared and channeled the energy in his body into the thunderbolt halberd. However, it didn't help. The thunderbolt halberd had broken. Crack! The hidden star sword pressed down again. The thunderbolt halberd finally couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered. Pieces of broken metal fell to the ground. Every sound was like a hammer that pounded on Lei Sanju's heart. How is this possible? He had nurtured the thunderbolt halberd for a long time with the bloodline of the Black Lightning clan. Although the thunderbolt halberd was a middle-grade sky-surmounting weapon, it could unleash the power of an upper-grade sky-surmounting weapon when combined with the bloodline of the Black Lightning clan. He couldn't believe that the thunderbolt halberd that had accompanied him for his whole life would shatter. That is, finally, Lei Sanju discovered the uniqueness of the hidden star sword. Crash! A red light flashed on the hidden star sword. Suddenly, Lei Sanju's body trembled. His eyes were filled with fear. Chaos level? Lei Sanju cried out. Unfortunately, it was too late. His body was shrouded by the aura of the hidden star sword. He was imprisoned on the ground and couldn't move. He looked flustered and wanted to escape. Poochie! The hidden star sword chopped down on his head, immediately splitting it into two halves. Crack! Lei Sanju's body fell to the ground. The thunderbolt armor that he was so proud of had already shattered under the powerful attack of the hidden star sword. Phew! He heaved a sigh of relief and kept the hidden star sword. If the hidden star sword wasn't at the chaos level, it would be difficult to kill Lei Sanju. Fang Chen said to himself. At this moment, he had a deeper understanding. Those big clans with a deep foundation were not comparable to those ordinary clans. Lei Sanju was only a relatively good disciple among the younger generation of the Black Lightning clan, but he had such powerful combat strength. Thunderbolt Flame, Thunderbolt Halberd, and Thunderbolt Armor. With these three combined with the bloodline of the Black Lightning clan, he could erupt with unimaginable power. With Lei Sanju's strength, he could even protect himself against a real profound Heaven Realm martial artist. Unfortunately, he met the freak Fang Chen. Chaos grade that was in existence above Ling Tian grade. Even a real profound god would be afraid of it, let alone a chaotic sky god. It was not an unjust death to die under the chaos level weapon. He put away Lei Sanju's summer ring and burned the two bodies. The courtyard returned to its peaceful state as if nothing had happened. In the dark, the Vice Pavilion Master of the Extreme Thunder Pavilion glanced at the courtyard and then disappeared. This kid has great potential. No wonder the Pavilion Master asked us to treat him well. This was the Vice Pavilion Master's thought. He could imagine that the Black Lightning clan would be furious when they learned that Lei Sanju had died in Extreme Thunder City. However, with the Pavilion Master of the Extreme Thunder Pavilion, even the Black Lightning Star King had to be cautious. After Lei Sanju's ferment in the peaceful Black Lightning clan, the storm finally came. The Thunderbolt Destruction 3 Arts was a slap to the Black Lightning clan's face. Big clans could ignore other things, but they could not ignore their face. Not long after, the Black Lightning clan sent out a message. They must kill Fang Chen. Chapter 2394. The Black Lightning family's must-kill order quickly reached Fang Chen's ears. Some of the more well-informed forces had already heard about Lei Sanju's death. Fang Chen's name had truly spread among the various forces in the innate world. Many people were guessing who this person was since he dared to kill Lei Sanju of the Black Lightning family. There were many forces in the innate world, and the Black Lightning family had the legendary Mystic Light Realm expert, Ancestor Black Lightning. It could be said that they were one of the top forces. One had to know that there were only 7 peak Mystic Light Realm experts in the entire innate world. Mystic Light Realm mystic gods had the ability to protect themselves in the chaos void. As long as they didn't do anything stupid, they wouldn't be in any danger. Even in the starry sky they were considered experts. A normal sect wouldn't dare to offend a force with a Mystic Light Realm expert. Even though Ancestor Black Lightning hadn't appeared in the innate world for thousands of years, he was still a force to be reckoned with. This was the power of a Mystic Light Realm expert. Over the countless years, there would often be small conflicts between the forces, but they didn't dare to openly kill a force that had a Mystic Light Realm expert in it. Fang Chen's name instantly spread throughout the innate world. Extreme Thunder City, elegant courtyard. Big brother Fang Chen, the Black Lightning family is too despicable. Yingxiu only learned that Lei Sanju had been killed by Fang Chen after she finished cultivating. Thinking about how she had almost married Lei Sanju, a complicated expression appeared on Yingxiu's face. At the same time, she was worried about the Black Lightning family's revenge. She knew that the Black Lightning family was very protective of their own. Now that they had given the must-kill order, they would definitely hunt down Fang Chen. Don't worry. No matter how strong the Black Lightning family is, they won't dare to cause trouble in Extreme Thunder City, Fang Chen said softly. But Yingxiu blamed herself. Fang Chen didn't have to get involved in this. Xiu, focus on comprehending the array. Don't think too much, Fang Chen said as he patted Xiu's shoulder. With his current strength, even if he faced a profound Heaven Realm martial artist, he had the ability to protect himself. Once the Heijin golden armor was successfully refined, he would have the courage to fight even against a Xian Qi realm expert. If they wanted to kill him, the Hailai clan would have to pay a high price. In the vast innate world, the core area was the innate district. All the experts in the innate world were gathered here. Apart from the sect, there were also some dangerous places. However, no danger zone could pose a problem for human martial artists. The wisdom of the human race was boundless. 3,000 miles north of Juele City, there was a huge mountain range. Within this mountain range, there were several towering mountains that reached into the clouds. This place was shrouded in smoke and the environment was extremely harsh. Under normal circumstances, very few martial artists would come here. Even if there were occasionally some exploration teams, they were all formed by profound God. Today, in an open space in the Savage Mountains, whoosh! The leader of the group was a man with a face full of stubble. He took a deep breath, looked around, and a smile appeared on his face. How can a mere savage mountain trouble us? The stubble-bearded man sneered, not putting the savage mountain in his eyes at all. Brother Tan, don't be careless. The blue-clothed man's eyes flashed as he reminded him. Everyone says that the savage mountain is the absolute death zone of the innate world. Profound God will definitely die if they enter it. However, I came in unscathed. This means that the savage mountain doesn't live up to its name. Brother Tan sneered, not putting the savage mountain in his eyes at all. When the others saw this, they wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, the blue-clothed man shook his head and said, Brother Tan, we shouldn't stay here for long. Let's hurry up and climb the mountain. Okay, Brother Tan said. After a short rest, they continued to climb the mountain. Rumble! Suddenly, there was a deafening sound. Dust flew up from the peak of the savage mountain as a black mass swooped down. What is that? One of them noticed this, and his body began to tremble. That is, Brother Tan also raised his head. When he saw that shocking scene, his heart was filled with fear. Run! Brother Tan was the first to run down the savage mountain, wanting to escape. However, it was too late. Rumble! Puny humans, how dare you invade the savage mountain? This is unforgivable. An enormous monstrous beast spoke the human language. Following its command, the densely packed monstrous beasts completely engulfed Brother Tan and the others. In the blink of an eye, Brother Tan and the others were killed. It's time for the Savage Mountains beast race to come out. The huge demonic beast in the lead looked down with its eyes as big as gongs. Soon, the news spread. The Savage Mountain in the north of the innate world had a beast race. An unprecedented number of beasts had all come out. The entire Savage Mountain was in danger. When the major forces received the news, they were all shocked. The Savage Mountain's beasts are moving. Could it be that a treasure has appeared? It must be. It's said that every time there is a beast race in the Savage Mountain, there will be a shocking treasure. This is an opportunity. We must seize it. In just 3 days, the news of the beast race in the Savage Mountain had spread throughout the innate world. Even the Hyli family and other major forces had made corresponding countermeasures to deal with the beast race. A beast race in the Savage Mountain? Hyli City, Hyli family's territory. A strange look flashed in the Black Thunder Star Monarch's dark eyes. When he heard the news, his heart trembled a little. Patriarch, it's been a long time since a beast race has appeared in the Savage Mountain. This time, a treasure must have appeared. Elder Hyli knew very well what kind of earth-shattering treasure had appeared the last time there was a beast race in the Savage Mountain. I remember that the last time there was verdant wood chi. The Hyli Star King suppressed the excitement in his heart and tapped his finger on the wooden table beside him. Verdant wood chi was a very pure wood elemental energy. After a wood elemental martial artist absorbed it, his strength would increase to an unimaginable level. Moreover, the wood elemental cultivation technique he cultivated would reach perfection in an instant. This was the best temptation for wood elemental martial artists. That's right. The last time there was a beast race in the Savage Mountain, Reverend Kanglin was lucky enough to obtain the verdant wood chi, said Elder Hyli. The major forces in the innate world fought each other and blood flowed like a river. However, in the end, Reverend Kanglin was the one who got what he wanted. Reverend Kanglin was a wood elemental martial artist. His cloudy orchid butterfly hand was a top wood elemental cultivation technique. After obtaining the verdant wood chi, his strength skyrocketed and his cloudy orchid butterfly hand reached perfection. In the final battle, he slaughtered his opponents and became a reverend. After that battle, peace returned to the savage mountain. The beast race was over. Reverend Kanglin's reputation rose and he became one of the best among the profound gods. After so many years, the beast race in the savage mountain reappeared. Not only the Hyli family, but the other minor forces were also tempted. The beast race has just started, and the profound heaven realm and profound chi realm demonic beasts have only appeared. This is the best time to train our troop. The Hyli Star King said lightly, "Tell Lei Qianjue to lead the younger generation of the Hyli family to the outskirts of the savage mountain. They will hunt profound god-level demonic beasts and increase their strength as much as possible." "Yes, Patriarch," Elder Hyli replied. At the same time, the major forces were scrambling to make preparations. The younger generation of the major sect began to move toward the savage mountain. On the other hand, the profound chi and profound star realm experts didn't make a move. They were paying attention to the movements of the beast horde. Under normal circumstances, the beast race would last for a while. At the beginning, the beast race was weak. However, as the beast race grew stronger, the treasure would appear. Therefore, the top overlords were watching the beast race from the shadows. In the elegant courtyard of the great Thunder City. Beast race? Fang Chen furrowed his brows as he pondered. This was the first time he had heard of the beast race, so he didn't know much about it. The Vice Pavilion Lord of the Great Thunder Pavilion came to visit Chen Fan and said, "The beast race in the Savage Mountain happens every once in a while. Every time it happens, there will be a treasure appearing. Danger and opportunity coexist. Although the beast race is powerful, if you can find some treasure, it will be a great gain. What do you think, Pavilion Lord?" Fang Chen looked at the Vice Pavilion Lord and asked. "The Pavilion Lord is in seclusion and no one is allowed to disturb him. I am only here to remind you. Don't go out during this time. Also be prepared. When the Pavilion Lord comes out of seclusion, the younger generation of the Great Thunder City will form a team and head to the Savage Mountain to train." Chapter 2395. Black Thunder Star King's trick. The beast tide soon swept through the entire innate world. Many forces were taking this matter seriously. The destructive power of the demonic beasts was very strong. While many forces were searching for treasures, they were also trying their best to destroy the demonic beast army. Otherwise, once all the demonic beasts in the barbaric mountains came out, they would occupy the innate realm, and the human race would be plunged into misery and suffering. On a mountain peak thousands of miles away from the barbaric mountains, through the void, the Black Thunder Star King looked at the towering savage mountain in the distance. It's a black mass. The beast tide this time is more ferocious than before. Black Thunder Star King said. "Patriarch, what do we need to do?" Elder Hayley asked. Lei Qianjue has led the younger generation and the profound heaven state cultivators to the barbaric mountain. They should have reached the foot of the mountain by now. When the Black Thunder Star Monarch was about to speak, a light suddenly flashed through his mind. Soon after, a sinister smile flashed across his pitch-black eyes. Within the territory of the wild mountains, in a certain forest, roar. The cries of the demonic beasts continued. Groups of demonic beasts left the savage mountains in batches to explore the human territory. Strictly speaking, they were the vanguard. After the exploration was completed, he would report the information back. "Move out." Suddenly, a black shadow appeared in the middle of a small group of demonic beasts. Bang! With a fierce punch, he sent one of the demonic beasts flying. In an instant, the other demonic beasts roared in anger and released their violent energy to besiege the black figure. Voila! Lightning flashed in the sky, and the black shadow revealed its true appearance. Black Thunder Star King. Stupid guy. The Black Thunder Star Monarch deliberately disguised his aura and killed a demonic beast. After successfully enraging the other demonic beasts, his figure flashed and quickly left. Roar! The demonic beasts were enraged, and they chased after him in a frenzy. The Black Thunder Star Monarch purposely slowed down, allowing the demonic beasts behind him to chase after him unhurriedly. 3,000 li. The Savage Mountain was only 3,000 li away from Extreme Thunder City. To an expert like the Black Thunder Star King, it was a matter of a blink of an eye. However, in order to lure this small group of demonic beasts, he deliberately slowed down. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. The demonic beasts' eyes were red from the killing. There was only one thought in their minds, and that was to kill this despicable human in front of them. Damned humans, how dare you barge into the desolate mountains and kill my clansmen? Hoo! Thunder City was already in sight. The Black Thunder Star King suddenly increased his speed and instantly disappeared into the void. The few demonic beasts that were chasing madly had lost their target, so they could only vent their anger on the Thunder Jewel City in front of them. Roar! His angry roar spread into Jewel City, causing a great panic. Bang! The bodies of these demonic beasts were very large. They directly jumped over the city wall and entered Jewel City. Poochie! Wherever they passed, their large claws would stretch out. With a ripping sound, ordinary cultivators would die at their hands. In the blink of an eye, the streets were covered with blood and corpses. Hurry up and call the people from the Absolute Thunder Pavilion. Fear spread in their hearts, and everyone retreated one after another. At the same time, they went to invite the cultivators from the Jew Thunder Pavilion. What's that? Where did these demonic beasts come from? Why do they dare to barge into Jewel City and start a massacre? Damn it, they are too cruel. They did not give face to the pavilion master at all. In the midst of the discussion, the cultivators from the Jew Thunder Pavilion finally arrived. Evil creatures. The deputy pavilion master leaped and floated in the air. A terrifying aura instantly spread out. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the head of one of the demonic beasts. Crack! With a strong twist, the demonic beast's head was directly crushed. Roar! When the remaining demonic beasts saw this, they fell into a state of madness and rushed towards the deputy pavilion master crazily. Courting death. The deputy pavilion master was very strong. The demonic beasts in front of him were no match for him at all. In the blink of an eye, the demonic beasts were killed by the deputy pavilion master. Clean up this place. The deputy pavilion master took the corpses of the demonic beasts away and left such a sentence. On the 9th floor of the Jew Thunder Pavilion, under the lead of the deputy pavilion master, Fong Chen came here again. After seeing the pavilion master, Fong Chen was a little surprised. Pavilion master, what did you find? The deputy pavilion master asked straight to the point. Several demonic beasts' corpses were lying on the ground. They were killed by the deputy pavilion master previously. A beast tide appeared in the Savage Mountain. Presumably, these demonic beasts should be from the Savage Mountain. The pavilion master stroked his beard and said faintly, "But the Savage Mountain is a full 3,000 miles away from Savage Mountain. It's impossible for them to come here in such a short time." Every time there was a beast tide riot in the Savage Mountain, the advance troops would explore carefully. The initial exploration range was just around the Savage Mountain. The pavilion master was somewhat puzzled. Why would they cross 3,000 miles and attack Savage Mountain? Could it be that this beast tide is different from before? The deputy pavilion master asked. The peerless Thunder Pavilion master shook his head as his gaze landed on Fong Chen. Fong Chen shrugged his shoulders, not understanding the pavilion master's meaning. Black Thunder Clan, the pavilion master suddenly said. Senior, are you saying that the Beast Tide is related to the Black Thunder clan? Fang Chen frowned and said with a gloomy face. The Pavilion Master shook his head and sneered. How can a mere Black Thunder clan be related to the Beast Tide? What I'm saying is that these demonic beasts are related to the Black Thunder clan. I just sensed carefully. There's a trace of lightning aura on their bodies. The Pavilion Master analyzed. When the Beast Tide starts, as the advance troops, they definitely won't rashly attack Savage Mountain, that's 3,000 miles away. In addition, they have the lightning aura of the Black Thunder clan. There's only one explanation. The people of the Black Thunder clan deliberately led these demonic beasts outside Savage Mountain. Moreover, they are forcing you to panic and leave Savage Mountain. The Pavilion Master and the Black Thunder clan had been at odds for so long. He knew them like the back of his hand. Black Thunder clan. Fang Chen clenched his fist and said coldly. The Pavilion Master didn't dwell on this matter. He waved his hand and said, I called you here to tell you about the Beast Tide in the Savage Mountain. Pavilion Master, are you sending the younger generation to the Savage Mountain to gain experience? Fang Chen asked. He had already learned about the situation from the Deputy Pavilion Master. However, after this incident, Fang Chen was a little worried. What if the experts of the Black Thunder clan were hiding in the Savage Mountain and ambushing him? The Pavilion Master seemed to have seen through Fang Chen's worries. He smiled and said, Don't worry. Every time the Beast Tide starts, the major forces of the innate world have an unwritten agreement. The strong can't attack the weak. Only by working together to repel the Beast Tide will this rule be nullified. If during this period, the strong don't care about their reputation and attack the weak, they will be jointly punished by the other forces. Hearing this, Fang Chen was instantly relieved. Even the Black Thunder Star King wouldn't dare to ignore the joint punishment of the high-level experts of the innate world. The appearance of the Beast Tide is an opportunity for the human clan. From today on, you and Thousand Severing Hands will lead the young warriors of the extreme Thunder City and the profound Heaven Realm warriors to the Savage Mountain to hunt the demonic beasts and gain experience, the Pavilion Master said. Fang Chen had already known the Beast Tide like the back of his hand. After hearing the Pavilion Master's words, he was overjoyed. During this period, his cultivation was stuck at a bottleneck. He needed to seek a breakthrough in a life-and-death battle. Fang Chen, you are representing the Extreme Thunder City this time. Don't embarrass the Extreme Thunder City. There are no restrictions among the younger generation. You can fight at will. The Deputy Pavilion Master said. However, the Savage Mountain is very large. When you enter, the first thing you have to be careful of is the Beast Tide. Unless it is a last resort, don't attack the human clan warriors. The Beast Tide was the first. If the powerful demonic beasts in the Savage Mountain revived, it would be a crisis that swept across the innate world. Therefore, while looking for opportunities and treasures, they had to kill as many demonic beasts as possible. The more demonic beasts you kill, the more credits you will get. When the Beast Tide is over, the high-level experts of the innate world will jointly judge. The top 100 disciples with the most credits will be rewarded, the Deputy Pavilion Master continued. After a brief discussion, the Pavilion Master continued to refine the Black Thunder golden armor. The Deputy Pavilion Master summoned Thousand Severing Hands and asked him and Fang Chen to lead the team to the Savage Mountain. Rumble! Just when Fang Chen and the others gathered and were ready to set off, all of a sudden a shocking aura spread out. Someone had broken through to the profound Heaven Realm. Chapter 2396. On the 15th day of the Beast Tide, Fang Chen finally arrived with the people from the Thunder City. What a terrifying aura! Standing in front of the Savage Mountain, the towering Savage Mountain had already become a black mass, occupied by countless demonic beasts. This is just the early stage of the Beast Tide. The later stage, the stronger the monsters, Qian Jusho said. This time, he and Fang Chen led the team together. Although the latter's cultivation was only at the earth-splitting realm, he did not dare to underestimate him. In his mind, what the Thunder Pavilion Master said to him vaguely echoed. Fang Chen's strength was not below his. If it was someone else who said that, he would definitely ignore it. But the Thunder Pavilion Master was different. His strength was so strong that Qian Jushuo looked up to him. Moreover, Qian Jushuo was able to break through the bottleneck and become a profound god because of the Thunder Pavilion Master. Every time the beast tide starts, the disciples of the sect in the innate world will come here to train. Qian Jushuo explained, the closer we are to the top of the Savage Mountains, the stronger the monsters are. It is said that in the late stage of the mysterious star realm, there will be a large number of monsters. If we don't exterminate them before the beast tide completely breaks out, there will be profound God realm monsters. Hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a strange light. But Brother Fang, you don't have to worry. We just need to train at the foot of the Savage Mountains. Don't go too deep. Generally, there will be no problem. While the two were chatting, Wang Yi, who was dressed in black, quickly flew over from the distance without any expression on his face. When he came to Fang Chen, he said in a low voice, I've found out that the younger generation of the sect has gathered on the Lesser Immeasurable Mountain to discuss how to deal with the beast tide. Lesser Immeasurable Mountain? Hearing this, Qian Jushuo's face showed a strange look. He immediately looked at Fang Chen and said, The Lesser Immeasurable Mountain is a famous mountain in the innate world. 1,000 years ago, Ancestor Black Thunder and the Thunder Pavilion Master had a duel on this mountain, Qian Jushuo said slowly. Fang Chen nodded and said nothing. Brother Fang, I think we should also go to the Minor Immeasurable Mountain to meet up with the other sect's geniuses, Thousand Severing Hands suddenly said. Fang Chen was puzzled and asked, why? The beast tide was imminent, and they were only the vanguard, killing the demonic beasts in the periphery and improving their own strength. There was no need to discuss anything important about fighting against the beast tide. Haha, it's said to be a meeting to discuss how to deal with the beast tide, but in reality, it's just a stage for the young geniuses of each sect to show off their skills, Thousand Hands said. Every once in a while, the geniuses of the various forces of the innate world would gather together at the Lesser Immeasurable Mountain to discuss Tao and spar with each other. However, only they knew that they were not convinced of each other's superiority and wanted to step on each other's heads. They gathered together and fought against each other to determine the ranking and so on. The younger generation was high-spirited. No matter what it was, they always wanted to be number one. Over time, the Immeasurable Small Summit received the recognition of the experts of the innate realm, and gradually grew into a large-scale event. I just didn't expect that they would hold a summit at this time. Thousand Hands said seriously. Our Thunder City is one of the most powerful forces in the innate world. Although we are not as powerful as those top forces, we have the support of the Thunder Pavilion Lord. If we don't go, people will gossip about us. Fang Chen understood what Thousand Hands was trying to say. Will the Black Thunder family be there? Fang Chen asked. Of course, the Black Thunder clan was the one who proposed the Immeasurable Mountain meeting. They are the hosts, said Qianju. If I'm not mistaken, Lei Qianjue will be the host of the meeting. Lei Qianjue? This was the first time Fang Chen had heard of Lei Qianjue's name, so he didn't know much about him. Lei Qianjue, the man you killed, was considered an elite in the Black Thunder family. However, Lei Qianjue was the most talented genius of the Black Thunder family in the last 10,000 years. He is very powerful. You will understand when you meet him. Lei Qianjue of the Black Thunder family. Fang Chen murmured the name. A moment later, a murderous glint flashed in Fang Chen's eyes. He said, If that is the case, let's go and have a look. The Immeasurable Small Mountain was located near the Barbaric Mountains. Standing at the top of the mountain, one could clearly see the situation in the Barbaric Mountains. With the presence of an overlord, the beasts in the Barbaric Mountains didn't dare to come out. However, as time went by, the beast tide would become stronger and stronger. One day, the beast tide would come out of the barbaric mountains and fight with the humans. At the peak of the immeasurable small mountain, the younger generation of the sect had gathered. Some of the weaker sect members sat not far from the peak of the mountain and talked with each other. Meanwhile, the top prodigies stood at the peak of the mountain. Lei Xing, why are you the host of the immeasurable small mountain summit? Suddenly, a man walked up to Lei Xing and asked with a smile. My brother, Lei Qianjue, has gone deep into the barbaric mountains to kill the beast. But he has already told me that he will be here soon. Lei Xing said with a smile. Lei Xing was tall and burly. He exuded a powerful thunder qi. He was the second most powerful overlord in the Lei family after Lei Qianjue. He had entered the profound heaven realm a long time ago. However, he was still at the early stage of the profound heaven realm. In the blink of an eye, many prodigies came to visit. As the host, Lei Xing kept greeting them. 6 hours later, Fang Chun and the others arrived and attracted many people's attention. 1,000 hands? Even the Thunder City is here? Ha ha ha, this is going to be interesting. Everyone knew that the Black Thunder family and the Thunder City had a bad relationship. Every time the immeasurable small mountain summit was held, they would fight with each other. Let's go. Let's go up. Qian Zhu walked at the front. A violent power radiated out from his body, instantly scaring off many people. What? 1,000 hands has entered the profound heaven realm? Some of the martial artists who wanted to pick a fight with 1,000 hands quickly backed away. They didn't expect 1,000 severing hands to step into the profound heaven realm after so many years. It seemed like absolute Thunder City came prepared this time. Hey, isn't that Wang Yi behind 1,000 hands? Someone recognized Wang Yi and was shocked when he found out that Wang Yi had also entered the profound heaven realm. Even he has entered the profound heaven realm? 2 profound heaven realm cultivators are leading the team. No wonder the Thunder City is so confident. If Lei Qianjue doesn't show up, Lei Xing alone won't be able to control the situation. The sound of discussion spread halfway up the mountain. Lei Xing, who was greeting everyone at the top of the mountain, also heard the discussion. He clasped his hands behind his back and stood at the edge of the mountain. He looked down and his eyes fell on 1,000 hands. 1,000 hands, Wang Yi. Lei Xing said lightly. 2 profound heaven realm cultivators? Are they trying to pressure the Black Thunder family? Although Lei Qianjue wasn't here yet, Lei Xing had the Black Thunder family behind him. Besides, even if both 1,000 hands and Wang Yi had entered the profound heaven realm, he was confident that he could defeat both of them. Lei Xing, they are not friendly. Many elites looked at Lei Xing curiously, wondering how he was going to deal with the aftermath. Who is that guy behind Lei Xing? When the people of Thunder City were halfway up the mountain, someone finally noticed Fang Chun. He was only an Earth Realm cultivator, but he was able to walk behind 1,000 hands. This proved that he had a high status in the Thunder City. Soon, someone found out Fang Chen's identity. He killed Ying Hua, an elder Ying Shan of the Ying family in the Cloud District, and Fang Chen, who stole the Black Thunder family's Black Thunder ores. Suddenly, everyone was shocked. Is he Fang Chen? I heard that with his earth-splitting realm cultivation base, he killed 3 absolute saint stage martial artists with a single punch? Are you serious? No matter how powerful an earth realm cultivator is, he can't be that powerful. I don't believe it. Many people didn't believe it because the news came from Thunder City. On the mountain peak, Lei Xing was very clear about Fang Chen's identity and strength. He squinted his eyes and looked at Fang Chen. He is Fang Chen? Young Master Lei Xing, he is Fang Chen. One of his subordinates said with a smile. Although no one could prove that Fang Chen was the murderer of Lei Sanju's death in Thunder Jewel City, the Black Thunder family had placed the blame on Fang Chen. This is truly a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. Since you are here to seek death, then don't blame me, Lei Xing, for being impolite. Lei Xing's face revealed a sinister smile. Halfway up the mountain, there were some powerful sects blocking the path of Thousand Severing Hands and the others. Thunder City is not qualified to step on the mountain peak. If you want to participate in the immeasurable mountain gathering, stay here. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Either stay here or get out of the immeasurable mountain. The Thousand Severing Hands heard the reprimanding voices one after another. The latter snorted coldly. Anyone who was hostile to the Thunder City was just a lackey of the Black Thunder clan. Let them come up. Just as Thousand Hands was about to make a move, Lei Xing suddenly spoke. Thousand Hands raised his head and exchanged a glance with Lei Xing. Behind Lei Xing, Fang Chen did not look at Lei Xing at all. There was no expression on his face, and he looked very calm. It was as if all this had nothing to do with him. Lei Xing sneered. Stop pretending. I want to see if you can still be as calm as you are now. After Lei Xing spoke, no one stopped them. The people of Thunder City successfully stepped on the mountain peak. Thousand Hands, long time no see. Thousand Hands, you have also stepped into the profound heaven realm. Many sky prides greeted Thousand Hands and Wang Yi. After all, stepping into the profound heaven realm at such a young age meant that he was qualified to be on the same level as them. You are Fang Chen? Lei Xing ignored the Thousand Severing Hands and looked straight at Fang Chen. Fang Chen remained silent. Lei Xing was furious and said, I'm talking to you. Lei Xing, be more respectful. Brother Fang is here on behalf of our absolute Thunder City, Thousand Severing Hands said with a frown. Humph, I'm giving you guys face by allowing you to come here. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Wang Yi. Lei Xing, do you dare accept my challenge? Wang Yi was a straightforward person and did not like to talk. Lei Xing's words had deeply provoked Wang Yi. The latter did not hesitate to issue a challenge. For the latest novel updates, please visit